Section 1 of Charles II. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D. Charles II by Osmund Airy. Chapter 1. Prince of Wales, Part 1. The boy who was born to Charles I and Henrietta Maria in St. James's Palace at 1 o'clock on the afternoon of May 29th, 1630, found himself at once a most important person. He was not their firstborn. He came to console them for the disappointment of the previous year, when another son, also called Charles, had been, as an old print in the British Museum tells us, born, baptized, and buried the same day. The most august portents accompanied the event. The whole frame of nature, so runs the new Icon Basilicae, takes notice of sovereign births, and compliments them with stars, meteors, flames, thunders, and earthquakes. Such honour have all his anointed. As Charles I rode to St. Paul's to give thanks for the safe delivery of the Queen, all eyes were turned to the planet Venus, which happened to be a morning star near its greatest brilliancy, and easily visible in full daylight. To behold this babe, heaven seemed to open one eye more than usual. The time was one of intense credulity, and philosophers, divines, and lawyers positively battened upon the unusual phenomenon, from which most men presaged that that prince should be of high undertakings and of no common glory among kings. Edmund Waller laid it down that this agreement of day and night was a sign that the newcomer was born to reconcile the divided world. The poetasters throughout the kingdom went loose, and 148 printed poems in Greek, Latin, and French testified to the loyalty of Oxford. Cambridge was unfortunately so afflicted with the plague that she took no notice of either the birth or the portents, and thereby gave great offence to the king. Another token of celestial interest, which was afforded 2 days later, an almost total eclipse of the sun, was less susceptible of a satisfactory interpretation, and only 2 effusions are extant to break the judicious silence. The birth of Charles II meant, however, much more than pleasure to his parents, or a subject for loyal verse. The great controversy of modes of political and religious thought had already begun in earnest, and in this he had from the moment of his birth to take an important though unconscious part. In Spain and other Catholic countries the most extravagant joy was displayed. The fervent Catholicism of Henrietta was well known, and it was believed that without much objection from her husband her son would be allowed to imbibe the true faith. And so at Madrid the king, queen, and all the court were in bravery, nor so much as the young infant of so many months old, but had his feather on his cap, all the town full of masks and music. The heads of the clergy and all the religious houses in the city came to the ambassador to congratulate him, and solemn masses and prayers were said for his health and prosperity everywhere. Very different was the feeling among foreign Protestants, while to the Puritans at home the disappointment was great, and the prospect eminently ungrateful. The prolonged childlessness of Charles I had given them hope that there would eventually be an escape from the Stuart policy and from the favour shown to Catholicism in the succession of the devout and much loved sister of the king, Elizabeth, Queen of Bohemia. God, they said, had already better provided for us than we had deserved, whereas it is uncertain what religion the king's children will follow, being to be brought up under a mother so devoted to the Church of Rome. But that hope was now gone, and they soon had cause to think that their fears were better founded. On the very day of the birth, the king announced that Lady Roxburgh was to be his governess, a Catholic and a Scotchwoman, who had brought about the conversion of the child's grandmother, Anne of Denmark. And it was only in ungracious compliance with the urgent protests of his advisers that he finally appointed Lady Dorset, an Englishwoman and a Protestant. Amid all these anticipations and searchings of heart, the boy was baptized by Laud on June 27th at the King's Chapel of St. James. The King of France and the Palgrave, Catholic and Protestant, and the Queen Mother of France being sponsors. From his mother herself, who in quite a human way was concerned with him just then as her baby, and not as the hope of Catholicism, we learn what sort of baby he was. Whatever qualities he derived from his parents, he belied the relationship in his looks. The king was a handsome man. The queen was allowed even by the severest detractor of her own sex to have beautiful eyes, a well-shaped nose, and an admirable complexion. In neither of them, if Van Dyck may be trusted, was the hair dark. But the mother in her fond way testifies frankly to the child's harsh features and southern swarthiness. He seems indeed to have been a reversion to a far bygone Provençal type. As soon as she could use the pen, Henrietta thus described him to her former governess, Madame de Motteville: "He is so ugly that I am ashamed of him, but his size and features supply the want of beauty. I wish you could see the gentleman, for he has no ordinary mien. He is so serious in all that he does that I cannot help deeming him far wiser than myself." And a little later: "He is so fat and so tall that he is taken for a year old, and he is only 4 months. His teeth are already beginning to come. I will send you his portrait as soon as he is a little fairer, for at present he is so dark that I am ashamed of him." But she had to bear with her black baby, for black he remained, and as for good looks, "Odds fish," he himself ejaculated 40 years afterwards, when shown his picture, "I am an ugly fellow." And if to his father, the perfect horseman, and to his mother, the beautiful dancer, we may assign much of the dignified ease of carriage which he kept to his death, his charm of voice and his grace in the ballroom, the peculiar gifts and frailties by which he succeeded where others failed, and failed where others succeeded, were eminently his own. From first to last we find no trace of the fervent religious feeling which gave to Charles I. the power to die nobly for a cause, no reserve or sobriety of thought in life, no unselfishness nor high purpose, no regal magnanimity. But he had other qualities which secured for him, on a lower plane, a life which we feel was as satisfactory to himself as it was for the most part ill and wastefully spent. His vigorous constitution and invariable good health allowed him to indulge without physical discomfort, and to the end of his days, in the inordinate pleasures of an oriental debauchery. His power of imagination, his intuitive perception of character, his faculty of statecraft, enabled him to gauge the strength or weakness of a position, the worthiness or frailty of an adherent, and to slip by difficulties which it was inconvenient to meet. His love of banter never lacked material, and his saving grace of humour enabled him to extract amusement from the most distressful condition. The graceful familiarity which was natural to him from childhood, and the address and tact which served to conceal or to excuse a selfishness which nobler feelings were seldom allowed to violate, and an habitual ingratitude which matched the ingratitude that sacrificed Strafford, were so useful to him that it was a saying that he could send away a person better pleased at receiving nothing than those in the good king his father's time that had requests granted them. So different was father and son in their humour and carriage. How all these varied sources of strength and weakness were fostered and developed by his early training will be seen as the life unfolds. For the moment we are in the nursery, and still in the presence of portents. We are told, though the authority is weak for a matter of this importance, that when he was but very young he had a very strange and unaccountable fondness to a wooden billet, without which in his arms he would never go abroad or lie down in his bed, from which the more observing sort of people gathered that when he came to years of maturity either oppressors or blockheads would be his greatest favourites, or else that when he came to reign, he would either be like Jupiter's log for everybody to deride and condemn, or that he would rather choose to command his people with a club than rule them by the sword. But the days of dolls and the nursery — his official nurse was Mrs. Wyndham, with whom we shall meet again — were soon over. At his birth he had been declared Prince of Wales and Earl of Chester, and now at 8 years of age he was knighted, received into the Order of the Garter, and installed with the usual ceremonies at Windsor. The king committed his education to William Cavendish, Earl of Newcastle, a favourite of the Queen, and to Brian Duppa, who died Bishop of Winchester shortly after the Restoration. Both appointments were unexceptionable. Newcastle was the most prominent grandee of the kingdom. His fortune was princely, his bearing stately and dignified, his character unstained, his intellect respectable. A very fine gentleman, says Clarendon, active and full of courage, and most accomplished in those qualities of horsemanship, dancing, and fencing which accompany a good breeding. Besides that, he was amorous of poetry and music, in which he indulged the greatest part of his time. He loved monarchy, as it was the foundation and support of his own greatness, and the Church, as it was well constituted for the splendour and security of the crown, and religion, as it cherished and maintained that order and obedience that was necessary to both. To Brian Duppa was entrusted the more literary side of the boy's training. A man of excellent parts and every way qualified for his function, especially as to the comeliness of his person and gracefulness of his deportment, which rendered him worthy the service of a court, and every way fit to stand before princes. Newcastle, in writing to the boy himself, bore eloquent testimony to his colleague's worth. "Your tutor, sir, wherein you are most happy, since he hath no pedantry in him, his learning he makes right use of, neither to trouble himself with it or his friends, reads men as well as books, the purity of his wit doth not spoil the serenity of his judgment, and, in a word, strives as much discreetly to hide the scholar in him as other men's follies studies to show it, and is a right gentleman, such a one as man should be." Duppa's temper seems to have been singularly sweet, and while exercising no commanding influence upon Charles, he evidently gained, like Newcastle, the boy's respect and affection. Many years later, when Duppa lay dying at Richmond, Charles, then restored king, knelt at his old tutor's side to ask his blessing. In the charge of Newcastle and Duppa, and with the 2 sons of Buckingham, so graciously depicted by Van Dyck, Charles's earliest youth passed pleasantly away. Newcastle's instructions to the boy himself have fortunately been preserved, and they are of extreme interest when compared with the elaborate letter of advice which he felt it his duty to hand to his sovereign on his coming into possession of the crown, and which will be dealt with in its proper place. They run thus in their strange mixture of mature wisdom and limited sympathies, and it may easily be imagined that in their negative aspect, at any rate, they carried with them their own recommendations to his pupil. "For your education, sir, it is fit you should have some languages, though I confess I would rather have you study things than words, matter than language. For seldom a critic in many languages hath time to study sense for words, and at best he is or can be but a living dictionary. Besides, I would not have you too studious, for too much contemplation spoils action, and virtue consists in that. What you read I would have it history, and the best chosen histories, that so you might compare the dead with the living. For the same humours is now as was then, there is no alteration but in names. For the arts I would have you know them so far as they are of use, and especially those that are most proper for war and use. But whensoever you are too studious, your contemplation will spoil your government, for you cannot be a good contemplative man and a good commonwealth's man, therefore take heed of too much book. Charles is to beware of too much devotion for a king, for one may be a good man but a bad king. And how many will history represent to you that in seeming to gain the kingdom of heaven have lost their own? and the old saying is that short prayers pierce the heavens' gates. This subject, however, Newcastle leaves to the Right Reverend Father in God, Lord Bishop of Chichester, your worthy tutor, contenting himself with pointing out that if the king does not show a becoming reverence at prayers, his example will encourage irreverence to himself on the part of his less devout subjects, while of the other side, if any be Bible mad, overmuch burnt with fiery zeal, they may think it a service to God to destroy you, and say the Spirit moved them, and bring some example of a king with a hard name in the Old Testament. Thus one way you may have a civil war, the other a private treason, and he that cares not for his own life is master of another man's. For books thus much more, the greatest clerks are not the wisest men, and the great troublers of the world. The greatest captains were not the greatest scholars, neither have I known bookworms great statesmen. But, sir, you are in your own disposition religious, and not very apt to your book, so you need no great labour to persuade you to the one, or long discourses to dissuade you from the other. The things that I have discoursed to you most is to be courteous and civil to everybody. Set to, make difference of cabbages, and believe it, the putting off of your hat and making a leg pleases more than reward or preservation, so much doth it take all kind of people. Then to speak well of everybody, and when you hear people speak ill of others, reprehend them, and seem to dislike it so much as do not look on them favourably for a few days after, and say something in favour of those that have been spoken against. The other, which is railing, scorn, and jeering, is fitter for porters, watermen, and carmen, than for gentlemen. How much more then for a prince, whose dislike is death, and kills any subject? To lose your dignity and set by your state, I do not advise you to that, but the contrary. For what preserves you kings more than ceremony? The cloth of estates, the distance people are with you, great officers, heralds, drums, trumpeters, rich coaches, rich furniture for horses, guards, martial men making room, disorders to be laboured by their staff of office, and cry, "Now the king comes." The king must know at what time to play the king, and when to qualify it, but never put it off. For in all triumphs whatsoever, or public showing yourself, you cannot put upon you too much king. Yet even there sometimes a chat or a smile in the right place will advantage you. To women you cannot be too civil, especially to great ones. What hurt were it to send them a dish from your table when you dine with some of your great lords, and to drink their health? Certainly, sir, you cannot lose by courtesy. I mean not you should be so familiar as to bring you to contempt, for I mean you should keep yourself up prince still, and in all your actions. But I would not have you so seared with majesty as to think that you are not of mankind, nor suffer others or yourself to flatter you so much. The incommodities to life, and the sustaining of it, and the same things the meanest do, you must do the like or not live. These things, when you are pleased to think of them, will persuade you that you are of the lump of man and mortal, and the more you repeat these thoughts, the better prince you'll be. I mean not by repeating your mortality to have a death's head set always before you, or to cry every morning that you are mortal, for I would not have you fall into a divine melancholy, to be an anchoret or a capuchin, or with a philosophical discourse to be a Diogenes in your tub, but to temper yourself so by this means as to be a brave, noble, and just king, and make your name immortal by your brave acts abroad, and your unspotted justice at home, qualified by your well temper and mercy. To take heed of too much book, to beware of too much devotion, to be courteous, especially to women, not to be an anchoret or a capuchin or a Diogenes in your tub. These were instructions of easy remembrance and application. For the rest, the brave, noble, and just king we shall see. Newcastle kept his charge for 3 years, and in his lordly way performed his duties well. What he had to give he gave the boy, who became, like himself, an adept rider, fencer, and dancer, with a love of music. They were evidently fond of one another, and the relations are pleasantly shown, as are the bonhomie, the gift of banter, the courteous familiarity, and the lightness of touch which served Charles so well through life. In a few words of copy hand, written between pencil lines ruled for him by Peter Massenet, his French writing master. The occasion was a critical one. The boy had declined to take his physic, and the gorgeous Earl of Newcastle had been driven to call in the only person of whom Charles seems to have stood in awe. We can imagine the humorous grimace with which he surrendered his caprice to his mother's brief commands. "Charles, I am sore that I must begin my first letter with chiding you, because I hear you will not take physic. I hope it was only for this day, and that tomorrow you will do it. For if you will not, I must come to you and make you take it, for it is for your health. I have given order to my Lord Newcastle to send me word to-night whether you will or will not. Therefore I hope you will not give me the pains to go, and so I rest, your affectionate mother, to my dear son the Prince, Henriette Marie Regina." End of section 1. Section 2 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1, Prince of Wales, Part 2. It is probable that the royal messenger was able to report unconditional capitulation. But if ever the child were father to the man, the parentage is shown in his own words. "My lord, I would not have you take too much physic, for it doth always make me worse, and I think it will do the like with you. I ride every day, and am ready to follow any other directions from you. Make haste to return to him that loves you, Charles P., for my Lord of Newcastle." At the end of 3 years, in August 1641, Newcastle resigned his charge. His successor, William Seymour, Marquis of Hertford, was like himself a man of great honour, great interest in fortune and estate, and of an universal esteem over the kingdom. Hertford was, however, and he felt it, singularly unfit for an office which he accepted purely out of obedience to the king, and it was a misfortune that at 11 years of age the care of the quick-witted, vigorous boy should have fallen into the hands of a governor of an age not fit for much activity and fatigue, who loved and was even so much wedded to his ease that he loved his book above all exercises. That book against too much of which Newcastle had felt it unnecessary to warn his pupil. Before this change took place, Charles had already made his first public appearance, for on May 11th, 1641, he carried his father's letter to the Lords, the last attempt to save Strafford's life. Of all the strange lessons that he was now learning, none could have been stranger than this: that his stately father should be forced to sue, and should sue in vain, for the life of a servant. Newcastle was right. No book lore could match such teaching. During the spring of 1642 he was kept close by his father's side, for it was believed that the Parliament were proposing to take him by force from Theobald's, whither the king had gone on his way to Newmarket and York, and thus to frustrate the suspected design of removing him abroad. In May, as war came nearer, he was appointed captain of a troop of horse, the Prince of Wales' own, which was raised as the king's special guard, and it was probable then that Van Dyck's very beautiful portrait of him was painted. As matters grew ever more threatening, Hertford's services were needed to secure the West Country, where his influence was great, and a third governor was chosen for the boy. The selection was a curious and unfortunate one. Clarendon has difficulty in finding words sufficient to express the contempt in which the Earl of Berkshire was held. His interest and reputation were less than anything but his understanding. He was appointed for no other reason but because he had a mind to it, and his importunity was troublesome. a man of any who bore the name of a gentleman, the most unfit for that province, or any other that required any proportion of wisdom and understanding for the discharge of it. It must not be forgotten, when accounting for Charles's later career, that at the most receptive and dangerous time of a boy's life, especially a boy of southern precocity of physical development, and under circumstances in which he could not but be constantly witness of every form of license, he was placed for several years in the nominal charge of a born fool. For the moment this was of little importance. The king was careful to keep Charles near his person, and thus he was present at the ominous setting up of the royal standard, and in the marching and countermarching before Edge Hill. Of what actually befell him and his brother James at the battle the accounts are not easily reconciled, although there is no doubt that the boys were in real danger, and apparently more than once. At the beginning of the fighting the prince's troop obtained leave to charge in the first line, while he and James were entrusted to Harvey, the celebrated physician. Harvey put them, as he believed, under cover, took a book from his pocket, and was speedily lost to all less interesting matters, until he was aroused by a cannon-ball grazing the earth beside them, when he judged well to shift his position. Of a later and critical moment of the battle, when Balfour's charge had broken the royal infantry, and Lindsay had fallen, we have 3 eyewitnesses. James described many years afterwards how the old Earl of Dorset, being commanded by the king my father to go and carry the prince and myself up a hill out of the battle, refused to do it, and said he would not be thought a coward for ever a king's son in Christendom. Clarendon, however, then of course plain Mr. Hyde, according to his own account, obeyed the king's command to wait upon them, and not to leave them until they were in safety. On their way the party suddenly fell in with a body of Parliamentary horse, whom in the dim evening light they mistook for their own friends, and escaped capture only through the devotion of one of the king's equerries. And lastly there is Sir John Hinton, physician in ordinary to Charles, who, when writing down his reminiscences in 1679, and evidently referring to this incident, relates how your Majesty was unhappily left in a large field, at which time I had the honour to attend your person, and seeing the danger, I did with all earnestness, most humbly, but at last somewhat rudely, importune your Highness, at which your Highness was pleased to tell me you feared them not, and drawing pistol resolved to charge them, but I did prevail. But one of those troopers, being excellently mounted, broke his rank, and coming full career, I dismounted him in closing, and Mr. Matthews, a gentleman pensioner, rides up and with a pole-axe decides the contest. It is difficult to believe that all this happened without Hyde's knowledge, but it is equally difficult to believe that Hinton would put down for the king's eye a false relation of circumstance which happened at an age when such things are fixed upon the memory. During the king's abortive march upon London, and through the succeeding 18 months, Charles remained with the Earl of Berkshire at Oxford. In June 1644 he rode out with his father on that summer's campaign, was present with him at the battle of Coperty Bridge, and witnessed the consternation which followed the news of the rout of Rupert and his old tutor Newcastle at Marston Moor. He saw the surrender of Essex Foot at Lostwithiel, and the misconduct of Goring, by which the cavalry was allowed to escape, was by the king's side at the second battle of Newbury, and indeed throughout all the hard work of the 6 months' campaign, and returned with him to Oxford at the end of November. Here he remained for the next 3 months under the foolish Earl, during which we have but one notice of him of significance, pointing to an interpretation of Newcastle's instructions not to the taste of his dignified father, insomuch that at St. Mary's he did once hit him on the head with his staff, when he did observe him to laugh at sermon time upon the ladies who sat against him. and now Charles was witness of the growing dejection, discontent, and jealousies which were already beginning to paralyze the royal cause. He saw, as far as a boy's eyes could see, one side seeming to fight for monarchy with the weapons of confusion, and the other to destroy the king and his government with all the principles and regularity of government. Before he was 15 years of age, the doctrine of divine right preached from the Oxford pulpits must have become a mere jingle of words in the face of the practical contradictions to which he saw it every day subjected at the hands of both friend and foe. Nor was his scepticism likely to be lessened when, to unbuoy him by putting him into some action and acquaintance with the business out of his own sight, the king sent him in the beginning of 1645 into the West, in the hope that his presence might cure the factions and animosities which were rife. Nervously anxious that in case of his own death or captivity the heir to the throne should be ready to take his place, his father strictly enjoined that he was to keep his residence in a safe garrison, and on no account to engage in any martial actions or be present in any army. To support him in his new dignity, his first real entrance into public work, the king gave him a council of the highest character: the Duke of Richmond, the Earl of Southampton, Lords Capel, Hopton, and Culpeper, and Hyde, now Sir Edward, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. With them was associated the Earl of Berkshire. The king had realized the unfitness of this appointment, but he applied two remedies. The one was to lessen the prince his reverence and esteem for his governor, which, as Clarendon remarks, was not necessary. The other to leave the governor without any more authority than every one of the council had, and so much less as the prince had a better esteem of every one of them than he had of him, and so left him without a governor, which would have been a little better if he had been without the Earl of Berkshire too. Charles was created Duke of Cornwall, General of the Western Association, and to soothe the pride of Rupert, who would accept a commission from no less a person, Generalissimo of all the king's forces in England and Wales. His journey from Oxford, in an incessant downpour of rain and in great straits for food, was less distressing than the scene of indescribable melancholy at Oxford, or that of warring ambitions among the officers, of undisciplined violence and rapine among the troops, and of unfulfilled promises, in which he found himself on his arrival at Bristol. No provision had been made, and he was compelled to borrow money from Lord Hopton to obtain the merest necessaries of life. Under the tutelage of Hyde, which lasted in much the same form for 20 years, he assumed his place in the council, and learned, as far as Hyde would allow him, to take an active part in business, to judge and to speak. But it is clear from remarks made by himself years later that he was subjected to the same kind of judicious repression that is generally considered desirable for a lively schoolboy in the presence of grave men. Charles and the council did their best to carry out the mission of introducing order into chaos in the West, and his cousin Rupert gave him, as always, unselfish and loyal support. But the task was hopeless from the first. Goring and Grenville, the former a drunkard and debauchee, the very type of the rakehelly cavalier, thwarted all prudent measures by their insubordination, while they made the country ring with their reckless robbery and outrage, and alienated all sympathy from the royal cause. In April, Charles summoned the commissioners of the western counties to meet him at Bridgewater. Here the public difficulties were more or less arranged, but here too a new element of anxiety for the prince's counsellors was introduced. His official nurse in childhood, Mrs. Wyndham, was wife of the governor of Bridgewater, and through his extraordinary kindness for this woman he was diverted from all serious application to business, even if he were not encouraged by her in the grosser tastes in which, it is clear from an anecdote repeated by Hyde and from the veiled language of other passages, the boy was already initiated. Being a woman of great rudeness and a country pride, nihil muliebre praeter corpus gerens, she valued herself much upon the power and familiarity which her neighbours might see she had with the Prince of Wales, and therefore upon all occasions and company would use great boldness towards him, and sometimes in dancing would run the length of the room and kiss him. She omitted no opportunity of trying to weaken his respect for his father, and finding that the council was not amenable to her private designs of benefit for herself and her children, she did her best to harass them by creating an opposite faction among other members of his family, in which effort, with the help of the Earl of Berkshire, she was only too successful. From these influences the council removed the prince as soon as possible by returning to Bristol, where they found fresh distractions caused by the intrigues of Goring, whose jealousy of Rupert knew no bounds. After a bitter dispute before the king at Oxford, Rupert's influence, backed by the prince's counsel, so far prevailed that Goring, whose ambition was fixed upon securing for himself the chief command of the West, was sent back with his desire nominally unattained. But he bore with him nevertheless letters which gave him admittance to all consultations of the council, and other concessions which made him practically independent. These letters were delivered by Goring when the prince, driven from Bristol by the plague, was on his way to Barnstaple. The council resolutely opposed his pretensions, while he, in despite of them, assumed absolute freedom of control. Under such circumstances, organised resistance to the parliamentary forces rapidly broke down. At Barnstaple, Charles heard of the disaster at Naseby, and a month later, after Goring's ruinous defeat by Fairfax at Langport, he was compelled to retire farther west to Launceston. There he received explicit instructions from the king that in case of danger of falling into the rebels' hands he should at once go to France, where he was to be under his mother's care in all matters except religion, with which his old tutor Brian Duppa was to deal. Against this order the council, led by Hyde, whose jealousy of French influence was inveterate, warmly protested, and they suggested Ireland or Scotland instead. The feeling that the prince should not leave British soil was expressed at public meetings at Exeter, when he was there in September, and a little later in Cornwall, where petitions were presented desiring him under no adverse fortune to go to France. A second time, after Rupert's surrender at Bristol, the king declared his wishes, and again the council refused to endorse them. Pushed ever farther west, Charles reached Truro. There it was resolved to make a great effort for the relief of Exeter, and starting on December 26th, he marched by Bodmin to Tavistock, and thence to Totnes. Another letter from his father had previously been sent to him, absolutely forbidding recourse to Scotland or Ireland, but ordering him in necessity to retire to Denmark. And now still a fourth arrived, insisting that he should leave the kingdom at once. This, however, was the precise point upon which the council did not hesitate to renew their resistance to the king's will. They returned an answer that should the need for flight arise, they would send the prince to Scilly or Jersey, since it was imperative that he should continue within the king's dominions. The time for this came very speedily. All hope of relieving Exeter vanished, and the advance of Fairfax pushed the disheartened royalists back into Cornwall. On February 15th, 1646, Hopton, who had been placed in command, fought the final action of the war at Torrington, and on the 17th Charles was driven to the last stronghold, Pendennis Castle. There he remained until a design to kidnap him was discovered, when Hyde and Culpeper, having consulted by letter with the other members of the council, who were at a distance, determined to send him to Scilly, Jersey being rejected on account of its nearness to France. At 10 o'clock on the night of Monday, March 2nd, with Hyde, Culpeper, and Berkshire, Charles went on board the Phoenix frigate, and on the afternoon of Wednesday landed in safety, but destitute, at St. Mary's. Culpeper was at once sent to Paris to ask for help in men and money from the Queen, while Hyde and Berkshire remained in attendance. It was soon clear that the stay in Scilly could not be prolonged. The place itself was bare of provisions, and during 6 weeks nothing arrived from Cornwall. Mrs. Fanshawe, the wife of Charles' secretary, gives a vivid picture of the straits to which they were reduced. "When we had got to our quarters near the castle where the prince lay, I went immediately to bed, which was so vile that my footman never lay in a better." And again, "We were destitute of clothes, and meat and fuel for half the court to serve them a month was not to be had in the whole island, and truly we begged our daily bread of God, for we thought every meal our last. The council sent for provisions to France, which served us, but they were bad and a little of them." Charles and his attendants soon wearied as much of inaction as of discomfort, for there was neither amusement nor occupation to be had on the island, and after the life of excitement which he had passed, the change for an active boy was intolerably irksome. Moreover, it was clearly necessary to seek safer as well as better quarters, for there was imminent danger of capture by the cruisers of the Parliament. His council were as before reluctant to go to Jersey. They feared that the jealousy which would be aroused in England by this proximity to France might be prejudicial to his father's safety. But Charles now produced a letter, which by the king's command he had kept secret for nearly a year, wherein he was ordered to do nothing that might endanger his own person, either to rescue his father or even to save his life. Accordingly, with the consent of the whole council except Berkshire, and attended by a retinue of 300 persons, council, grooms of the bedchamber, gentlemen of the privy chamber, cupbearer, carver, master of the robes, pages of the backstairs, pages of honour, equerries, chaplains, barber, and others not officially connected with the household, the prince embarked on a small frigate, the Proud Black Eagle, with 2 other vessels in attendance, and eluding the Parliamentary fleet, arrived safely at Elizabeth Castle on the evening of Friday the 17th. He was received with respectful sympathy, and since there was no fitting residence on the island itself, continued to live there during his stay. End of section 2. Section 3 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1. Prince of Wales, Part 3. Jersey was exuberantly loyal and proud that in the time of distress she should have been chosen as a refuge. Sunday, April 26th, was a great day in the annals of the island. The prince had announced his intention of coming on that day to St. Helier's to attend divine service, and the whole population was there to greet him. The church was carpeted and strewn with flowers, its pillars were decorated with boughs of trees and garlands, the beach was crowded, and every window and housetop was filled with spectators. A troop of 100 cavaliers of the island and a guard of honour of 300 musketeers, with drums beating and colours flying, formed an escort. Throughout his stay in Jersey, under the careful eye of Hyde, Charles exhibited a devout bearing which won the highest approval of the inhabitants. He was indeed soon on the best of terms with them. Newcastle himself could have found no fault. He was grandement benin, displaying that easy courtesy of address, that graceful condescension in trifles, upon which his old tutor had laid such emphasis. By securing to the ladies of Puritan sympathies the restoration of their confiscated finery, by admitting the loyal islanders to see him when he dined in state with silver plate, a doctor in theology to say grace, lords and gentlemen in waiting uncovered before him, pages, cupbearers, and tasters, by the infinite grace with which he accepted their contribution of 1,500 pistoles, having not 20 pounds in the world, by the punctiliousness with which he returned their salutes. In 100 ways, this boy of 16 secured their enthusiastic affection, while his attention to his duties in the council and his activity in looking to the strengthening of the defences of the island and to the relief of Pendennis satisfied even Hyde. The time remaining from ceremonial or business was chiefly passed in indulging that passion for the sea which he had apparently acquired during his short stay in Scilly, although fear of capture by the Parliament vessels had forbidden going far from shore. On the voyage to Jersey he had insisted upon steering the frigate himself, remaining at the helm for hours at a time. On June 8th a beautifully appointed yacht arrived, which was built for him at St. Malo. She had 12 pairs of oars and 2 masts. Upon this, in the safe waters of the bay, he passed every vacant moment, and the love of salt water and the interest which he then acquired in the details of boat building remained to the end of his life. Many years after the Restoration, Arlington noted that 20 leagues by sea were more pleasing to him than 2 by land, and more than once he commissioned the building of a yacht with his own improvements. If Hyde and those who thought with him had had their way, Charles would have remained at Jersey until his father's fate was definitely settled. But his mother was eager to secure his presence in France. As early as April 5th she had written to Hyde, under the impression that Charles was still at Scilly, urging the change to Jersey, but intimating that he would find every assistance in France should he choose to land there first. Culpeper, returning from his mission to Henrietta, arrived at Jersey immediately after the prince, and Hyde, Capel, and Hopton gathered at once from him that the letter was a blind, and that had Charles landed in France he would never have been allowed to come to Jersey at all. On May 17th Henrietta communicated a copy of a letter written by the king on April 15th, in which he insisted upon his son joining her in France, and bade her send to him their united commands to do so at once. Hyde and his friends fought desperately against this design. They had to contend with the influence of Culpeper, who had been won over by the Queen during his stay in Paris, and who privately so wrought upon his Highness that he became as averse to remaining in Jersey as he had previously been disinclined to leaving it. All they could do was to persuade Charles to postpone his departure until Capel and Culpeper had carried their remonstrances to the Queen, with their opinion that in any case delay was necessary until circumstances had more fully declared themselves. On May 20th Hyde recapitulated his arguments in a long dispatch to the Queen's favourite, Lord Jermyn, through whom she transacted all business. The anxiety which would at once occur as to the prince's religion, the sacrifice of his present security and honourable independence, the jealousy which would be aroused in every country at present favourable to his cause, these and other cogent reasons were pressed home. But Hyde's main contention was that the king could be restored only by the affections of his own people, that these affections would be lost if it were known that Charles had gone to France, and that the help of a French army would be disastrous. A little later he repeated this last argument. "I do more fear a French army than the Presbyterians and Independents. It must be the resurrection of the English courage, and loyalty must recover England for the king. A foreign aid, except of arms and money, will never reconcile these hearts to the king and his posterity, without which he has no hope of reigning." Hyde's pleading was in vain. The king had again written to his wife from Newcastle that he considered Charles was not safe in Jersey. "In God's name let him stay with thee till it is seen what ply my business will take." But this was coupled with the command that thou wouldst not endeavour to alter him in religion, nor so much as trouble him in that point. Next, that thou mayest not thyself, nor suffer him to be, engaged in any treaty of marriage without first having my approbation. The Queen wrote accordingly, commanding Charles to give immediate obedience to his father's wish, promising on the part of the French court an honourable reception, with full liberty to continue or depart at pleasure, promising also that she would not oppose his going anywhere in the king's dominions, that all business of state should be conducted through him and the council as in Jersey, and that she would strictly adhere to the king's limitations of her influence. High politics came to her aid. Mazarin desired to see Charles nominally under French protection, really, as Hyde saw, in French power. He might prove to be a useful card in the political game with England. An open offer might have caused a breach with the Parliament. There could, however, be no ground of complaint against the prince's coming to visit his mother, and to make sure of his acquiescence, Mazarin was careful that a letter should reach the hands of the Council, in which it was stated that he had certain intelligence of a plot within Charles's household to deliver him to the Parliament. Henrietta's entreaties and commands were strongly reinforced by the impatience of the boy himself to exchange the narrow round of pleasure and interest which the island afforded, and the control of Hyde, for the freedom and the delights which Paris had to offer to a young prince. On June 20th, when Capel and Culpeper returned, accompanied by Jermyn, Digby, and others of the Queen's friends, the question was finally settled at a meeting of the Prince's Council, in which the newcomers took part. Hyde, supported by Capel and Hopton, pleaded for a postponement of the debate on so crucial a matter. Jermyn and Culpeper replied that the main question was already decided, since it was whether the Prince was to obey or to disobey his father and mother. The only debate could be upon details. Charles gave his decision in their favour and ordered everything to be in readiness for the next Tuesday morning. Accidents and contrary winds prevented the departure until Thursday afternoon, and the boy's impatience during the enforced delay is vividly pictured for us by an eye-witness. From Tuesday morning, that he first intended to go, he stayed with great impatience, and would never suffer any of his attendants or train to go out of the castle, lest they might be absent in that article of time when the wind should serve, which he resolved to lay hold of. So that nobody went to bed from that time till they came into France, and ate only such meat as my Lady Cartwright could suddenly provide. The Lords Capel and Hopton and the Chancellor of the Exchequer went once a day to kiss his hands, and stayed very little time, there growing every day a visible strangeness between them and the rest, insomuch that they had little speech together, and the last day none. The other lords sitting upon the rock of the waterside, whilst they walked upon the bowling green with the Prince, who quickly left them, and they returned. To the last moment Jermyn and Digby were anxious lest Hyde should regain his influence, and when on Thursday morning, June 24th, Charles went on board the frigate, they walked by his side, each taking an arm, presenting thus an actual physical barrier against interference. The contrary wind was so violent that he was forced to land again. His impatience was rendered ungovernable by this delay, and about 5 of the clock, the wind continuing still contrary, he resolved to try his fortune, and suddenly put all his company aboard, and himself went into his chally, resolving to row over. But within half an hour after he was at sea, the wind came fair and blew a pretty gale, so that he went into the bigger vessel, and by 11 of the clock at night reached the French shore at Cotainville, and lay at anchor till daybreak, and then he landed with all his retinue. Hyde, Capel, and Hopton declined to accompany an expedition of which they utterly disapproved, and Fanshawe remained with them on the island. Berkshire, even more mortified, went to Holland. The personal differences which appeared in this dispute have to be reckoned with throughout the next years. A continual conflict took place between the Queen's or the French faction, in which Jermyn and Digby, and in a less degree Culpeper, were the most prominent, and the party which followed Hyde, the former councillors of the king, Capel, Hopton, Ormond, and Nicholas. Between the calmness of judgment, the consistent devotion, and the firmness of political principle of the latter, and the comparative absence of all such virtues in the former party, there was a marked contrast. There remains one episode to be recorded before we follow Charles in his fortunes in France. We could scarcely expect, when we remember the early maturity of his physical nature, that amid the scenes and influences of the past 4 years his morals should have remained unscathed. But it is somewhat startling to find that before he left Jersey when he was barely 16, the boy had become a father. The secret was well kept, so well indeed that more than 20 years afterwards he was able to inform the general of the Jesuits at Rome that it was known to but two other persons, the Queen of Sweden and Henrietta Maria, and that of them neither was aware of the other's knowledge. Of the mother we know absolutely nothing more than Charles disclosed in the same letter. The boy was born, he says, of a young lady who was amongst the most distinguished in our kingdom, more from the frailty of our first youth than from any ill intentions or great depravity. With her wrecked life, her motherhood, which was her shame, she passes like a nameless shadow across the page. Of the child we hear more. In 1665 he was in London, and on September 27th of that year Charles gave a written acknowledgment that James Stuart was his natural son, having lived in France and elsewhere under an assumed name up to that date. Charles further ordered that he should be known as James de la Cloche du Bourg de Jarzy, and prohibited him from disclosing his birth until after his own death, when he might present this declaration to Parliament. The boy then went to Holland to pursue his studies. A year and a half later, February 1667, Charles sent him another paper, which, like the first, still exists in the archives of the Jesuits, assigning to him, if it pleased his successor in Parliament, £500 a year, which he was to enjoy so long only as he lived in London and remained a member of the English Church. On April 29th, 1667, the young man was reconciled to Rome, and that circumstance led to another meeting with his father, which will appear later in the narrative. Charles landed in France with high hopes, born of the assurances he had received, but he was speedily disillusioned. To play the part of the unwilling host to a self-invited guest was Mazarin's obviously prudent course. Instead of the reception to which he had looked forward, Charles had to make his way unassisted to his mother at Saint-Germain, where Rupert found him in the middle of July. The French, wrote one of his followers, allow the prince nothing of their great promises, and I think the court wished themselves at Jarzy again. With the same political aim, a pretext was found in a dispute as to his precedence over Louis XIV. To delay the formal reception demanded by his relationship until August 14th, when he was acknowledged at Fontainebleau with all the elaborate ceremonial which now became the established practice of the French court. He rode on the same side of the coach as the king, and on his right hand, and no point of honour was forgotten and nothing omitted that could testify the close ties of consanguinity. For his own bearing we hear that truly the prince behaved himself in the journey so handsomely that he has gotten the love of all that have seen him, both men and women. But while every care was taken to give him all that convention demanded, the purely formal nature of the reception was emphasized by his being allowed to extend his stay over no more than the customary 3 days of court visits. In the midst of his own troubles, Charles I did not lose sight of his son. He sent Dr. Stewart to be dean of his chapel, and to advise him in all matters of conscience. He bade him hold fast to the right government of the Church, and never to give up the power of the sword when he should come to be king. And lastly he wrote, "I will end this letter with a negative direction, never to give way to the punishment of any for their faithful service to the crown, upon whatsoever pretence or for whatsoever cause." There is something exquisitely pathetic in this expression of remorse from the man who sacrificed Strafford. We shall find his son, who had carried his appeal to the coldly obdurate Houses, recalling it more than once in after years, even when he followed only too faithfully the precedent rather than the precept. A certain show of desultory education was kept up. The prince gives good Dr. Earls leave to read with him an hour a day, and Mr. Hobbes to teach him the mathematics another. What progress he makes I know not, but without doubt he hath a sweetness of nature not easy to be corrupted. 2 hours a day probably did not suffice for other experiences. Under able tuition he soon became initiated into the relaxations of a court where intrigue, duelling, and licence reigned supreme. Buckingham, his old playfellow, found him enough inclined to receive ill impressions, and having himself got into all the impieties and vices of the age, set himself to corrupt the king, in which he was too successful, being seconded in that wicked design by Lord Percy. End of section 3. Section 4 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1, Prince of Wales, Part 4. There is little doubt that Charles now became the rake in heart and in practice which he remained through life. To one control, however, he had to submit. The Queen, like the mother of Falkland, was of a most masculine understanding, allayed by the passion and infirmities of her sex, and of the masterfulness which had subdued her husband. She gave her son an ample experience. With his vices, indeed, she did not interfere, but in all other matters she kept a tight hand upon his behaviour. He dared not come into her presence uncovered. He was allowed no share in business except the signing of documents which he did not read. No information on public matters was given him. On the ground that it was not fitting that the heir to England should be a pensioner upon the King of France, his mother kept to herself the addition to her pension which was made by the court for his support, and for his scanty pocket money he was dependent upon her, or, more galling still, upon Lord Jermyn. So far as she was able, she kept him from English influences, and he must often have sighed for the time when he was at Jersey like a schoolboy, no distance kept, but all suffered to be as familiar with him as if they were his fellows. But now the English were kept at a great distance, while the French were as familiar with him as could be imagined. In all respects but one, but that the one nearest to her heart, she had her will. His father's commands that she should not interfere with his religion were so precise and unwavering that she dared not disobey, and he never appeared at that time to give Dr. Stewart or good Dr. Earls any anxiety. Indeed, he aroused much searching of heart by his frequent attendance at Charenton, the headquarters of French Protestantism, of Presbyterianism, that is, of the sternest type, and Hyde, at a distance, hating Presbyterianism even more than he hated France, was obliged to quiet his own mind and other people's minds by the diplomatic reflection that his going to Charenton is no more countenancing Presbyterianism against Episcopacy than the sending an ambassador into Holland is countenancing a republic against monarchy. But what had the black baby become by this time? Fortunately, we have the testimony of two women. His mother's old friend and governess, Madame de Motteville, describes him as very well made. His swarthy complexion agreed well with his large bright eyes. His mouth was exceedingly ugly, his figure extremely fine. He was very tall for his age. He had probably now reached his full stature of over 2 yards high, and carried himself with grace and dignity, the effect of his birthright and of Newcastle's training. His natural tendency to wit and repartee, of which he gave the first note in his child's letter to Newcastle, was not noticed, for at that time he hesitated and even stammered, a defect observed in his father and still more in his uncle Louis XIII. And Mademoiselle de Montpensier describes him as tall for his age, with a beautiful head, black hair, a swarthy complexion, and a tolerable figure. This very lively young lady had ample opportunity for noting Charles's personal qualities. Cousin to Louis XIV, and through her mother the richest heiress in Europe, the Grand Mademoiselle had been selected by Henrietta Maria even 2 years ago, when the successive proposals for the daughters of the King of Portugal and Prince of Orange fell to the ground, as a fitting match for her son. She was clever and conscious of her cleverness, beautiful and vain of her beauty, which, as she stands before her mirror, she lovingly and minutely describes, fond of her independence, of her command of wealth, and of the power which wealth brings, clear-sighted and shrewd of tongue. And it is to her own facile and spirited pen that we owe the account of the strange courtship of which, at his mother's bidding, Charles now performed the outward and visible signs. Two great obstacles were in the way. The lady herself had higher views than to be the consort of an exiled and penniless youth. She was as ambitious as she was rich and capable, and she had made up her mind to be the second wife of the Emperor upon the expected death of his first. In the next place, Charles could not speak French. No French had been allowed at his father's court, and even his mother had partly forgotten her own tongue before she returned to Paris, and he was forced to carry on his courtship in dumb show, or through Rupert's interpretership, and this she declared to be unsatisfactory. Charles seems to have performed his part with as much conscientiousness as he ever gave to an uncongenial task. In legitimate love-making, indeed, he was as little at home as young Marlowe in She Stoops to Conquer, but he wore Mademoiselle's colours, he sighed like Furnace, he made sheep's eyes at her in default of speech, he held the light while his mother dressed her hair, and performed even more intimate mysteries of the toilet. He attended her at every festivity, ready, hat in hand, to lead her to her coach, and having anticipated her arrival, ready again to hand her out. If only he could have spoken for himself, she intimates, she might have yielded. But neither the lad of 17 nor the mature coquette of 19 had the least heart in the business, while the anxious and tactless Henrietta, by her incessant talk about his love, his virtues, and his agonies of apprehension lest the Empress should die, made her object so apparent to the sharp-witted girl that, although she appears to have given some sort of provisional assent, it was clearly with the object of escaping from further insistence. Even Henrietta's simple device of attempting to arouse her jealousy by drawing Charles into a flirtation with one of her maids of honour was not effective. Mademoiselle was indeed a good deal piqued, but that was all. As for Charles, flirtation was a policy which he was quite willing to carry out, but he insisted on his own choice, and declared himself the servant of the beautiful Mademoiselle de Châtillon. As a matter of fact, the marriage never came within the region of practical considerations. Neither Mademoiselle's father, Gaston d'Orléans, nor, far more important, Mazarin, had any intention of allowing her vast wealth to leave France. Henrietta was allowed to go on with her schemes, since at any moment it would be easy to stop the farce. No one, we may be sure, was more happy than Charles himself when this extraordinary courtship was interrupted by matters of more immediate moment. Something else, indeed, was needed if the clouds were to be dissipated which hung so thickly above the royal fortunes. Friends must be found, armies must be raised, battles must be fought. Neither France nor Spain, engaged as they were in an exhausting struggle, would risk the active enmity of the English Parliament, although neither would at present ally herself with an anti-monarchical government. The French court, moreover, with the difficulties of the Fronde opening fast, confronted by a turbulent nobility against which all the resource of Anne of Austria and Mazarin was needed if they were to hold their own, with the finances at the lowest ebb, was bent on avoiding all external complication. To use the presence of Charles to his advantage in dealing with England was Mazarin's sole aim. If the Parliament grew weak, a show of active assistance to the prince might obtain advantageous terms. As, however, they were strong, he could be used equally as a means of conciliating their favour. Thus, in May 1647, an edict was issued forbidding ships with commissions from Charles I. or the Prince to sail from French ports, and denouncing their commanders as pirates and robbers, and the Prince himself was made to understand that, as Hyde had foreseen, he was practically a court prisoner of France. So resolved was Mazarin to keep him in his power that he refused to grant his wish to join the French forces in Flanders on the pretext that it was beneath the dignity of the heir apparent of England to serve in a foreign army. From his brother-in-law, the Prince of Orange, and his sister Mary, he was indeed secure of hospitality and sympathy. But they were prevented from promising more, for to the merchant oligarchy, which was stronger than themselves, commerce was the overwhelming interest, and the parliamentary fleets swept the sea. It soon became clear that Presbyterian Scotland and Catholic Ireland remained the only possible sources from which help might come for the restoration of a monarchy to which Presbyterianism and Catholicism were alike abhorrent, and that from neither was help to be expected without unpalatable conditions. Scotland was sharply divided. There was the party led by Argyle, to whom the Covenant was the gospel traced by the glowing fingers of Jehovah himself, who hated the English independence, and who was bitterly disappointed at the failure to impose Presbyterianism upon England. The party ready to fight for the king, if by so doing they could secure the Covenant, but which protested against war without that condition. And there was the party of Hamilton, Lauderdale, and the other Engagers, who, nominally adherents of the Covenant, and forced to speak its language if they would continue in public life, hoped to use the power it implied to restore the king. In the summer of 1647, the Earl of Dunfermline was sent to France by the Presbyterians of London and the Scottish commissioners, who were still there, to urge the dispatch of Charles to Scotland, that he might head an army of invasion which would be seconded by a rising in England itself. But Hyde, who was consulted by Henrietta, although still in Jersey, had no desire for a restoration which should place the crown under the heel of the Kirk, and he insisted that no step should be taken until the Scots had declared their intentions and conditions plainly and finally. Argyle's reply was a protest against war until the king should accept the Covenant. But national opinion in Scotland, as distinguished from that of the rigid Covenanters, was keen for war, and Hamilton, to whom the parliamentary majority representing this feeling had passed at the beginning of 1648, although the Assembly of the Kirk, in union with Argyle, was absolutely opposed to the Engagers, was resolved upon immediate action, while by January 24th, 1648, the preliminaries of an English rising had been arranged. The Queen pawned her jewels to raise funds, and it was decided that Charles should go to Calais to be ready for emergencies. Mazarin, however, forbade a further journey into Holland. Commissions were issued in the Prince's name to Langdale and Lord Byron to command in the north and northwest of England respectively. He himself was longing for employment, and the Engagers were anxious to secure the prestige of his presence. But the disinclination to send him to Scotland was as strong as ever. "You shall have him," Hamilton was told, "when they know not where else to send him." That moment came very soon. The objections to the alternative plan of Ireland were found to be insuperable. The Queen became an advocate for the journey. Hyde was overruled, and Mazarin gave way. On March 9th, after a heated debate in the Council, the Prince's resolution was taken without more ceremony to come into Scotland. On the 23rd his offer was carried to Edinburgh, and on May 1st Hamilton, Lauderdale, and 3 other lords formally invited him to place himself at their head. On May 30th Charles was inexpressibly desirous of himself and impatient to be amongst you. But it was not until the middle of July, after Hamilton had marched on the ill-fated expedition which ended at Preston, that his messenger returned with Charles's acceptance of the invitation, coupled, however, with the demand that he should be allowed to use the English prayer book in his public devotions, and with other stipulations which cut athwart covenanting feeling. Meanwhile, sure of a welcome from his sister and the Prince of Orange, Charles had been bent upon going to Holland, and he was upheld in his desire by his most disinterested advisers. They all felt with Nicholas that nothing will do your friends so much good as to see your Highness on the wing ready for their assistance, while Hyde, in direct opposition to the German faction, was overjoyed at the prospect of his removal from France. No greater testimony of Hyde's reputation for judgment and integrity could have been given than the urgent and reiterated summons from the Queen to come now to Saint-Germain, although he had consistently opposed her in all that concerned Charles's relations with France. He obeyed without delay, only to find that Charles was already gone to Holland. Mazarin, reluctant as he was to lose his hold upon the prince, was not sorry now to be rid of one of the many embarrassments which pressed upon him. The Fronde had begun in earnest, the provinces were stirring in revolt, the Spanish forces were fast gaining ground. Accordingly, the formal consent of France was at length given, unaccompanied, however, by any money, and it was some weeks before Jermyn could raise the small sum necessary. On June 25th, with Rupert, Culpeper, and Hopton, Charles left Saint-Germain. He had intended to join Hamilton as soon as that leader had crossed the border, but tidings that part of the fleet had revolted from the Parliament and was lying off the Dutch coast, that royalist risings had taken place in various parts of England, that Deal, Sundown, and Walmer had been captured, and that Dover was besieged, took him at once to Holland. On July 9th he arrived at Helvoetsluis, where the revolting ships were at anchor. The crews were in a state of the wildest undiscipline. His younger brother James, just escaped from England, was playing at being admiral, while a certain Colonel Bamfield, who had assisted him in his flight, was intriguing with the sailors to declare the Duke their commander, and to sail without waiting for Charles. The prince's first care was to impose discipline, and, following his mother's instructions, to secure the Presbyterian element in the fleet, by making Lord Willoughby of Parham vice-admiral. But he was in poor case for an expedition of any moment. From the commercial oligarchy in Holland he could get no help, for their interest was peace, and the Prince of Orange was able to give him only a small stock of provisions and beer. Anxious to keep the wild crews together, he nevertheless put to sea on July 17th, having first set James on shore as a check to his presumption, whereat the young Duke was much troubled and grown melancholy upon it, thus to be used as a prisoner and not trusted with himself. We can imagine Charles's delight when he felt the deck under his feet and watched the receding shores of Holland. It was not so much that he was once more on salt water, nor that action was before him worthy of a disinherited prince. For the first time he was his own master, free of Hyde and Jermyn and Mademoiselle de Montpensier, free of the council and of the factions in his family, free, above all, of his mother's imperious control. On July 24th the fleet was off Yarmouth, hoping by a timely landing to save Colchester from Fairfax. But the town was staunch to the Parliament, and the fortress was left to its fate, while Charles sailed to the Downs. To obtain funds he seized all merchant vessels making for the Thames, offering to liberate them on payment of £20,000 by the Common Council. He established a strict blockade at the mouth of the river, where Warwick was lying with the rest of the Parliamentary fleet, and he wrote to the House of Lords, urging them to a treaty with his father. He was now joined by Captain Batten, who brought with him the Constant Warwick, one of the best ships in the Parliamentary service. He thus had a fleet of 11 ships, carrying 274 guns. End of section 4. Section 5 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1, Prince of Wales, Part 5. On August 10th, Lauderdale arrived at the Downs with instructions from the Committee of Estates, issued after Hamilton had begun his march, to induce the prince to come to Scotland. Charles was desired not to bring with him Rupert, Montrose, Digby, and a few others who were named, or his uncovenanted chaplains, and to promise that he would use the established Presbyterian service. About taking the covenant there was not a word. To secure the acceptance of these desires, Lauderdale held many private conferences with the prince, and separately with his councillors. Charles pleaded for delay until he could obtain his father's opinion, but Lauderdale, strong in the knowledge of Hamilton's march, insisted upon an immediate decision. The prince now took his first lesson in the policy of acting along the line of least resistance. On the 16th, Lauderdale was called into the council, and there, to the utter consternation of Rupert, Hopton, and the other cavaliers, received Charles's submission. Lauderdale himself describes the scene, how he was placed next to Rupert, how Hopton, Gerard, and at first Culpeper were irreconcilable, how Percy and Wilmot were extremely right, Willoughby most honest and wholly Scots. On one point only a compromise was effected. Charles made a personal request that the exclusion of Rupert and Maurice should not be verbally insisted on, and Lauderdale, who described how handsomely Prince Rupert carried himself, how willing he was to efface himself rather than embarrass Charles, met him in this. But Lauderdale knew very well that Charles's submission to the will of the Scots still hung in the balance. "The Lord bless our army," he wrote, "for all depends upon that under God." He might well say so. A few days later news came of the disaster at Preston. The engagers, from whom alone Charles could hope for tolerable terms, were ruined and helpless. If he now went to Scotland, he would go bound hand and foot to Argyle and the Kirk. Tidings that Colchester had fallen determined him to lead his fleet back to Holland, whither he advised Lauderdale, who dared not return to Scotland, and who was very tired of wagging at sea, to betake himself and await his arrival. But the sailors, who were bent upon fighting, crowded the upper deck and appealed to Charles to lead them against Warwick, cursing my Lord Culpeper openly, and my Lord Lauderdale, whom they threatened to throw overboard. Rightly or wrongly, they were under the belief that the prince meant to go with a single vessel and his suite to Scotland, and they had become violently opposed to concessions to the Scots. Charles himself went among them, pointed out the want of provisions and water, the impossibility of doing anything effective against Warwick, their helplessness if contrary winds arose. But no rhetoric could alter this mad multitude from their design, for they fancied that upon the sight of our ships many of them would come into us, which would destroy Warwick's fleet, and make us absolute masters at sea. Yet for all this we took another resolution for Holland. The prince, for no man else durst, set again upon the seamen to desire their leave, and gave them so kind words that at length his ship was, after a sort, content to go for Holland. So we set sail, which the other ships seeing, two of the biggest sailed from us and away, were going for Lee Road as fast as they could, which we perceiving were forced to tack about and steer their course, finding that there was nothing to be done till we had been in Lee Road. So away we went, as needs must when the devil drives. On August 29th they spied Warwick's fleet coming toward us, at which all our cabins were knocked down, every ship cleared and put into a posture for fighting, and every landman had his station and musket, and so we sailed towards him, desiring nothing more than to fight with him. Many years afterwards Charles related how Sir W. Batten, being in the ship with him and Prince Rupert, did walk up and down with a napkin under his throat to dry up his sweat, and that Prince Rupert, being a most jealous man, and particularly of Batten, being a Presbyterian, do walk up and down swearing bloodily to the king that Batten had a mind to betray them to-day, and that the napkin was a signal. But by God, says he, if things go ill, the first thing I will do is to shoot him. Charles himself behaved with spirit. When his lords and all his seamen came to desire him to go down into the hold, he would not hear of it, but told them his honour was more to him than his safety, and desired them not to speak of it any more. But the expected fight was prevented by a storm. The sailors were at length persuaded that they must give way, when they found but one butt of beer on the fleet and no water, and on September 3rd they were at anchor at Goree. Thither Warwick followed, and summoned them to surrender. But the States, who were resolved that no fighting should take place in their waters, ordered Van Tromp, Van Butterbox the sailors called him, to lie between the hostile fleets. "Here we are, I thank God," writes the eyewitness whom we have quoted, "and if ever they get me into their sea voyages again, I am much mistaken." Probably the only person who had really enjoyed himself was Charles. One other incident, very personal to Charles, belongs to this time. On April 9th, 1649, the woman named Lucy Walters, or Barlow, a beautiful brown insipid creature, with not much wit, little means, and less grace, gave birth at Rotterdam to the future Duke of Monmouth. Charles at once acknowledged the boy, proving that whether he were really his own son, or, as is more probable, the son of Robert Sidney, whose mistress she had been, and whom the child greatly resembled, the connection between himself and her must have begun during the week, July 9th through 16th, 1648, before he set out to sea. It is interesting to be assured by grave historians that he was at this time eminent for continence. The brothers now became permanent visitors of the Prince of Orange, the States having limited their hospitality to 10 days at the rate of 1,000 guilders a day. Charles had ample occupation in the endeavour to appease the quarrels among his followers, especially between Rupert and Culpeper, representing the Scotch and anti-Scotch factions, which went so far that Culpeper was seriously beaten in the street by one of Rupert's adherents. He had also to make his fleet into a good fighting machine. The ships were in dock and the guns on shore. The crews were dispersed as far as Rotterdam, rioting and drinking. Some of the ships were carried back by their crews to the Parliament. Others were retaken. And Dorislaus, the agent of the Parliament, was justified in writing word that nothing serious was to be feared from the fleet. In November, Charles, whose vigorous constitution had enabled him to make a rapid recovery from a severe attack of smallpox, created Rupert admiral of the vessels that remained in the place of Willoughby, a concession to Cavalier feeling, probably to be laid to Hyde's door. 2 or 3 refused to have any commander but James, but here they had to deal with Rupert, who restored discipline by the simple process of throwing ringleaders into the sea with his own strong arms. Morris was appointed vice-admiral, and the ships were newly officered. For a time this squadron, the only semblance of royalist strength now in a condition to make itself felt, did useful work by capturing prizes which were sold, though for ridiculously low sums, to replenish Charles's almost empty exchequer. It was intended, however, that as soon as possible Rupert should sail to co-operate with Ormond in Ireland. Ever since he had landed at Goree, Charles had had by his side the wise and consistent counsellor to whom he afterwards owed his throne. We have seen that Hyde had been summoned in haste by the Queen from Jersey, but had reached Saint-Germain only to find that the prince had already left. He set off straightway in pursuit with Lord Cottington, an old adviser of Charles I, of like mind with himself. Missing their master at Calais, they sailed to Dunkirk, and there heard that he was already at sea. They strove to reach him in a small vessel, but were taken by pirates and robbed of all they had, finally reaching the Hague, destitute and nearly dead with sea-sickness, a day only before Charles returned. 3 weeks later Hyde addressed to the Queen, though it was never actually sent, a remarkable letter, wherein he expressed again with unmistakable distinctness the opinions from which he never swerved throughout all the weary years to follow. Never, he said, would he consent, still less contribute, to anything that might carry hazard to the full and perfect rights of the Church of England, should either she or the King be inclined under any notions of expedience to injure the Church and thereby the Crown. He would endeavour all means lawful and possible to prevent it. He had heard that with her approbation the Prince had, at Lauderdale's demand, put himself into the power and disposition of the Scots, which I did not expect. The danger was for the moment past through Hamilton's defeat, but she must understand clearly that under no circumstances would he lend himself to such a course, nor would he attend the Prince if he should ever decide to go to Scotland. If after this clear exposition his counsel was still desired, he trusted he might be disposed of to some other part of her service, when he would with all imaginable obedience observe her commands. In these views, although they are nowhere expressed so uncompromisingly, Ormond and Nicholas concurred, while Culpeper, Percy, Long, the Prince's secretary, and Dr. Fraser, his physician, were the chief saints in the Presbyterian calendar. For the time, the Scottish plan was as dead as Hyde could wish. It was not until December that Charles had received the letters written to him after Hamilton's rout by the Committee of Estates in Scotland and the Assembly of the Kirk, who were now in harmony. The committee, out of the duty they owed to him as our native prince, urged him at once to repudiate the engagers, and to induce his father to agree to the Hampton Court terms, especially as regarded the Covenant and the reformation of religion. The letter from the commissioners of the Assembly said the same, but with greater emphasis, which was customary with the Kirk. They exhorted the Prince to be diligent in reading the Holy Scriptures and frequent in prayer for grace and understanding, and trusted that God would not give him over to the counsel of the ungodly. All this and much more led up to the real point. We are persuaded there is not a better means for securing the King's throne than that your royal father and your Highness should join in this league and covenant. The replies drafted by Hyde were of a nature to discourage further correspondence for a time. The Prince was made to rejoice over the wishes expressed in these letters to secure the removal of all differences betwixt the King and his subjects. He threw the onus of obtaining this desirable object entirely upon the writers, congratulated them upon their dutiful and pious attitude, and said not a word about the covenant. It was quite certain that as long as Hyde's advice were listened to, a journey to Scotland would not find favour. But Ireland remained, and Hyde was urgent that Charles should go thither at the first opportunity. It was therefore arranged that the Prince should winter in Jersey, whence he might easily sail upon receipt of good news from Ormond. His mother was fain to accompany him to Ireland, but the Fronde was now in full swing. The French court was compelled to leave Paris. Money was not to be had, and she herself, during a winter of extreme severity, was in such distress that she had not a sou to get a dinner or a gown, and would have been without even a fire but for the kind-heartedness of De Retz. At length the Parliament of Paris gave her a supply for her immediate necessities, and James was sent to her from Holland in the middle of February, after he had dismissed the greater number of his servants, among them Peter Massenet, the sublector, who had taught both his brother and himself to write. Charles also reduced his household and took up his residence at Breda, the private patrimony of the Prince of Orange, on the frontier of the Low Countries, where he was maintained in comfort by his brother-in-law. It was now that he received from his father 3 long letters, giving a detailed account of the proceedings of the Isle of Wight treaty. They were the last letters to him from the king, and the second of them concludes with a passage which, written at such a time, must be infinitely touching even to those who most feel the weakness of the king's character. By what has been said, you see how long we have laboured in the search of peace. Do not you be disheartened to tread in the same steps. Use all worthy ways to restore yourself to your right, but prefer the way of peace. And in this give belief to our experience, never to affect more greatness or prerogative than that which is really and intrinsically for the good of subjects, not satisfaction of favourites. And if you thus use it, you will never want means to be a father to all, and a bountiful prince to any you would extraordinarily be gracious unto. You may perceive all men entrust their treasure where it returns them interest. And if princes, like the sea, receive and repay all the fresh streams the rivers entrust with them, they will not grudge, but pride themselves to make them up an ocean. These considerations may make you as great a prince as your father is now a low one, and your state may be so much the more established as mine hath been shaken. For subjects have learned that victories over their prince are but triumphs over themselves, and so will be more unwilling to hearken to changes hereafter. The English nation are a sober people, however at present infatuated. We know not but this may be the last time we may speak to you or the world publicly. We are sensible into what hands we are fallen, and yet we have these inward refreshments the malice of our enemies cannot perturb. To conclude, if God gives you success, use it humbly and far from revenge. If he restore you to your rights on hard conditions, whatever you promise, keep. Do not think anything in this world worth the obtaining by foul or unjust means. You are the son of our love, and as we direct you to weigh what we have recommended to you, so we assure you we do not more affectionately pray for you than we do that the ancient glory and renown of this nation be not buried in irreligious or fanatic humour, and that the ancient laws, with the interpretation according to the known practice, may once again be a hedge about our subjects, that you may in due time govern, and they be governed as in the fear of God. On January 13th, 1649, within a month of reading these words, Charles was apprised of his father's danger. On the next day he made a personal appeal to the States. Even now he was unable to address them in French. By the same vessel that carried their mission of remonstrance, he forwarded to the Council in England that eloquent blank sheet of paper, which may still be seen in the Bodleian Library, bearing nothing but his signature, in order that upon it might be written the conditions of his father's life. On the 18th he appealed to the young King of France and to Mazarin. On February 5th he knew that the blow had fallen, when Dr. Gough, his chaplain, addressed him as Your Majesty. End of section 5. Section 6 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1. Prince of Wales, Part 6. It was not to be expected that the outburst of grief which followed the news should last long. The tie between father and son could never have been close. Charles I was an anxious but scarcely a fond parent. All intimacy with his son had been given up when the boy was 8 years of age, and the turmoil of war and the ceremony of royalty had prevented any reforming of the bond. For 3 years, full of distractions which would efface any lively recollections, they had not met. Under such circumstances it is difficult to blame him if the past was soon obscured by the possession of kingship, and by the prospect of a career of adventure more exciting than anything he had hitherto experienced. The tragedy affected him, and for the time deeply, but not as it affected his father's old counsellors and friends. The horror with which it struck them made them well nigh inarticulate. It was murder, murder most foul and most unnatural. A band of wicked men had done to death more than their king, more than a good and gracious master, and a man of pure and pious life. In his person they had violated the sacredness of monarchy, the sacredness of the Church, the laws and liberties of England, everything for which his servants had sacrificed home, friends, children, and estates, and for which they had been at any moment willing to give their lives. This drumhead court-martial was not the act of the people of England. It was not an execution, or an incident of warfare. It was murder which cried for vengeance. My soul abhors the thought of it, of which no age ever heard the like, says Nicholas. Grenville trusted that God will revenge it on the heads of the damned authors and contrivers of it. Through all distractions, wrote Hatton, I must enforce myself to action when it may conduce to revenge the blood of that royal and glorious martyr upon those base and inhuman murderers. It is not until the intensity of this feeling is realized that we cease to wonder that the best and noblest of Charles's followers, Hyde, the type of integrity, Ormond, framed to none but gallant ends, were without shame cognizant of plots to assassinate Cromwell, or any such as Dorislaus who were associated with him in the deed. There was no chance of bringing the murderers to trial, even such a mockery of trial as that which had been granted to their victim. There was no law by which these bloody reigning villains could be touched. To those who mourned for the slain king and all that he stood for, the destroying by whatever means of Cromwell and all who had acted with him in the inexpiable crime would be a righteous act. The fact that Charles was away from his mother's direct influence at the moment of his nominal accession to the throne enabled Hyde to secure the selection of a privy council composed of the old friends of Charles I, with the exception of Long, who was in Henrietta's interest. The pressing question before them was that of the king's immediate movements. The nervous anxiety of the States to avoid provoking Cromwell forbade any prolonged stay in Holland, especially after the murder of Dorislaus, the agent of the Commonwealth with the States, by some Cavalier bravos, while Charles was resolved not to imperil his newly tasted liberty by yielding to his mother's urgent desire that he would join her in Paris. In this he was of course supported by all of Hyde's way of thinking. I hold, said Lord Hatton from Paris, Lord Jermyn's counsels and designs as pernicious and destructive as ever, and his power as vast and exorbitant. His present endeavour is to tie up the king as much as ever his father was to the counsel of the Queen. Moreover, Hatton argued it was quite possible that in order to gain the support of the Commonwealth against the Frondeurs, the court might urge his renunciation of his title or make their market of him with the English. There remained once more as a refuge Scotland and Ireland, and there was a choice of three policies: a royalist movement in England, a Catholic movement in Ireland, and a covenanting movement in Scotland. All tidings made it clear that the first of these was for the time impossible. Charles's personal inclination was for Ireland, whither, after granting a full indemnity to the Irish rebels, he had, on January 22nd, received an invitation from Ormond, and where he knew he should find Rupert with the fleet. Subject to the retention of Scottish goodwill, this course was supported by the Queen. Scotland itself was not a fit place unless there was entire union with an absolute and unlimited declaration from them to join with all others of what nation or condition soever to revenge the murder of his Majesty of ever blessed memory. Unless, that is, Scotch Covenanters would join with Irish Catholics and English Erastians and sectaries, unless vinegar would mix with oil. The Scots soon made their terms clear. On February 7th, Charles had been proclaimed king in Edinburgh, but before being admitted he was to give satisfaction concerning religion, the union of the kingdoms, and the good and peace of Scotland, according to the National Covenant and the Solemn League and Covenant, the damnable covenant in Hyde's brief anathema. If his Majesty, said Bailey, may be moved to join with us in this one point, he will have all Scotland ready to sacrifice their lives for his service. If he refuse or shift this duty, his best and most useful friends, both here and elsewhere, will be cast into inextricable labyrinths, we fear for the ruin of us all. On February 20th, Sir Joseph Douglas brought an offer from Argyll to send commissioners to arrange for the king's reception in Scotland on condition of his good behaviour, strict observance of the Covenant, and his entertaining no other persons about him, but such as were godly men and faithful to that obligation. The Covenanting Scots were anxious, as the engagers had been, for the prestige of his presence, since their proclamation of the king had made war certain with the hated sectaries of England. But had an angel from heaven appeared to lead their armies, and had he refused the covenant, there would have been a scant following among those for whom all other attributes of God were obscured by the certainty that he was the prime covenanter. Charles was not yet reduced to submit himself to the sour tyrannies of the Kirk. There were other Scotchmen besides Argyll and his zealots. His little court was crowded with the ostracised and banished engagers, Hamilton, Lauderdale, and many others, as well as with pure royalists like Napier and Sinclair. Thither too came Montrose to confer in secret with Hyde, Montrose, the one purely heroic figure of the time. On February 22nd, Charles privately created him Lieutenant Governor of Scotland and Captain General of all forces there, or brought there out of England or Ireland. That is, at the same moment that he refused to close with Argyll, he gave his approval to a purely royalist and anti-covenant undertaking in covenanting Scotland. On March 27th the commissioners arrived. Charles was in no hurry to meet them, and was taken up by his Easter devotions for some days. On April 11th, however, the long contest fairly began between unyielding Kirk and debonair Prince. Cassilis and Robert Bailey addressed him for the Parliament and Kirk respectively. He was asked to take the Covenants, to assent to Acts of Parliament imposing them on England and Ireland, and to dismiss Montrose. Every day, wrote his cousin, the Princess Sophia, they bring some new proposition to the king, full of importunity. They would not have him keep any honest man about him. Playing the double game, which soon became familiar, Charles put off the commissioners on the ground that he expected all their propositions together, while he secretly empowered Montrose to treat with foreign kings and states for help. A few days later he was presented with a volume of light reading, the National Covenant, the Solemn League and Covenant, the Confession of Faith, the Directory, and other Presbyterian Gospels, bound together in a book so handsome as we could get them. When, however, the commissioners requested another interview, Charles was abroad hunting. Growing weary of these delays, they demanded a final answer on May 1st. After consultation with Montrose, Hamilton, and Lauderdale, the king replied on the 19th that he would accept the covenants for Scotland only. The actual meaning of this appears in Hyde's paraphrase to the King of Spain. He deferred the thought of going himself in person into Scotland till the affections of that people be reformed or reduced, which he doubts not will shortly be done by the Marquis of Montrose. The commissioners returned to Scotland in disappointment and anger, and on the day on which he gave his reply, Charles named Montrose Admiral of Scotland. But Bailey, though baffled for the time, was of good comfort. When the rotten reed of Ireland is broken, he will think better of our propositions. Possessing a good deal of the milk of human kindness, Bailey had been captivated by Charles. Of a very sweet and courteous disposition, it were all the pities in the world but he were in good company. And again, he is one of the most gentle, innocent, well-inclined princes, so far as yet appears, that lives in the world. A trim person, and of a manly carriage, understands pretty well, speaks not much. Would God he were amongst us. And while lamenting that he is firm to the tenets his education and company has planted in him, Bailey declares that if God would send him among us, without some of his present counsellors, I think he would make by God's blessing as good a king as Britain saw these 100 years. Hatton, from another point of view, writes almost at the same time of his judgment, not inferior to the sweetness of his disposition, though the latter as yet doth too much prevail to the apprehension of those who do not thoroughly know the former. With his more official advisers also, Charles was acquiring a good character. Nicholas speaks of his insight into business, of his steadfastness when he had once formed a good resolution, and of that discernment of men which was so well expressed in later years. Where men had chinks, he would see through them as soon as anyone about him. Hyde, somewhat less expansively, describes him as being as hopeful for virtue and judgment as you can expect from one of his years and education. Meanwhile, the course of the negotiation with the Scots and the probability that it would be necessary to renew it had led to the departure of Hyde from the court. His uncompromising opposition to all covenanting schemes, whether from Kirk or Engagers, had caused a deadlock to the council which could only be removed by his absence. At the suggestion of the Prince of Orange, he was therefore sent with his old friend Lord Cottington, a Catholic and a favourite at Madrid, to see if the sorely needed funds could be procured from the court of Spain. Hyde was deeply hurt, and pointedly asked the king whether the mission had been manufactured in order to get rid of him. He had also to bear the reproaches of his friends. Sir E. Hyde, says Nicholas, would fain justify his going into Spain, but it is not in the wit of man to do it. God forgive him. The result was apparent at once. The very next day the Scots had a better day of it at council than at any time before. Hyde and Cottington were instructed to promise the Spanish court that Charles would, when restored, protect the Catholics, and try to obtain a parliamentary repeal of the penal laws, and to offer as security for a loan the goods of his English subjects in Spain. They were to endeavour to secure peace between France and Spain, when Charles might fairly hope for the combined help of the two crowns, and to gain the goodwill of the Pope's nuncio, and through him of the Pope himself, to whom a special agent, Robert Meynell, was sent with similar promises and requests. Charles was indeed at his wits' end for money. The small supplies which Montrose had been able to obtain were absorbed in the preparations of his projected expedition. The Dutch refused a request for ships and an advance of £20,000. The Prince of Orange had done all he could. A small loan only was obtained by Culpeper from the Czar. Rupert's prizes were insignificant. From France and her distractions nothing was to be had. The Queen offered to sell her pawned jewels, but, as Hyde pointed out, this was not of much use, since it would cost more to get them out of pawn than could be raised. Strange items of help indeed reached Henrietta. The old Princess of Condé, a former lover of her father, sent an extraordinarily fat mutton to the Queen as a kind of monster for the fatness of it, and in the belly of the sheep were 2,000 crowns. But Charles's debts soon amounted to £30,000, and farther stay in Holland was useless. In June he went to Brussels, cursing the Hollanders, of whom there cannot be ill enough spoken, in order from thence to back his envoy's appeals at Madrid. But all such appeals were useless. Spain had no money to spare, and was very much afraid of those powerful devils at Westminster. She was indignant because Rupert was selling his prizes in the hostile territory of Portugal. She was at war with France, and Charles was about to join his mother on French soil. So long as Rupert was hovering on her coasts, Hyde and Coddington were well treated. But this ceased when Blake came in pursuit, and by Christmas they saw no chance of bread for a month longer. They lingered on throughout 1650 in wretched plight, as did Meynell in Rome, under alternate hope and despair, simply because they had not money to pay for their return. In December it was intimated to them that their continued official presence was disagreeable. Coddington was allowed to stay and to die in retirement in Spain. Hyde, supplied with a little money by the Spanish court, left in March 1651, and after a visit to the Queen at Paris, reached Antwerp in November. End of section 6. Section 7 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1. Prince of Wales, Part 7. Meanwhile, Charles had joined his mother and James at Saint-Germain in July 1649. She soon found that this period of independence had made him a very different person. For some time, it was prophesied, the Queen will govern all, but not long. Henrietta expressed her annoyance that he had filled up his Privy Council without her advice. He told her bluntly that she must not interfere. The Queen began to confer with the King of his business, in which she found him so reserved, as if he had no mind she should be conversant with it. He made no apologies to her, nor any professions of resigning himself to her advice. He did as good as desire her not to trouble herself in his affairs, and finding her passion strong, he frequently retired from her with some abruptness. In one matter he was ruled by her wish. He at once took up the interrupted courtship of the Grande Mademoiselle. He had but just emerged from a similar enterprise. His cousin Sophia, the sister of Rupert and Maurice, was residing at The Hague during his stay with her mother, Elizabeth of Bohemia, and a flirtation at least was but natural. Fortunately, she too has left us the story in her own words, for she had a quick eye and a sound judgment, and a sense of humour, which did not spare those whom she loved most, as when she said of her précieuse sister Elizabeth that all her philosophy did not save her from vexation when her nose was red. She describes how keen was the competition for Charles, what pains the English took to secure her favour when it was expected that he would marry her, how the Dowager Princess of Orange, who wanted him for one of her own daughters, laid a deliberate plot to compromise her with her married son, and thereby to ruin her prospects, and how Charles avoided her while the Scotch commissioners were there, since she made no disguise of her hatred of Presbyterianism and of her worship of Montrose. For a time, Sophia owns, she was attracted by her cousin, and flattered by his attentions, but the wooing was cut short somewhat abruptly by his own clumsiness. He never really took the trouble to make love, and he could think of no better compliment to pay her than to say that she was handsomer than Mrs. Barlow. As Mrs. Barlow's reputation was perfectly well known at The Hague, the princess thought fit to mark her sense of the impropriety, and when next he asked her to walk out with him, she excused herself on the ground that she had a corn on her foot. Besides, she knew that the marriages of great kings are not made in so simple a fashion. And farther, although Charles was richly endowed by nature, he was not sufficiently so by fortune to allow him to think of marriage, especially as there was no money on her side. But it was not until Charles abandoned Montrose that he lost all chance of retrieving his position in her eyes. With the Grande Mademoiselle, matters went on in their old course. She was, as before, frankly critical. She thought him improved in looks, but his wit and bearing were not conformable. He was still compelled to use an interpreter to convey his formal compliments and his offer of immediate marriage. Moreover, she had her views as to his inherited defects of character. Les Bourbons sont gens fort appliqués aux bagatelles et peu solides. He seemed to know nothing of his own affairs, and that was unworthy of a youth of his age. Worst of all, his appetite was too robust. Instead of toying with some ortolans, he would throw himself upon a piece of beef and a shoulder of mutton. The poor lad did his best under his mother's eye. He kept up the formal siege for 3 months. He made set speeches to her in her coach, and gave her to understand that he would give up all his irregular love affairs on the day he was married. At length she came to the rescue herself by raising the barrier of religion. She could not consent to marry a heretic. The leave-taking, when at last he went to Jersey in September, was of a piece with the rest. He managed to express a hope that Lord Jermyn had made his views clear, and to stammer out that he was her most obedient servant. The lady replied in similar words, and all was for the time over. Mademoiselle does not tell us whether the open association of Charles with Mrs. Barlow, whom he had brought with him to Saint-Germain without the least concealment, affected her decision as it had affected his cousin's. The story of this woman may as well be finished at once. Whether Charles was implicated in the very mysterious and temporarily successful attempt at the abduction of her boy immediately after his birth in April 1649 is not known. He refused to listen to the appeal of Hyde and Ormond that he would break off the vulgar connection, nor was it until he returned from Scotland in 1651 that the scandal was finally removed. Left to her own resources, she had fallen into such irregular ways of supplementing them that very shame forbade further association with her, and she was pensioned with £400 a year. In 1656 she came to England with her son, and with Thomas Howard, a gentleman of the horse to the Princess of Orange, upon what errand is not known. She so imposed upon many of the royalists there by her assertions that she was married to Charles, that she was received with the greatest reverence and served on bended knee. In July she was arrested and placed in the Tower, but was shortly sent back to Flanders as a person without ostensible means of subsistence. After a scene of brutal violence on the part of the king's agent at Brussels, the boy was removed from her control and placed under the care of Lord Crofts in Paris, whose name he bore until after the Restoration. The last thing we hear of her is from Evelyn speaking of Monmouth. His mother was a beautiful strumpet, whom I had often seen in Paris. She died miserably in 1657 without almost anything to bury her, and James puts the last touch to the sordid story when he adds, "of the disease common to those of her profession." As long as the possibility remained of using Ireland as the base of enterprise, matters were not in an absolute impasse. On September 17th, Charles went with his brother on board the pinnace of which he had been so fond, and steering her himself, reached Jersey safely with the magnificent sum of 4 livres and a half in his pocket. Here, while awaiting news from Ormond, he remained contentedly enough. He was once more away from his mother and from Mademoiselle, and from the wearisome etiquette of the court. He had hunting and shooting, and above all his yacht. But to his more serious followers these times of forced inactivity showed him at his worst. Mrs. Wyndham, the governess who had made him ridiculous at Bridgewater, joined his little court and governed the king and every one else like a minister of state. And Lord Byron, writing to Ormond on October 12th, says despairingly, "Foreign princes begin to look upon him as a person so lazy and careless in his own business that they think it not safe to irritate so potent enemies. His one chance of redeeming himself is to go to Ireland, and not be taken here in a nook of the world with his hands in his pockets. It was not until November 30th that Charles received Ormond's report of Cromwell's great campaign, and knew that the rotten reed of Ireland was forever broken. This was the opportunity which Bailey had foreseen, the time for the Kirk to have her will. Sir George Windham was at once dispatched from Scotland to Holland to consult with the English Presbyterians who had assembled there, of whom Alderman Bunce was the chief, a good, merry, and honest fellow, if any honesty can be in a Presbyterian. Thence, in company with Silas Titus, who had been acting as agent between them and the Queen's faction, he came straight to Jersey, bearing a list of 80 of the principal citizens of London who were favourable to a restoration, and a message that if Charles would agree with the Scots, he should want neither men nor money. The saving clause was emphatic. "If," wrote Windham, "he thinks to have any service of us without ifs and ands, he must come up, and that shortly, to our demands." Not only the disaster in Ireland, but Charles's utter poverty gave Windham hope. Now is the time to pray that the Lord would prevent the king with his tender mercies, for indeed he is brought very low, when he wants bread both for himself and his servants, and betwixt him and his brother not one English shilling. Was it the abundance of the sense of humour, or the total want of it, which induced him to add, "I am confident no ingenuous spirit will take advantage of his necessities"? His case, Windham goes on, is very deplorable, being in prison where he is, living in penury, surrounded by his enemies, not able to live anywhere else in the world, yet his pernicious and devilish counsel will suffer him to starve before they will suffer him to take the solemn league and covenant. The king's attitude, indeed, had not been promising. On October 31st he had issued a declaration to his friends in England, in which no mention was made of any concessions to the Presbyterians. In November he was complaining to Christina of Sweden of the unreasonableness of the Scots, and by his more ardent followers Windham was threatened with personal violence. None the less, Charles knew that the game was up. Almost without exception, his immediate advisers urged him to come to terms with the Scots. In the first days of January 1650, after prolonged and passionate debate, in which the king expressed such moderation, patience, and judgment as was admirable in a person of his years, and such truly as I little expected of him, repressing by his excellent temper those heats and animosities which otherwise would certainly have destroyed the business, it was decided to treat with the Scots upon honourable terms. Nicholas, adding a proviso for himself that this phrase implied a treaty without prejudice to his Majesty's affairs under the Marquis of Ormond or the Marquis of Montrose. Windham was sent back with Charles's offer to meet commissioners from Scotland at Breda on March 15th, expecting them to be guided by a just and prudent moderation. Titus was to press the same lesson upon them through the English Presbyterians, and a separate letter to Robert Douglas, the moderator of the assembly, urged him to do his best to persuade his brethren to limit their demands. To Hamilton, to whom he sent the Garter, Charles declared that he would act by his advice. To Rupert he said that nothing he had done or would do should in the least degree diminish his power or authority and command of the fleet. And lastly, Montrose, who also had the Garter, was to proceed vigorously and effectually, and so either persuade to reasonableness or force it by arms in case of refusal. "We will not," Charles wrote, "before or during the treaty, do anything contrary to that power and authority which we have given you by our commission, nor consent to do anything that may bring the least degree of diminution to it. We hope," said Hyde from Madrid, "the Marquis of Montrose will advance this treaty better than all the devotion of the Presbyterians." On February 13th Charles left Jersey. On his journey he turned aside to hold an interview at Beauvais with the Queen. She adjured him never to take the Covenant, never to abandon the Irish, never to betray his own followers, and he reached Breda early in March. To the austere political moralist it will appear that a consent to treat with the Scots upon terms which were laid before him without concealment, while at the same time he did his best to raise up civil war in their midst, was unpardonable duplicity. Our own judgment is far less severe. The words king and subjects lose their force in circumstances such as those in which he was placed. Charles knew perfectly well that the Covenanters needed him quite as much as he needed them, and he knew that they intended to obtain terms from his helplessness, of which but for that helplessness they must have despaired. To the narrow brutality avowed by Winram he opposed a pardonable if unkingly deceit. It is not for his treatment of the Scotch kirkmen that he must be condemned. It is for the cool selfishness with which he repudiated his engagements with Montrose, for his unruffled desertion of his spotless servant, that he owes his first claim upon the execration of all honest men. Montrose had gone to his fate. With one small ship, a few men, and a little money, he sailed from Bergen and landed at Kirkwall on March 23rd. Before that time the letters which Charles had written to him had somehow reached the hands of the Covenanters, and the situation with which they had to deal was clear. Argyle indeed was strong enough to carry a resolution that commissioners should be sent to Breda without delay or question, but the sterner Covenanters insisted that the terms should be nothing less than an absolute and unconditional surrender. 3 of each party were placed on the Parliamentary Commission, while the Kirk sent its own commission of 5. When at length Charles met the commissioners he was fairly in the toils. Of all the plans that had been formed for escape, none had any present chance of success, and his supplications for money in every court of Europe had realized only £2,200 and vague promises. On March 25th he received the Scotch conditions. He had gained little by waiting. Besides confirming the concessions demanded in the previous April, he was called upon to surrender to Parliament and the Assembly of the Kirk respectively all future control over civil and ecclesiastical matters, and he was to abandon explicitly Ormond and Montrose, that justly excommunicate rebel James Graham, Irish Catholics and English and Scotch Loyalists, and the Church of England. And in return they gave him no shadow of a promise of help. He was to enter Scotland as a puppet and a renegade. For a full month Charles fought against the detestable necessity, hoping even yet in the possibilities of delay. That he shortly saw what the result must be was however made clear when, just as he had sent away Hyde and Cottington a year before, he removed Hopton and Nicholas from the council, and supplied their places by Hamilton, Newcastle, and Buckingham, entrusting to these 3 the details of the negotiation. This first concession caused consternation among the Royalists. God help us, wrote Hatton, when Hamilton, Long, Newcastle, and Buckingham rule in council. I pray, he went on bitterly, let us know whether the king has deserted my Lord Montrose, and that the next bout shall be my lord or Ormond, or whether, according to the finer phrase for abandoning him, his Majesty has commanded him peremptorily into Ireland. Hyde's view may be seen in his letter to Morley from Madrid. If the Covenanters would give up every position for which they contended, if they would submissively wage war against the English rebels under the leadership of Montrose, then, and not until then, there might have been matter for sad consideration and counsel upon what security these men ought to be trusted. Otherwise, he said, is it a king's condition, or even the condition of a gentleman, that he can get? Meanwhile, under the new auspices, matters went briskly on. Acting on the advice of the Prince of Orange, the Duke of Lorraine, and Christina of Sweden, to promise anything and break the promise when you can, Charles, though with great passion and bitter execration, gave up successively Montrose and the Cavaliers, Hamilton, Lauderdale, and the other engagers, and the Irish Catholics. Upon this he was formally invited to come to Scotland, and on May 1st he signed the first draft of the Treaty of Breda. 2 days later he sent orders to Montrose to disband, and on May 12th he announced that he utterly dissociated himself from his action. Montrose never received the letter, and it may be hoped never realized the treachery. On April 27th he fought his last fight at Corbisdale. On May 4th he was captured, and on May 21st was done to death. Charles reached the extremity of paltriness when he wrote to the Scotch Parliament that he did not regret his champion's defeat. This dastardly betrayal, for which he never expressed a word of regret, leaves him with less hope of successful appeal than the betrayal of Strafford left to his father. The only possible palliation suggested for him is that he had perhaps received assurances on Argyle's part that the life of Montrose should be spared. Humiliation followed hard upon the base deed. When the news of Corbisdale arrived, the Scotch stiffened their terms once more. Charles was now to take the oath to the Covenants before he set foot in Scotland, and whenever the demand should be made. All treaties and agreements whatsoever with the bloody rebels in Ireland were to be void, nor was he ever to permit any liberty of the Popish religion in Ireland or any other part of his dominions. The engagers were to give security and satisfaction to the kingdom before they were allowed to return, and nothing in the Act of Classes, the act by which they were cut off from public life, was to be repealed. To all these conditions Charles gave way, although he ignored the question of the engagers, and on June 2nd he embarked at Harslerdyke with Hamilton, Lauderdale, Dunfermline, and Brentford, while of his English following, Buckingham, Wilmot, Henry Seymour, Mr. Rhodes, and his physician, Dr. Fraser, with his 2 chaplains, also accompanied him. On one point only he had made a last assumption of independence. From Dr. John Livingston, one of the commissioners of the Kirk, we have the climax to the story of his delinquencies. The Saturday before the king left Breda, we got notice about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon that he was to communicate kneeling tomorrow afternoon. We prepared a paper and presented it to him, and both by the paper and by speech showed him the sin of so doing and the provocation to God to procure the blasting of all his designs. When we went to him after supper, we found him tenaciously resolute to continue his purpose. He said his father used always to communicate at Christmas, Easter, and Whitsuntide, and so should he. He had already scandalized the Scotch ministers by denying that the Scriptures were a perfect rule in matters of controversy, by questions of a painfully sceptical tone, by continuing to use the English service, and by bawling and dancing into the early morning. But all this was to come to an end now. The shadow of the Kirk and Covenant lay drear and heavy upon him. Hearing that Charles and Lord Cassilis were on board one of the ships in the harbour and alone, Livingston and a colleague boarded it, thinking it a pity that the king and Lord Cassilis should be there and none to preach to them. On the 11th, off Heligoland, after many futile struggles and appeals, he signed the latest draft of the conditions, and in pursuance of them, on June 23rd, outside the mouth of the Spey, he swore to the Covenants, and then only on the 24th, but not until he had notable sermons and exhortations made by the ministers to persevere therein, he was allowed to land on Scottish soil. Livingston describes for us the scene of the signing. He heard that the king is minded to speak some words when he swore the Covenant, that his oath should not import any infringing of the laws of England. The time for such assumptions was over. Charles was at once told that his oath could not be accepted if a single word was added, and although he pressed much and long that he behoved to do it, it was in vain. Finally we hear, for the outward part of swearing and subscribing the Covenants, the king performed anything that could have been required, yet without any evidence of any real change of heart. So far indeed was it from that, that Livingstone expressed the fear that they were taking the plague of God to Scotland. If the king, as had been said before with remarkable prescience, join not with the Scots, he is undone, and if he do, they are. What all this meant to those who cared for Charles's honour may be fairly guessed by their words. His mother was deeply hurt. "God forbid," she said, "that I should have had a hand in persuading him to sacrifice his honour and conscience." She might, she told him, still love him as a son, but she would never again be his adviser. Hatton was almost incoherent with disgust. Hopton went to Utrecht in despair. Nicholas declared that he could not with any comfort continue where honour and conscience were mockeries. Hyde wrote from Madrid a letter which is a masterpiece of passionate irony. But he best expressed his attitude for the moment and for the future in a few private words to the Countess of Morton. They will still live to be ashamed who gave the advice at Breda, which was founded so irrationally, and can succeed only by miracle. But we must all make the best of it now it is done, and pray to God Almighty to give such a temper of mind and courage upon this great alteration, that we may neither be inclined to anything that is not right by any example or concession that is made, nor shaken in our affection or duty to the king, for anything which the necessity of his condition extorts from him. It was even more important that the royalists in England were so dissatisfied at the journey into Scotland, on such dishonourable and ridiculous, or rather no conditions, and still more at the abandonment of Montrose, that all hope from them was for the time gone. It may seem beneath the dignity of history to relate how Sophia of Hanover, with whom Charles had been flirting a year before, expressed the disgust which became the sister of Rupert, or how the sweet Princess Elizabeth, the frail girl of 15, who died a month later at Carisbrooke, hath wept daily ever since. Charles had then alienated his mother, had disgusted his best friends, had lost the Cavaliers in England and the whole Catholic connection, and had violated his written word to Montrose, Rupert, and Ormond, on the chance that he might recover his throne by the help of a Scotch army. It is here that the disgrace lies. That he had also bound himself to a rule which he detested, and had taken oaths which he meant to break, lies in a different plane of moral reprobation. To call this hypocrisy is, we hold, entirely beside the mark. There can be no hypocrisy when the verbal deceit is recognized on both sides as part of the game. Charles landed in Scotland with lies upon his lips, by virtue indeed of those lies. But every Covenanter who had brought him there knew, like Livingstone, that they were lies, and he in turn was aware that they knew it. On either side the distrust was frankly expressed. They were conscious that they had traded on his dire necessity to induce him to place himself in their power, and they held him by the written word only. They meant to do their best to see that he kept to his bond, while by their very precautions they almost admitted his right to escape from it if he could. They wanted him among them in order that under his name they might exalt the Covenant which he abhorred above the sectaries, and they knew that he hated them in all their ways. To bend him to their will was their resolve. To trick them as best he could was his. "'Tis a matter of pleasant observation," wrote a shrewd observer during the negotiations, "to see how they endeavour to cheat and cozen each other. The king strokes them till he can get into the saddle, and then he will make them feel his spurs for all their old jade's tricks, and they know it, and therefore will not agree he shall back them with his heels armed. They hate the thing monarchy, but they must have the name of it, and they care not for the person of the man, but his relations. They must make a property of him. No other will serve to stalk their ends by." End of section 7. Section 8 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2. Scotland, Exile, and Restoration, Part 1. By Aberdeen, where he looked from his lodging upon the Tolbooth, on which was nailed the accusing hand of the dismembered Montrose, and by St. Andrews, where Mr. Rutherford preached to him on the theme Auctum est de rege et re regia. Charles was escorted to the royal residence of Falkland. Here he was made aware of the intentions of the Kirk, rendered more bitter than before by the discovery of his offers to the Pope. Of his household, Buckingham, Wilmot, and Dr. Fraser, all of whom had acquired favour during the negotiations at the Hague, with Henry Seymour and Rhodes, were alone allowed to remain immediately about his person. The engagers had already been dismissed until they should be reconciled to an offended Kirk. A letter from the king to Hamilton on July 17th expresses his sense of the rigidness and cruelty of this Kirk and state toward his friends and his powerlessness to assist them. Vague hopes of help from the Prince of Orange gave Charles patience for a while. There was, moreover, ample discontent in England, and he trusted, by hoodwinking the Presbyterians and by promising to the Catholics the repeal of the penal laws, to secure a union between both of them and the old Cavalier party. But meanwhile it was in Scotland itself that the first blow was to be struck. On July 22nd Cromwell crossed the border, and fighting took place around Edinburgh before the end of the month. The invasion was met by an army weak from its first purging of engagers and malignants, its best soldiers. For the present it was not a national conflict, but an ecclesiastical. It was not Scotland fighting an invader, but the Covenanter fighting the sectary. Even so, it was in the army that Charles hoped to find freedom. The natural antipathy between sword and gown led to an invitation from the officers to visit the quarters at Leith, and when he rode into the camp on July 27th, he was received by the soldiers with enthusiasm, while numbers of those dismissed by the purging came in to add their greetings. The vigilance of the Kirk was aroused at once. The next day, Charles wrote to Hamilton, the commissioners of the Kirk desired me to retire out of the army, pretending it was for the safety of my person, but indeed it was for fear I should get too great an interest with the soldiers. He was informed that if he did not at once comply, the committee would not act, nor the ministers pray for the army. Charles was therefore forced to retire to Dunfermline, where he reported himself narrowly watched by the serious Christians. A fresh purging was put in force, and so far did the insanity go that, with Cromwell at their gates, no fewer than 80 officers and 3,000 soldiers were dismissed. It is difficult after this lapse of time to realize the intensity of the conviction that inspired the dominant Kirk. To her, malignancy was a sin against the Holy Ghost. It was better for her to fight her enemies with a handful of godly and elect people than with mighty arms loaden with that sin. And so, instead of these experienced soldiers, there were placed in command ministers' sons, clerks, and other such sanctified creatures, who hardly ever saw or heard of any other sword than that of the Spirit. While, had it been thought lawful to have suffered the king and all gentlemen, even excepting those accepted by name and the 2 first classes, to have stayed, the Isle of Britain saw not such an army these 100 years. Charles was as yet only at the beginning of his troubles. To justify themselves for maintaining the cause of a king who by his mere existence represented all the sins of malignancy, and in whose name papists were in arms in Ireland, the Assembly called upon him to sign a declaration in which he was to bewail the sins of his father and mother, and upon his refusal declared that they fought merely upon their former grounds and principles, and that they would not own the king nor his interest, otherwise than so far as he owns and prosecutes the cause of God, and disclaims his and his father's opposition to the work of God and to the covenant. Charles realized that if the army, his only hope, were to be held together, he must once more give way. Covering his retreat by a request that the Assembly would first send some of their number to satisfy him on points of conscience, he signed the declaration on August 16th. This was a very slight strain upon the faculty for dissimulation which the Kirk was fostering. On the part of the Kirk itself, the whole proceeding was a monumental piece of folly. Now and in all their subsequent actions, the severer Covenanters made it clear that they knew the impossibility of trusting him, and that, sore with that knowledge, they were determined to drag him through every humiliation which the ingenuity of bigotry could suggest. It was something, they felt, to degrade him in his own eyes, by forcing him to use language which it was not credible that he could seriously mean. Austere men, who would have died sooner than deny their own faith, were willing that their prince should stand before them steeped in falsehood. They little guessed that there were Covenanters yet unborn who would perish in loathsome prisons when Rothes and Sharp should misrule the land, and on many a hillside by the carbines of Claverhouse's troopers, and under the ruthless chase of Greer of Lag, because, in their grim fanaticism, their fathers had caused the very name of the Covenant to be abhorred by their king. Charles then submitted to declare himself desirous of being humbled and afflicted because of his father's hearkening unto evil counsels, and because of his mother's idolatry. He bewailed the sins of his father's house and all his own guiltiness. He avowed that he had not sworn to the covenants and entered into the oath of God with his people upon any sinister intention and crooked design for attaining his own ends, that he would prosecute to the utmost of his power all the ends thereof, that he would have no enemies but the enemies of the covenant, that he would not tolerate any popery or prelacy or error, but would endeavour their extirpation. The exceeding sinfulness and unlawfulness of that treaty and peace with the bloody Irish rebels was duly emphasized, and Charles bound himself to establish Presbyterianism in England. It will always be a mystery, except on the grounds we have stated a few lines back, how sane men could have imagined that such documents were worth the paper they covered. In a private letter written shortly afterwards to Lord Beauchamp, Charles describes the declaration as forced upon him, and therefore utterly meaningless, while Ormond was told in his name that he was constant as ever to the Irish peace which it condemned. But the Kirk was not satisfied yet. Since Charles desired to be humbled, he should have his wish. A day was decreed by the Assembly on which the king and his house and the whole land should keep a solemn public humiliation for the sins of the royal family and his own, all of which were lamented under 12 heads. And then they purged the army once more. No officers were for the future to entertain malignants or engagers, even to drink or converse with them, on pain of being cashiered. This was on September 1st, when Cromwell's position at Dunbar appeared desperate. The insensate bigotry now bore its legitimate fruit. 2 days later, the emasculated army was crushed beyond hope by a leader who knew how to unite in his men religious fervour with iron discipline and military skill. To Charles himself the disaster was very welcome, for his desire to escape from persecution was greater than that of seeing Cromwell beaten, though his habits were not so devotional as to warrant the belief that he fell on his knees and thanked God that he was so fairly rid of his enemies. He remembered himself in time to assure Argyle, who brought him the news, that in spite of the disaster he would be constant in his loyalty to the Covenant, and in his letter to the Committee of Estates he showed how perfectly he had caught the style of his persecutors. We cannot but acknowledge that the stroke and trial is very hard to be borne, and would be impossible for us and you in human strength, but in the Lord's we are bold and confident. Our ancestors had only the honour and civil liberties of the land to defend, But we have with you religion, the gospel, and the covenant, against which hell shall not prevail, much less a number of sectaries stirred up by it. We shall strive to be humbled, that the Lord may be appeased, and that he may return to the thousands of his people." To the Kirk, the defeat at Dunbar meant a fiercer fire of covenanting zeal, the need for more prayer, more purging, more preaching, and more harassment for Charles. It was enough to account for the evil days which God had permitted to fall upon his elect, that a most malignant and profane guard of horse had been allowed to remain about the king's person. A fast was proclaimed, and on the Sunday following the battle a sermon was preached before Charles at Stirling, in which it was declared that if his Majesty's heart were as upright as David's, God would no more pardon the sins of his father's house than he did the sins of the house of Judah for the goodness of holy Josiah. The extreme fanatics of the western counties were formed into a separate command. The 14 causes of solemn public humiliation to be kept throughout all the congregations of Scotland were drawn up by the Assembly. A fresh declaration was issued in which once more Charles was urged to repent of his own sins and the sins of his father's house, the nobles to look to their steps, the officers not to think lightly of the ministers, and the ministers to show no backsliding, while neither with sectaries nor malignants was there to be any compromise. The king was now subjected to every form of personal annoyance. At the council at which he nominally presided, he was forced to remain silent while Johnston of Waristoun, laying up a debt which was cleared many years later on the scaffold at the Cross of Edinburgh, poured forth the bitterest denunciations of himself and his father. His household was once more sifted. He was allowed as little knowledge of the business transacted as he had been in his mother's court 3 years before. He was indeed outwardly served and waited on with all fitting ceremony due to a king, but in his liberty not much above a prisoner, sentinels being set every night about the lodging, few daring to speak freely or privately to him, and spies set on his words and actions. His very bedchamber was not free to himself, the ministers almost daily thrusting in upon him to catechize and instruct him, and, I believe, to exact repetitions from him. John Livingston, who had preached to him and Cassilis on board ship, was sorely exercised at being hindered one day from improving the occasion just when he had got his mouth opened in ain reasonable long discourse. The poor king, who had nothing of it but the name, thus his condition was summed up by an onlooker, and he himself wrote in bitterness of heart of his masters. Assuredly the lad paid a high price for his grinning honour. He wrought himself, says Burnet, into as grave a deportment as he could. He heard many prayers and sermons, some of great length. I remember in one day there were 6 sermons preached without intermission. I was there myself, and not a little weary of so tedious a service. A Sunday walk was out of the question. Dancing and playing at cards were visited with severe reproof. End of section 8. Section 9 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2. Scotland, Exile, and Restoration, Part 2. Golf, indeed, not being of the nature of vanity, was sanctioned, and a special guard was detailed to attend the king on the links. Nor is the authority altogether to be rejected which hints that other imperious lusts of the flesh were recognized. We cannot indeed vouch for Hume's story of familiarities of the committee of ministers appointed to reprove Charles for behaviour so unbecoming a covenanted monarch, and of the exhortations of Robert Douglas upon the advisability of drawing the curtains over the windows whenever his Majesty was disposed to amuse himself. But elsewhere we learn with greater certainty of truth that having in the year 1650 to the many fornications and adulteries which he then committed, added the perpetration of an attempt upon a modest and virtuous lady, he had incurred the general dissatisfaction of his best friends. General dissatisfaction for the grossest indulgence of lust, but insult and humiliation and the assurance of all the terrors of hell for any levity on the subject of the covenants. In spite of these legalized distractions, Charles' life was a burden to him. He believed himself, moreover, in personal danger. It was quite possible that the Western enthusiasts would endeavour to seize him and give him up to Cromwell. For a long time he had been planning a bold bid for liberty. He knew that a large number of nobles, gentlemen, and soldiers, driven out of the army, were ready to welcome him among them. On Thursday, October 3rd, a mixed body of Engagers and Cavalier Royalists were gathered at the Bridge of Erne, and he had promised to be with them on that day. Newborough's regiment of Guards were to join them. St. Johnston's was to be taken, and the Committee of Estates secured. At the same time, Middleton and other noblemen had raised forces in different places to join in the uprising of Scottish as distinguished from Covenanting feeling. The prospect was a fair one, and it was ruined for the time only by Charles's imprudence. Among those who had been allowed to stay with him were Buckingham and Wilmot, who had been won over by Argyle long before, and who practically were spies upon their master. On Wednesday evening Charles confided his hopes for the morrow to them. They induced him to relinquish the design for the moment, and Dr. Fraser was dispatched with the intelligence to his friends at the Bridge of Erne. The reports which Fraser brought back, and the news that his household was to be dismissed en bloc, and that his guard of horse was to undergo further purging, once more decided Charles, and on October 4th, under pretence of hunting, he rode out of the town, crossed the Tay at a ferry, met Lauderdale near Dundee, and thence went on to the house of the Earl of Airy. Next morning he rode on 7 miles to Clova in the glen of the South Esk, hoping to meet Huntley and the Aberdeen men. Here, however, he was found in a helpless situation by Colonel Montgomery, who had followed with 600 horse, and who induced him to return without more ado. This he did willingly enough, since assurances had previously reached him from the committee. On October 6th he was back at Perth, and the ill-advised and ill-executed start was at an end. An interview with the committee was followed by his declaration as a Christian that he had been surprised and deluded by evil counsel, and that when he went first out he had no mind to depart, and trusted in God that with the assistance of their prayers it would be a lesson to him all the days of his life. The committee dared not go farther. They were beginning to be seriously alarmed, and Charles's escapade had been a warning to them. The little leaven of common sense left in the army was beginning to work. The opinion was expressed and supported, both by Leslie and Argyle, that it might not be altogether displeasing to God if Engagers who had become reconciled to the Kirk were again employed. When Leslie was sent against the insurgents, Middleton met him with a bond signed by their principal chiefs, a plea for national unity in face of the invader, and the issue of an act of indemnity meant the substitution of the national for the covenanting cause. Against all this, the Western enthusiasts, 3,000 men, led by Colonels Carr and Strachan, fiercely protested. They refused to fight for the king until he had given evidence of repentance and had abandoned the malignants. The Committee of Estates, now informed with the national feeling, but as in 1648, without the concurrence of the Assembly, formally condemned their remonstrance. More active measures were rendered unnecessary by Cromwell, who, wishing to have but one enemy before him, sent Lambert against Carr and Strachan. Lambert defeated them at Hamilton, and all Scotland south of the Forth and Clyde was thus in Cromwell's power, except Edinburgh Castle, which held out until December 4th. Once set in motion, the national sentiment rapidly gathered strength and speed. The ostracised royalists were readmitted into the army upon verbal consent to the Covenants, and by December 13th the Kirk itself had given way. But the well-worn forms and style were sedulously observed. When Charles opened Parliament at Perth on November 26th, he claimed God's favour on the ground that he had moved him to enter into a covenant with his people, a favour no other king could claim, while Parliament, as a concession to the Assembly, gladly acknowledged its members guilty of every sin charged against them. Fast days were appointed, and the nation was solemnly called upon to humble itself before God. Charles himself had again to mourn publicly for his own sins and those of his father and grandfather. He took his part in the farce with jaded but serene resignation. "I think," he said, "I ought to repent too that ever I was born." At length, on January 1st, 1651, the long-deferred coronation took place. A sermon of interminable length from Robert Douglas on the limitation of the kingly power, with the usual excursus upon the sins of Charles's family, was listened to with becoming reverence. Once more, kneeling and lifting up his right hand, the king swore to whatever they chose to demand. To a running accompaniment of exhortations from Robert Douglas, Argyle placed the crown upon his head. The Earl of Crawford and Lindsay gave him the sceptre, and then the practised actor closed this Judaic ceremony by begging the ministers that if in any time coming they did hear or see him breaking the covenant, they would tell him of it and put him in mind of his oath. The situation was perfectly defined when Middleton the malignant was allowed to do penance in sackcloth, at the same time that Strachan the protester was excommunicated and delivered over to the devil. Hamilton returned to the court, and Argyle retired to the Highlands. Argyle's hope of retaining his power by inducing Charles to marry his daughter Anne Campbell was dissipated by the very decided negative of the Queen, to whom Charles had referred the matter, and from the repeal of the Act of Classes in June. His influence completely disappeared. Meanwhile, Charles was rejoicing in his new freedom, and was busily employed in collecting an army, fortifying the fort, and consolidating the national feeling, which ever since Dunbar he had cleverly manipulated. In April, with Leslie and Middleton as lieutenants, he was at the head of 20,000 men, a number largely increased by June. Admirably active and intelligent in all his great affairs, but too forward to hazard his person in any attempt against the rebels, was the character he rapidly acquired. It is unnecessary to relate the strategy by which Cromwell so outmanoeuvred the Scottish forces that the desperate scheme of invading England, leaving the enemy in the rear, was the only one which offered a possibility of success. Hamilton, although delighted that all the rogues have left us, Argyle and all of his party having refused to join the march, that all his Majesty are such as will not dispute his commands, sorrowfully admitted that their one stout argument was despair. But the knowledge that he was leaving Scotland, the country where he had led so intolerable a life of dreary repression of everything that was consonant with his nature, sent Charles over the border with a light heart. 3 months later, when he landed in France, he told the Duke of Orleans that he would rather be hanged than ever again set foot in that hated land. In the vain hope that Lancashire would rally to his cause, Charles led his army southward by the western route. Cromwell followed hard on the east of the Pennine chain. Harrison hung upon his flank, and Lambert with his cavalry harassed his rear. The Earl of Derby alone joined him with a small force, while his own folly, in ostentatiously lodging in the houses of Catholic adherents, caused grave discontent among his ranks. At Shrewsbury he was defied by the parliamentary commander, who addressed his refusal to surrender not to the king, but to the commander-in-chief of the Scottish army. On August 22nd he reached Worcester in desperate plight with but 16,000 wearied men. He forthwith issued a manifesto in which he offered to settle religion according to the Covenant, promised arrears of pay to all who would desert from Cromwell, an Act of Oblivion to all except the regicides and members of the High Court of Justice, and the retirement of the Scots after the victory. He hoped by this to appeal at once to Presbyterians, to any discontented men among the enemy, and to the purely English feeling. But it was as great a failure as was the order of a levy of all persons between the ages of 16 and 60. 2 days later, Cromwell was upon him with nearly 30,000 seasoned and disciplined troops. On September 3rd the town was attacked. The issue was never in doubt, and the only point of interest for us is how Charles bore himself. Burnet, after his manner, cast doubts upon his personal courage, and Buckingham, who was always untrustworthy, afterwards did the same. But all evidence of value goes far to refute them. We hear that, descending from the cathedral tower, he placed himself at the head of his troops, and with conspicuous gallantry fell upon the ranks of the enemy. "Shoot me dead," he is reported to have cried, "rather than let me live to see the sad consequences of this day." An eye-witness of the fight, whose account must indeed be taken with the admission that it was reviewed and perfected on this side of the water, speaks of him as charging several times in person and with great success. Certainly a braver prince never lived, having, in the day of the fight, hazarded his person much more than any officer of his army, riding from regiment to regiment, and leading them on upon service with all the encouragement, calling every officer by his name, which the example and exhortation of a magnanimous general could afford. Showing so much steadiness and undaunted courage in such continued danger, that had not God covered his head and wonderfully preserved his sacred person, he must in all human reason needs have perished that day. It was not until dusk was falling and all was lost that the king made his way out of the North Gate, with Buckingham, Derby, Lauderdale, and Wilmot, and separating himself from the general rout with some 60 men, rode with all speed into the night. And then followed that wonderful flight of 6 weeks through a country swarming with soldiers, eager to earn the reward of £1,000, offered for the capture of the tall man above 2 yards high, with dark brown hair scarcely to be distinguished from black. As a story of loyalty and devotion, of incessant danger and almost inexplicable escapes, it is one of intense interest, but it has so often been told in detail that it may well be left here, except to point out that amid all privations Charles's buoyant humour never deserted him. Whatever were his risks and escapes, we may be sure that fatigue, exposure, hunger, and the fear of the hunted animal were preferable to safety with the chance of another sermon from Robert Douglas. More than once his habitual light-heartedness brought him close to capture, and on each occasion his ready wit and self-possession served him well. Thus we hear from Colonel Gunter, who was present, how when Charles was mistaken for a Roundhead, his hair having been cropped close by the pendrils, he clinched the fortunate mistake by gravely rebuking his discoverer for his untoward habit of occasional swearing. At Bridgeport, where he acted as groom to Colonel Windham, the ostler accosted him with, "You are welcome, I know you very well." "Where did you know me?" answered Charles. "At Exeter. I lived 2 years in an inn there." "With memory created by need, and so did I," said Charles, "in the service of Master Porter. I am glad to have met with a countryman, but I see you are so busy that you have no time to drink with me. When I come back from London, we'll talk of old stories." On another occasion, when his horse had cast a shoe, and he had taken the animal to a forge, he asked the blacksmith for news. "There is no news," replied the man, "since the good news of the beating the rogues the Scotch," but he added he had not heard that rogue Charles Stuart had been taken. "If that rogue," said Charles unconcernedly, "were taken,
He deserves to be hanged more than the rest for bringing in the Scots." "You speak like an honest man," was the satisfactory reply. At the inn at Long Marston, Charles, in his character of servant, went to the kitchen, where he was at once set to wind the jack. "What countryman are you," said the maid, when he showed his ignorance of the art, "that you know not how to wind up a jack?" "Only a poor tenant's son of Colonel Lane in Staffordshire," said Charles. "We seldom have roast meat, and then we don't use a jack." Another incident deserves record, for it was singularly recalled to Charles's memory when he was on his deathbed. While he lay concealed in Moseley Hall, a secular priest called John Huddleston, afterwards a Benedictine monk, who had been instrumental in effecting his concealment, placed in his hands a manuscript entitled "A Short and Plain Way to the Faith and Church," which he read attentively and with apparent conviction. More than 33 years later, the same priest, then one of the Queen's chaplains, was hurriedly conducted up the back stairs at Whitehall to give to the agonizing king the last rites of that church whose tenets he studied for the first time under circumstances so strange. "You once saved my body," gasped the dying man, "and now you are come to save my soul." End of section 9. Section 10 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2, Scotland, Exile and Restoration, Part 3. It is only fair to the memory of Charles, laden as it is with the burden of so much ingratitude, to remember that even after the 9 years of exile which were to follow, he showed to every one of those who had helped him, from the beautiful Mistress Jane Lane to the yeoman Penderells, a full sense of his debt. It was always so with him. Labour and sacrifices in his service as ruler of his country counted for nothing, but strictly personal acts of kindness or fidelity were remembered and generally repaid. It will surprise many to know that there are families now in England who still enjoy the benefits of the devotion shown by those most instrumental in the escape. Some 15 years after the Restoration there were granted, in addition to all former gifts, by letters patent, dated July 24th, 1675, a series of perpetual pensions descendable for ever to the heirs of the grantees, £100 a year each to Richard and William Penderell, 100 marks each to Humphrey, John, and George Penderell, and £50 to Elizabeth Yates, daughter of old William Penderell of Boscobel, and his wife Joan. A large number of fee-farm rents and charges and tithes in half a dozen counties were assigned to trustees for the service of these pensions, the whole of which are still received by the descendants of those who originally enjoyed them. Several of the Penderells held offices about the court, and Humphrey's grandson Richard, who became the Sardinian Marquis Penderell de Boscobel, was the godson of Charles's wife. The entire family, moreover, was exempted by order in council from the penal laws against the Catholics, and protected in the days of the Popish terror, as were the other members of the Catholic faith who had aided the king. On October 16th, Charles and Wilmot set foot upon French soil at Fécamp. So deplorable was their condition that they narrowly escaped being detained as vagrants. While at Rouen, the people of the inn carefully examined their rooms before they left to see that nothing had been purloined. They appear to have reached Paris in little better condition, for to Jermyn Charles owed his first clean shirt for some weeks, the first indeed since Huddleston had given him a New Holland shirt of his own at Moseley Hall. For 6 months Charles lived upon the charity of De Retz and other friends, and almost literally on the crumbs from his mother's table. When at last a small monthly grant from the French court relieved the pressure, Henrietta insisted that he must henceforth bear half the charges of the evening meal, since she had, she said, enough to do to feed herself and her youngest daughter. So businesslike indeed was she, that the arrangement was retrospective, and the very first night's supper which the king ate with the queen began the account, so that the first money that was received for the king upon his grant was entirely stopped for the discharge of his Majesty's part. His brother James was fairly provided for by his colonelcy in the French army and a small pension from the court. Barely clothed and fed, Charles was in forlorn plight. It was noticed that his high spirits had left him, and that he had become silent in company. But his privations formed the height of luxurious living when compared with those of his servants. "I have not been master of a crown these many months," said Hyde, "am cold for want of clothes and fire, and owe for all the meat I have eaten these 3 months. I am so cold," he writes again, "I can scarce hold my pen, and have not 3 sous to buy a faggot." The destitution deepened as time went on. 5 or 6 of us eat together, 1 meal a day for a pistole a week, and the king himself owes for all he hath eaten since April. In March 1654 Hyde had not received a shilling from the king for more than 3 years, and was wasted to nothing. In April he wanted shoes and shirts, but he says with thankfulness, "I do not know that any man is yet dead for want of bread, which really I wonder at." No possible source of help was left untried. The death of his brother-in-law, the Prince of Orange, had closed the only purse upon which he could reckon. "But we cast many a false dice to win the game," wrote one of his court. It was intimated to the Pope that the king was ready to change his religion if it were made worth his while, and that he would in any case protect the English and Irish Catholics when restored, if some help were forthcoming. He was met by the suggestion that his conversion should be declared first, and the negotiation, as later in 1655, naturally lapsed. In 1652 he sent Wilmot, created Earl of Rochester for the purpose, to the Diet of Ratisbon, to solicit the aid of the German princes who were beyond the fear of Cromwell. Wilmot, though he was frequently drunk and abusive in public, and generally disgraced his master, succeeded in obtaining a vote for 200,000 rix dollars, a very little of which came to hand, and from the electors of Treves and Cologne small sums were received. But Charles had practically to depend upon the contributions of royalists in England, and his signature was appended to many a document which bore the following: "I do acknowledge to have received the sum of £100 sterling, which I do promise to repay as soon as I am able." He had another possible resource. His mother saw to it that the courtship of the Grand Mademoiselle should be taken up once more. His chances were better than before. In spite of the cropping of his rich black curling hair, of a coarsening of the features and a recklessness of expression, the lady found him much improved, and he had about him the halo of the dangers he had passed. He roused her pity by his description of his existence in Scotland, where there was not a woman fit to be seen, and where it was a sin to play the fiddle. Most important of all, he had somehow learnt to speak French since they last met, and was able to assure her in a civilized tongue that he could not regret his defeat at Worcester, since it brought him back to her, that he cared to regain his kingdom now only that he might share it with her. In fact, il faisait toutes les mines que l'on dit que les amants font. But at this moment the possibility of a greater alliance with her cousin Louis XIV floated before her. She revolted against the incessant attack kept up by Henrietta and by the 2 princesses of Orange, who had been brought to Paris for the purpose, and the farce came once more to the only end which Mazarin would have allowed. In other matters Charles followed Hyde's advice. He dismissed that father of atheists, Mr. Hobbes, who hath made all the Queen's court and part of the Duke of York's atheists, and would have done his best to have poisoned the King's court. He now needed little dissuasion from any longer counterfeiting the presbyter, and in spite of the urgency of Buckingham and all the Presbyterian gang, gave up attendance at the Huguenot services at Charenton with alacrity. Indeed, Hyde's anxiety was soon roused in the opposite direction, for C.S. and his fraternity went to pass away the afternoon at the Jesuits of St. Anthony. The king's assertion of independence caused his relations with his mother, which were never cordial, to become very strained. Necessity, however, compelled them to stay together in Paris until July 1652. In that month the capital was in the hands of Condé and Orléans, a prey to fire and massacre, and Charles and Henrietta were allowed to go to Saint-Germain, whence in October they accompanied Louis XIV on his triumphal return. During the whole of this year the king had been busy with futile schemes. When war broke out between the States and the Commonwealth, he applied to be allowed to serve in the Dutch fleet. He tried to arrange a marriage between James and the daughter of the Duke of Lorraine, who had an army to dispose of. He proposed to visit the Emperor of Russia and the princes of the Empire, who might give money, to mediate between France and Spain, and so secure the help of both. In June he commissioned Middleton to command the royalist Scotch nobles and chiefs who were expected to rise in the north. Meanwhile, Hyde, with Ormond, Nicholas, and Hatton, were bent upon getting Charles out of the power of the juggling cardinal. They were haunted by the fear that for his own ends Mazarin would deliver him to Cromwell. So long as the issue of the war between England and the States was doubtful, Mazarin kept him carefully in sight by the simple process of curtailing supplies. But by August 1653 England was absolute mistress of the sea, and it became advisable to conciliate the Commonwealth. An obvious step was to withdraw all protection from Charles, and in January 1654 Cromwell was informed that if he would ally himself with France, the king should be dismissed. "This crown," wrote Hyde in February, "longs to be rid of us, that it may proceed briskly in their treaty with Cromwell. So the king hath sent them word that he will be gone within 10 days after they have paid the money which they have promised." But Charles had to solace himself with billiards and tennis, visits to the Jesuits, and facile amours until July, when the political situation was clear. His destination was easily settled. The States were closed to him by the treaty with England of April 1654. The kings of France and Spain take it for a principle that the king's interest is none of theirs, and each counts Cromwell for a non nocet. Germany, however, was open, and on condition that Charles went there, Mazarin found the necessary funds. He left Paris on July 8th, and after a month's stay at Spa with his widowed sister, an excellent princess if she had not the natural imperfection of her family, an unwillingness to put herself to think of business, passed on to Aix-la-Chapelle, where he spent another month, and thence in November to Cologne, receiving an exuberant welcome. Ormond, the ornament of the court, and Nicholas, now appointed secretary, remained in attendance, while Hyde, free of immediate business, took up his residence at Breda. The rivalry between the Queen's friends and the triumvirate who represented his father's old servants, Hyde, Ormond, and Nicholas, had been settled in dramatic fashion before Charles left France. Hyde, as most in his confidence, was the mark of every attack. An impudent accusation of holding communication with Cromwell, supported with detail of time and place, brought matters to a head. Hyde at once challenged an investigation before the king, to the utter discomfiture of the conspirators. It pleased his Majesty to declare that he never heard so frivolous an accusation in his life, and wondered that such trash should ever come from such persons. So absolutely did this confirm Hyde's position, that his friends laughingly declared that he must have hired his assailants to bring their charge. To Hyde, earnest, hard-working, and of unimpeachable morals, Charles's character began to give no little uneasiness. The natural imperfection of his family was more pronounced in him than in any of the others. I do not forget the letters the king should write, but he never sets himself to that work but on Fridays, and he elsewhere adds, by no means always then. Whenever anything is to be done by the king's own hand, we must sometimes be content to wait, he being brought very unwillingly to the work, which vexes me exceedingly. Nicholas again emphasized his shrewd perception of character, but lamented that so excellent an understanding and judgment in affairs should be combined with such luxury and neglect of business and so little secrecy. Hyde did not confine his feelings to letters to his friends. He lectured Charles now as he had lectured him at Bristol and Jersey, pressing upon him that it was his Majesty's misfortune to be thought by many not to be active enough toward his own redemption, and to love his ease too much, both for his age and fortune. The fact that he held a far higher opinion of James, a most glorious young prince, who was in honourable service under Turenne, did not, however, cause Hyde to swerve from his loyal reserve and invariable practice. When all is done, we have lamented and advised as we ought to do. We must to others make the best of it, and put all the fair glosses and interpretations of innocent mirth upon it. In the term innocent mirth we must, we fear, include drink and the incontinence which was already a scandal. Poor as was his court, wine and women were easily come by. As regards drinking, he kept it this time within bounds. It is especially noted that on a hunting expedition he and Tom Elliot, his gentleman of the bedchamber, were the only two who returned sober. But the graver vice was notorious. Elsewhere we read of his 17th mistress abroad, while Hyde himself had been employed by the Queen for the removal of a young lady out of the Louvre, who had procured a lodging there without Her Majesty's consent. A most amusing anecdote related at first hand by St. Evremont shows that even during the perils of the flight after Worcester, Charles had not been able to refrain from indulging his passions. The tuition of Mrs. Windham, carried out by Percy, and especially by Buckingham, the most worthless of a worthless crew, had borne ample fruit. End of section 10. Section 11 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2, Scotland, Exile and Restoration, Part 4. In extreme poverty, harassed by the importunity of friends in England and the petitions of penniless cavaliers who found their way to Cologne, every design at once known in London through Cromwell's spies and through the skill of Dr. Wallace in deciphering his intercepted letters, his court so torn by private factions that Thurlow reported the confusion to be as great as ever was in the Tower of Babylon, Charles nevertheless kept a light heart. Hyde might tutor him, Ormond might speak of his affairs as utterly broken, Mazarin might deride our misery. His business was to make life as pleasant as he could. Madame de Motteville declares that he bore the ills of poverty and exile with reckless nonchalance, snatching at whatever pleasures came in his way, even those of the most degraded kind. Although Hyde asserts that he betook himself with great cheerfulness to compose his mind to misfortune, and with a marvellous contentedness prescribed so many hours a day to the study of both the Italian and French languages. He hunted every day when the weather allowed, and at night, he tells us himself, we dance and play as if we had taken the Plate Fleet. He had a small fiddler that does not play ill on the fiddle, and he was eager to obtain the music for new corrants and sarabands and other little dances. In the meantime, he says, we must be content with those that make no difference between a hymn and a coranto. Dancing, then, as always, was his chief delight indoors, but the consideration of the new clothes and the sword, the latter wholly unsatisfactory, which Henry Bennet had forwarded to him, the 2 beaver hats, 6 pairs of shoes of the Paris shoemaker, and 6 more made by Dyke, 3 pairs black and the others coloured, helped to pass the impracticable hours. In August 1655 he went incognito with his sister Mary to the great fair at Frankfurt, was splendidly entertained by the Elector of Mentz for 3 days, and at Königstein met Christina, the wild Queen of Sweden, the atheistical madwoman, who had shortly before renounced her crown, and who was scandalizing Europe with her excesses. On another occasion he visited the Count Palatine of Neuberg at Düsseldorf, and probably then acquired the distaste for German women which he afterwards crystallized into the verdict, "Odds fish, they are all foggy." The absence of sympathy between him and his mother has already been dwelt upon, but an open and long-abiding breach was now caused by her sustained attempt, in violation of many pledges, to secure the conversion of her youngest son, Henry of Gloucester, a conversion upon which the Catholics built great hopes. Henry IX, they said, was to repair what Henry VIII had ruined. Charles, when appealed to by Hatton and other royalists in Paris, resolved to frustrate the scheme. The struggle was conducted by Henrietta with cajolery, deceit, and extraordinary harshness, and continued from the moment that Charles left Paris until the following November, when he wrote letters to his mother and to James, Lord Jermyn, and Henry himself, which admitted of no dispute, and sent Ormond with instructions to bring the boy away from Paris without delay. Henry left France in December, and in February 1655 was in his sister's safe custody at the Hague, but he was driven thence in virtue of the treaty with Cromwell, and joined the court at Cologne in May. Hyde declares that he had never seen the king so awakened as in this affair. The motives for this energy need not be exalted to the plane of conscience. They probably resided solely in the need of impressing a certainty of his steadfastness to the faith upon the Cavaliers in England, whom he would have lost had he been believed to be a consenting party to his brother's conversion. When, however, Henry was once out of France, and he could point to this victory, Charles lost no time in endeavouring to satisfy his Catholic friends by sending Lord Taafe to the nuncio to explain and lament the necessity under which he had found himself, and to express his complete readiness to change his own religion if he could thereby secure advantages sufficient to make the step worth his while. All this followed on a letter written to the ministers of the Scotch Kirk some weeks previously, in which he appealed to their memory of his life with them, and bade them to rest assured of his resolve to walk as in the sight of the Most High, though they would recognize that he was compelled to make friends of all sorts of men. Even greater matters called for decision. Ever since the autumn of 1649, a royalist committee had been in existence in England to prepare for a revolt. Toward the beginning of 1654 it was dissolved, and succeeded by a more energetic body called the Sealed Knot, which at once grew busy. Encouraged by Hyde and Ormond, the Knot began to organize a widespread insurrection during the spring of 1654, and this, conjointly with the movements of Middleton and Glencairn in the Highlands, would, it was hoped, shake Cromwell's power to its base. At the same time, the royalist Henshaw came to Paris with a scheme for the assassination of Cromwell. Charles refused to see him, and by the advice of Hyde and Ormond discouraged any attempt until the Sealed Knot was prepared to follow it up at once by open insurrection. On the other hand, Lord Jared, Rupert, who had quarrelled with both Charles and Hyde, and Sir Edward Herbert, the Keeper of the Seals, who was sore at the failure of the attack upon Hyde in 1653, in which he had been prominent, urged the pursuance of the scheme, and did not hesitate to express their opinion of the superiority of James over his brother as a man of action and judgment. This brought matters to a crisis. Charles steadfastly supported Hyde and Ormond, with the result that Rupert was compelled to leave the court, and Herbert to give up the Great Seal. On May 3rd there was published the famous proclamation in which Charles was made to offer a full pardon, £500 a year, and a colonelcy to anyone who would kill Cromwell. The absurdity of ascribing it to the king has been fully shown, and internal evidence has fixed it upon Herbert. That Hyde and Charles, with Ormond and Nicholas, were perfectly cognizant of later plots, especially that of Sexby in 1655 and 1656, and that the celebrated pamphlet, Killing No Murder, which is only to show the lawfulness and conveniency that he be presently killed, had their entire approval. These things do not admit of question. On the limits of the moral reprobation to be attached to such complicity we have already expressed our view, and that view is strengthened when we remember that a price had been put upon the capture of Charles himself as a traitor, that Cromwell had sanctioned atrocious cruelty in Ireland, and that at this very time Monk was offering rewards in Scotland for the capture or death of the leaders of the royal forces in the Highlands. Moreover, if accounts of the most circumstantial nature which reached Charles had any foundation, assassination plots were not all on one side, for in May 1657 news was sent from England of his intended murder, with names and details of the conspirators. The impatience of the English loyalists now brought disaster upon the cause. In February 1655 they were resolved to rise in many parts of the country, although the sealed knot, in whom alone there is any authority from the king, declared absolutely and sharply against the madness of those people that are resolved to begin. Urgent warnings from Charles and Hyde led to nothing but invectives against the knot and against the king himself for his apathy. At length he was forced by the remonstrances of the over-eager men to dispatch Rochester to command in the north and Wagstaff in the west, while he himself went to Middleburg to be ready for an immediate voyage. But there was no call upon Charles's presence in England. In March, a premature revolt at Salisbury was easily suppressed. Other isolated risings in west and north burned out for want of support and coherence, and the result was to settle more firmly the damned Oliver, the beast in the Revelations, whom all the kings of the earth do worship. Cromwell's French alliance and his attack upon Spain naturally opened up a new prospect for Charles. The delays, for which Spanish diplomacy was famous, the Spanish method, prevented anything definite until the spring of 1656, when he went incognito to Brussels to confer with the ministers Fuensaldana and Alonso de Cardenas. A draft treaty was then drawn up and ratified in the summer, by which Charles agreed to suspend and, if possible, secure the parliamentary revocation of all penal laws, and to maintain the treaty with the Irish Catholics, in return for a monthly allowance of 3,000 crowns to himself and 1,500 to James, the opening of the Spanish ports for royalist privateers, and the promise of armed help to recover his kingdom. But there was an immediate condition of far greater import. He was to call out all the English and Irish soldiers in the French army to be formed into regiments in the service of Spain. This condition led to a serious family quarrel. The Duke of York had served with much credit under Turenne, to whom he was deeply attached. By an arrangement with Cromwell, who wished to keep the brothers in opposition, Mazarin had offered him the command of the forces in Italy, and James was bitterly disappointed when he received instructions from the king to resign his commission, to join him at once at Bruges, where he had now taken up his residence, and to take the oath to Spain. Through a skilful intrigue of Mazarin, James failed to secure even the command of the new regiments, and his ill humour was completed by a further order to dismiss his confidant, Sir John Berkeley, who, under Cromwell's instructions, was inciting him to resistance. In a fit of sullen resentment, James left Flanders to follow his friend to Holland. Charles was deeply incensed at this unimaginable sally, while Cromwell noted with satisfaction that fire kindled between them will not ask bellows to blow it to keep it burning. Hyde's sagacity saved the situation. He urged that the very excess of James's actions made his reduction to his duty sure, and that no compliance with the Duke's weakness should be omitted, so that by it he may be got again to Bruges. Ormond was sent after the runaway, for he was the invariable messenger in family matters requiring firm and tactful handling. On condition that the past should be forgotten, that his household should not be interfered with, and that Berkeley should be made a peer, James returned somewhat sulkily to his duty. In May he was in command of the regiments, brave and as little troublesome as any prince can be, while Gloucester served as a volunteer with Caracena, and in June a final reconciliation took place between the brothers, in which Charles was relieved of serious embarrassment by James's promise to hold no further communication with the Queen or Lord Jermyn upon public affairs. Other causes of friction arose in the matter of the regiments. What the incident was which drew the following letter on December 28th from Charles to Don Alonso is not known, but it is worthy of transcription as evidence of one of the 4 or 5 known occasions upon which he allowed anger to disturb his usual easy temper. I have seen your letter to the Chancellor, and am so full of indignation at the affront that is put upon me, that I have scarce patience to write this letter. I send this bearer expressly to let you know that before I suffer this affront to be upon my regiment, which was never yet offered to any private colonel whatsoever, I will break the regiment 1,000 times over. I command you to tell Don Juan this from me. Let me have without delay a positive answer of what I may trust to, for I cannot nor will not any longer be at the charges and trouble I am at. During the negotiations with Spain, curious pieces of by-play had gone on, in which, but for Hyde's controlling hand, a fatal mistake might easily have been made. In June, the Levellers and other extreme Republicans in England, who were Cromwell's most formidable enemies, made proposals to Charles through Sexby, to which, however, he was advised by Langdale not to listen, since they were incapable of carrying them out, and since the king ought not to build the foundations of your counsels upon any that have been in blood against your Majesty or your royal father. Sexby, moreover, worked hard to induce the Spanish court to give its active assistance to the Levellers in the projected insurrection, on the promise of the surrender of Dunkirk, and to Spanish help Langdale had no objection. Strangers, he said, are the most fit instruments for your Majesty to act in England withal, and these are not your friends, or do not understand England, that will persuade your Majesty that strangers will not be welcome to your friends in England. To such a suggestion Hyde would not, of course, listen for a moment, although he was as anxious as Langdale to come to some agreement with Spain, and although he at once took the steps which resulted in the treaty of 1656. Meanwhile, a busy Irish priest of indifferent character, Peter Talbot, who had acted as the intermediary between Sexby and the Spanish ministers, had been using the occasion to urge Charles to enter the Catholic Church. If Spain were to help, the king should renounce the French faction and become a Roman Catholic, yet so secretly that no living creature should know of it but Fuensaldana, Don Alonso, the Archduke, and Father Talbot. The secret should be kept, if he wished, all his life. If he would promise this, but not otherwise, Fuensaldana would have him come to Brussels at once, and in that case the Pope and the King of Spain would see that by God's assistance he was restored in 6 months. Talbot added in another letter, "Only want of information can alienate a person of your Majesty's great wit and judgment from our communion." End of section 11. Section 12 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2, Scotland, Exile and Restoration, Part 5. The indignation with which Hyde received this letter, and which burns in every word of his measured reply, is easily explained. If Charles were under any temptation to lapse from Protestantism, he could never return to England. Thurlow had roundly asserted, and it had been printed in Holland, that he had privately become a Catholic. The mystery of the king's religion is so insoluble that it is impossible to affirm or deny with certainty. The undoubted fact that he attended Mass is no evidence one way or the other. But with Hyde, the mere fact that suspicion was openly expressed was enough to call forth the most vehement protest. Hyde's incessant care that his master should make no false step is admirably illustrated by his letter to Ormond, who had undertaken a mission to England to ascertain how matters really stood with the king's friends. He insisted that a conjunction between the Levellers and the Cavaliers must be a first condition of any agreement with the former, that particular promises might be made to particular men, but no general concessions, that Ormond could not extol too highly the privileges of Magna Carta or the power of free parliaments. When they are obstinate to insist on any unreasonable propositions, let your consent be with this clause: if a free parliament shall think fit to ask the same of his Majesty, and let that clause with an if be rather inserted to several unreasonable propositions than one general clause consented to. Through all the dreary days that were to follow, Hyde was immovable from this position. To the Levellers, Charles had already written at his suggestion, promising pardon to all but those who sat and voted for his father's murder, and binding himself to govern by the known laws of the land and by successive parliaments. The cloud of poverty which had been somewhat raised by the treaty with Spain soon settled down more hopelessly than ever, as the inability or unwillingness of Spain to keep her bargain increased. "God send us health and some money," wrote Hyde, who was suffering from poor man's gout, while Ormond answered Hyde's complaint of not receiving letters with the question what in the world he thought there was to write about except the want of money that makes us mad. Of Charles's own straits, Hyde said, "If he has not a very speedy supply, he must take horse and tell Don Juan he is plainly run away from starving, and from seeing his servants beg in the streets or be hauled to prison." That this was no exaggeration is shown by 2 other entries. "If Monsieur Oniat do not this day prevent it, poor Barton will be cast into prison for what he owes his landlord, while poor Dick Harding hath pawned every little thing he hath, the cup which the prince gave him, and every spoon, and hath not a shirt to his back, and yet will not importune his master." Hyde and Charles were themselves no better off than Dick Harding. On September 5th, 1657, after referring to his great necessities, "which you know I never call so till there is nothing left to pawn for bread," Hyde described how, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, he had looked over the state of the debts and found that every bit of meat, every drop of drink, all the fire, and all the candles that hath been spent since the king's coming hither is entirely owed for, and how to get credit for a week more is no easy matter. There was no money with which to pay the men of the newly formed regiments, and every day Hyde had before his eyes the sad spectacle of naked soldiers. "The court," wrote one of Thurloe's correspondents with malicious pleasure, "is scattered, and so retired that they are scarce visible, and Dorothy Chiffinch could not get 4 livres a day to pay for the whole washing of the king's household." As late as the end of 1659, Hyde was complaining that we every day omit the doing of somewhat, for want of 20 or 30 pounds, that is of extraordinary moment. How Charles was able to pay for his blacks when he went into mourning for Ferdinand III. Was a puzzle to Thurloe's correspondent. We feel that we are in the regions of bathos when we read that, compelled by dire necessity, the king hath been long without a chaplain. Youth, high spirits, and a splendid constitution, reinforced by a happy facility for ignoring other people's privations, carried Charles gaily through it all. The insouciance which developed later into a fixed cynicism never failed him, while the mixture of familiarity and affectionate banter with which he wrote to Hyde and Ormond reminds us of the child's letter to Newcastle, and shows that he felt absolutely safe in their patient loyalty. The gravity with which he trusted that Hyde, who had piteously described how shrunken he had become, will recover his accustomed greatness, the hurried note which bade him at a time when the poor man's gout was particularly aggressive, "Make as much haste as your gouty feet will give you leave," the summons to Ormond, the Grand Seigneur, "Put your lazy bones to it, for we know not what to say till you come," the petulant "I would you were," the royal tongue has a touch of coarseness here, "for not letting me have a copy of your book of inscriptions, subscriptions, and superscriptions." Such utterances as these are sufficient to show the relations, and we can easily imagine the magisterial gravity of Hyde when he wrote, in answer to Charles's letter telling how he had lost his keys while watching the procession on Good Friday, "You do very well in letting what you intend to lose be always by itself, and unentangled with what you desire to keep." This is the more interesting because neither Hyde nor Ormond were persons with whom liberties could safely be taken, and this Charles sometimes discovered for himself. There is a letter extant which shows that Ormond preserved the spirit which he showed as a mere boy, when he caused Strafford, then in the height of his power, to be told that if he called upon him to give up his sword, he should have it through his body. He now had reason to feel aggrieved at some slight passed upon him, apparently by James, and he wrote forthwith to Charles himself. All this not being to be suffered with dissimulation, but with great meanness, the most moderate resentment I can have of it is to demand full satisfaction from your Majesty, most humbly beseeching you to believe that no greater misfortune can befall me than that of being reduced to take this means, hoping that in this occasion your Majesty will oblige me never to depart from that true and sincere passion I have always had to manifest myself, etc. Idle poverty and recklessness are sure companions. To the infinite regret of his wise and loyal advisers, Charles permitted himself and his followers even more license in Flanders than in Cologne. From one of his spies at Bruges, Thurloe received the following: "There is now a company of French comedians at Bruges, who are very punctually attended by Charles Stuart and his court, and all the ladies there. Their most solemn day of acting it is the Lord's Day. I think I may truly say that greater abominations were never practised among people than at this day in Charles Stuart's court. Fornication, drunkenness, and adultery are esteemed no sins among them. Accounts such as this must, it is true, be read with discrimination. We do not expect austere morality from a tramp, but neither is it probable that the Spanish government would have allowed any very open scandal without protest. And it must be borne in mind that the more lurid the reports, the better would Cromwell and Thurloe be pleased. They were carefully published in England, and undoubtedly injured the prospects of Charles by preventing sober men, especially Presbyterians, from expressing sympathy with him. Indeed, they were largely responsible for the carrying of the Act of November 1656, by which all title of either of the three brothers or their descendants was absolutely extinguished. Pleasure and debauchery did indeed promise to be the leaden clogs which will in the end make them stick. Charles had arrived at Bruges on April 22nd, 1656, and for a few weeks lodged at the house of the Irish Viscount Tara in the street of the Old Burg. On June 3rd he occupied permanent quarters in the first house on the right-hand side of the High Street as one walks from the Burg. Here he remained until February 7th, 1658, when he went to Brussels. One or two interesting notices of his stay are to be found in the records of the two societies of St. George and St. Sebastian, composed of crossbowmen and archers respectively. On June 11th, 1656, he was present with his brother Henry at the festival of the former. He aimed first at the bird of honour suspended from a mast and struck it. It was finally brought down by a wine merchant, round whose neck Charles hung the prize, a golden bird. On June 25th he did a like honour to the rival society. Under the dates of August 3rd and 6th, there are records in its registers of promises from Charles of 1,000 crowns of gold after his death, and from Henry of 300 crowns due from his heirs. Strange to say, Charles was better than his word. In 1662 he paid to the Society of St. George 650 livres de gros, Flemish silver, and to that of St. Sebastian 3,600 florins. To the end of his reign he retained a grateful memory of the Flemings, whom he described as the most honest and true-hearted race of people that he had met with. The outlook of the exiles had been brightened by the treaty with Spain, but having secured 4 good regiments from Charles's English and Irish followers to fight her battles, Spain had no intention of wasting them upon his. The reiterated demands of the king as to the causes of delay, the king of I don't know what, as the Marquis de Leda called him, brought little satisfaction, and he was driven to put off his projected descent upon England until the winter of 1657. He was deeply hurt at this scurvy usage. "If I were with Don Juan," he wrote to Hyde, "I should follow your counsel and swear 2 or 3 round oaths. But though I am in ill humour, methinks you are in worse." Hyde was, he admits, weary of his life. "God give you a better temper," exclaimed Lord Bristol. The relations were still more strained when Don Juan, Don Devil he had become now, refused to allow Charles to join his brothers at the front. The difficulty was at length smoothed over, and very shortly Hyde was lecturing him on his want of consideration for his subjects, in recklessly and uselessly exposing his person, though none of those who think that you are like to recover your 3 kingdoms without being in danger of your life. It is evident that the service was of real danger, and that there was no shirking on the part of the brothers, for at this very time Charles was requested by Bristol to remonstrate with James on the same score, while in an attempt to recover Mardyke, Ormond had his horse shot under him when riding at the king's side. Once more the king claimed the fulfilment of the Spanish promises. His friends in England were at length ready to move, and arms and provisions were stored at Nieuport and Ostend. But Don John replied that he would risk no troops until some trustworthy informant could satisfy him of the actual facts. The extraordinary confidence in which Ormond was held is shown by the acceptance of his offer, already mentioned, to go to England and ascertain the state of parties. Charles pawned his George to pay the expenses of the journey. Cromwell's spies were successfully deceived by the report that he was leaving on a mission to the Diet, and he landed in Essex in the beginning of January 1658. He remained a month in disguise in England, consulted the Sealed Knot and other leading royalists, and returned with a report so hopeless that all designs had to be postponed. His presence in England was duly notified to Cromwell by Sir Richard Willis, the traitor of the knot, who, however, playing the double game, gave warning to Ormond himself at the same time, so that he was able to leave the country unscathed. While still in England, in hourly danger of liberty and life, he managed to send a notable and beautiful letter to Hyde, which shows with what discriminating loyalty these two dealt with their master. I must now freely confess to you that what you have written of the king's unseasonable impatience at his stay at Bruges is a greater damp to my hopes of his recovery than the strength of his enemies or the weakness and backwardness of those who profess him friendship. Modesty, courage, and many accidents may overcome those enemies and unite and fix those friends. But I fear his immoderate delight in empty, effeminate, and vulgar conversations is become an irresistible part of his nature, and will never suffer him to animate his own designs and others' actions with that spirit which is requisite for his quality and much more to his fortune. This to any but to you or him, from any, unless a very few, but from me, or from me at any other time, were too bold a lamentation, for so God knows it is. May God bless him and fit him for his work. It is letters such as these that show that Charles was restored in spite of himself. While Ormond was thus risking his life in England, Charles was at Antwerp with his sister Mary. His first governor, the magnificent Newcastle, was there also, and for many days all troubles were forgotten in the entertainments which he provided. But the prospects grew dark month by month throughout that year. The Spanish pensions were not paid. Complaints of robbery and outrage by the starving men of the regiments were frequent. The broken officers thronged the court with importunate clamour. On March 1st, English frigates destroyed the ships at Ostend in which Charles hoped to make his voyage, and next winter was once more the earliest moment for the enterprise. On June 8th, the prospects of Spain, and with them his own, vanished at the Battle of the Dunes, when the 4 Irish and English regiments under James gave way before the charge of the Ironsides. Once more conversion was put before Charles as his best chance of help, but he himself reported on June 28th, "I find Don Alonso reasonable enough in the point of my conversion, and does think the best way to that is to do all that is possible to set me in England again and leave the rest to God." The last 5 words form the diplomatic phrase for indefinite postponement. Spain no more cared about Charles's conversion than did Louis XIV in later years at the Treaty of Dover. End of section 12. Section 13 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2. Scotland, Exile, and Restoration, Part 6. At length, for a brief interval, hope flared high. Charles was playing tennis when Sir Stephen Fox called him from his game with great news. It had pleased God, out of his infinite goodness, to do that which he would not allow any man the honour of doing. The powerful devil was dead. For a moment all was exultation, delirious, inarticulate. Jermyn wrote from France the assurance that the engagements with the dead monster expire suddenly. Culpeper reported that Amsterdam was mad with joy. No man is at leisure to buy or sell. The young fry dance in the streets at noonday. The devil is dead is the language at every turn. But Jermyn was not in the councils of Mazarin, nor the young fry in those of John de Witt. Lockhart kept the cardinal firm, although Dick Cromwell sate like an ape on horseback, while in a few days Culpeper wrote again that the States now bent all their thoughts on renewing the treaty with the new Protector, hoping to edge in that which they could never obtain from the crafty fox his father, the maritime treaty. Charles's wiser friends kept their heads. Hyde's voice was heard at once. I hope the king will not be prevailed upon to do any sudden thing. We shall have advantages offered if we do not hurt ourselves with projects. Meanwhile all friends should get into Parliament as soon as possible. Wait till they quarrel, added Culpeper, and then the weaker part will be glad of our help. Culpeper's very able letter contained one fruitful piece of advice, which could not, however, be fully acted upon for nearly another year. The key of the situation was held by George Monk, who had the army of occupation in Scotland at his disposal. The aim should therefore be to satisfy him that his personal interests would be best secured by a restoration, and his own way of declaring himself should be accepted without demur. The way to deal with him is by some fit person, to show him plainly and to give him all imaginable security for it, that he shall better find all his ends, those of honour, power, profit, safety, with the king than in any other way he can take. Neither are we to boggle at any way he shall propose in declaring himself, let it at the first be presbytery, be king in Parliament, be a third party, or what he will. So it oppose the present power, it will at last do the king's business, and after a little time he will and must alone fall into the track we would have him to go in. When he is engaged past a retreat, he will want you as much as you will want him, and you may mould him into what form you please. To prepare the ground, to be ready to take advantage of the recriminations and quarrels already breaking out between Presbyterians and Republicans in England, to prevent all divisions among themselves, to frustrate especially the intrigues of Father Talbot and his like, who were endeavouring to set up the interest of James against that of the king, and to conciliate every possible source of support. This was the course laid down by Hyde, who now as Lord Chancellor had more authority than ever. An obvious and a necessary step was to reassure all good Protestants, especially Presbyterians, of the king's firmness to the faith. If his Scottish experience had sickened him of all religion, it had at least taught him the value of asseveration, and on November 7th letters were dispatched to the ministers of the English Presbyterian churches in Holland, expressing his undying zeal for the Protestant religion, the propagation whereof we shall endeavour with our utmost power. In the beginning of March 1659, the Levellers renewed their offer to help Charles to regain his crown, upon conditions which meant nothing less than pure republicanism veiled under monarchical phrases. But Hyde kept steadily before him the idea of a restoration subject to such conditions only as did not imply a nerveless monarchy or a new church. For this he trusted to time. Meanwhile he pleaded incessantly with Mordaunt, Broderick, and other eager friends in England for the avoidance of hasty action. They were pressing for a restoration on any terms, confident that the restrictions imposed will be suddenly taken off by your Majesty's sweetness of disposition and temper. But 3 kingdoms, Hyde felt, are too considerable to venture upon a slight account. Against all proposals to rise in arms he protested most earnestly, and especially warned his friends against Buckingham, then in England, who will be glad to merit by setting any ridiculous plot on foot. He would not, if he could help it, allow Charles to send a line to his friends without his endorsement. It was he who held the pen when the king authorized his agents in England to make what promises they thought fitting, and engaged to make them good. But not to such as were possessed of church or crown lands, or the lands taken from our faithful subjects. Or when Charles wrote directly, saying, "I do avoid making large promises to you, because I am told it would not be acceptable, and that you are swayed by other thoughts, yet cannot but tell you, you shall never repent any offices you shall do me." Of all promises actually made, Hyde kept a careful register, and they were scrupulously redeemed. By May 1659 the outlook had again altered. On the 4th Charles heard that his adherents were ready to rise in the Midlands and in the North, and on the same day the army restored the Long Parliament and dismissed Richard Cromwell. Chaos, he was told, is a perfection in comparison with our order and government. The parties are like floating islands, sometimes joining and appearing like a continent, when the next flood or ebb separates them, that it can hardly be known where they are next. In the beginning of June all was in good posture, and Hyde was urging rather than restraining, while Charles adjured from England that he must hazard his own person if success were to be hoped for, promised that in case of a rising he would come with 2,000 men at least. France and Spain, he added, would doubtless help him, since a temporary cessation of arms had been arranged. Charles might promise 2,000 men, but he could not possibly move while Ostend was closely watched, for it was the only port where he had ships. But the man who next to Monk held the issues in his hands was Admiral Montague, a perfect hater of the men who now rule, though devoted to old Noel, his countryman. Montague was in command of the fleet at the Sound, and it was intimated to him that if he would bring his vessels to embark Charles's regiments, there would be practically no limit to what he might ask and receive. Without waiting for the result of these advances, Charles wrote to England that he and James would set out on July 21st in the hope that his friends would be ready for him. He expressed his anxiety, or Hyde's, that the English nation may be the means of removing the misery, without owning those great obligations to foreign princes which they seldom yield without some advantage to their own interest and impairing their neighbours. In a few days, however, he received a letter from Mordaunt and Titus, warning him that arrangements were still unmatured, and imploring him not to expose his person to danger. At the beginning of August it was understood that all was at length in train. The proposals were that Massey should seize Gloucester, Lord Willoughby, Lynn, and Sir G. Booth, Chester, while Plymouth, Bristol, Shrewsbury, and Exeter were to be attacked. Montague was to bring the fleet from the Sound. Gloucester was then to sail from Ostend for the east coast with the Irish regiments. Turenne had promised to convey James with his troops and artillery from Boulogne. On the 15th Charles had started for Calais. Thence he went in disguise to St. Malo in Brittany, and was about to sail on September 8th, when Ormond overtook him with news of disaster. The whole scheme of the insurrection had been betrayed to the government by Willis, and when Booth rose in Cheshire he was easily crushed. Montague, who had come to the mouth of the Thames, had fortunately not yet declared himself, and by desperate lying managed to escape death or imprisonment. On the 26th Charles was told that he must look for no more risings of his friends, and the bitter truth was pressed upon him that the Spaniard uses you, the French betray you, the Dutch are already declared against you. One chance remained. Mazarin and Don Luis de Haro had met at Fonterrabia in Spain, after the cessation of arms, to discuss the future settlement, and thither Charles went in the hope that he might induce the two crowns to help him, and in particular that the army of Conde, which with his own would make 16,000 men, would be put at his disposal. He met with nothing but disappointment. Mazarin was resolved not to break with the existing government in England, so long as there was a possibility of renewed war with Spain. Spain was still less in a condition to entangle herself, and her interest in Charles was limited to the desire for the restoration of Jamaica, which had been captured by the English, and of Dunkirk, which had fallen to them after the Battle of the Dunes. In his suggestions to Mazarin, Charles included a proposal of marriage with his niece Hortense, but the cardinal gracefully declined the honour by insisting that as long as a cousin of his own remained unmarried, he must not stoop to think of a simple demoiselle. The hope of securing Conde's forces vanished through the vigilance of Lockhart, who obtained a clause in the treaty for their immediate disbandment. Nothing was left for Charles but to return as cheerily as he could to Brussels, with next winter once more upon his tongue. On the journey he went out of his way to Colombe to visit the Queen, and mother and son were reconciled. At this visit also was formed that romantic attachment to his younger sister, which will deserve much notice later. No sooner had he left than there began the series of letters for dear, dear sister, which, with her proudly affectionate answers, can scarcely now be read without emotion. It was the one untainted spot in Charles's life. At Fontarabia, Charles acquired distinct reputation. He has behaved himself here as if he had been bred more years in Spain than in France, wrote O'Neill. The French were equally impressed, and all his council could not deliver his business better, nor add a syllable to what he says. Even from Hyde fell unaccustomed words of praise. His dexterity and composedness hath removed the fatal misfortune of not being believed. For till the king be thought to understand his own business and be able to conduct it, all our striving is against the stream. And towards that good reputation, an opinion of his industry is as necessary as of his conception. The usual hot report that he had turned Papist was of course spread, with circumstantial evidence, after his Spanish visit, and your master is utterly ruined if this be true, wrote Mordaunt. There were doubtless suspicious circumstances. He had gone to mass, and Bristol had been converted. The fact that Charles had at once dismissed Bristol from his council did not affect the conclusions which were drawn. It is worth while to turn aside from the narrative for a few moments to notice one delightful passage from Hyde, which puts in the strongest light Charles's appreciation of his own limitations and his dislike of clumsy flattery. A certain Dr. Creighton had sent to Hyde for criticism the proof sheets of a book upon the Council of Florence, with an epistle dedicatory to Charles, couched in the high-flown language of a courtly divine. Hyde thus replied: "In the next place, you must remember that though our master hath taken great pains, and with excellent success, in the modern languages, yet in Latin he is too unskilful, by the inexcusable negligence of those who should have laid that foundation, so that when this book shall be presented to him, there is no question but that he will command that the epistle dedicatory be translated for him into English. And I must tell you that as there is no prince this day in Europe who deserves greater commendation, so his modesty is so predominant over all his virtues, that no gentleman is sooner out of countenance with being over-commended. I have not in my lifetime seen him more displeased and more angry than in some few encounters of that kind, and I dare swear he will be put to many blushes upon the reading of your epistle, and wish some expressions were away. You have not, nor you cannot say too much of the candour of his mind, of the justice and gentleness of his nature, of his affection and zeal to the Protestant religion. But I beseech you, allay those other expressions which he will believe belong not to him, which relate to his conduct and perfection in war, and to such extraordinary ability as can be got only by experience. Above all, I beseech you review and allay those too hyperbolical expressions of the modesty and severity of our court, where God knows the Fabricii nor the Camilli can be found, and these encomiums may possibly call on some reproaches upon us which we do as little deserve. It is easy to imagine the contemptuous "odds fish, he is a fool" with which Charles would have read the praise of his Latin, his military skill, and the chastity of his court. Nothing remained for the exiles but to fall back upon their accustomed diet of patience. They were now in worse plight than ever. The king's clothes were threadbare, and he was obliged to dismiss his servants and to pawn his remaining plate. Monk's brother, who had been sent on the mission to that impenetrable man, had returned with no word, comfortable or adverse. We know now that he had heard Charles's communication read to him, although he would not take it into his hands, that a letter from him to the Speaker had been drafted in which he demanded a free Parliament, that on receipt of the news of Booth's defeat this letter had been torn up, and that all who knew of it had been sworn to secrecy. It was not until October that Monk showed his hand. Hearing of the expulsion of the Rump by Lambert, and grasping the fact that the traditional feeling of the average Englishman was the exact opposite of the army doctrine, he made Scotland secure, and having received from the former Committee of Safety a commission to command all the forces in England and Scotland, prepared to march against Lambert. End of section 13. Section 14 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2. Scotland, Exile and Restoration, Part 7. At Brussels it was felt that the confusions of England tended but one way, a sensibility of miseries and a thought of no way to have them redressed but by monarchy, and that in the right line, begins to creep into most men's thoughts. The shifting scene of parties in England in December is admirably described by Broderick, who pertinently asked, "Will a bone often dislocated thereby acquire firmness in the socket?" And ever as the prospect of a conflict between Monk and Lambert became clearer, was heard Hyde's reiterated advice to have a little patience, to sit still till they are in blood. The restoration of the Rump Parliament on December 26th gave small hope, since one of its first acts was to vote a new and most comprehensive abjuration of kingship and of the family of Stuart. But Charles had taken a fruitful step, when by Hyde's advice he had declared that he would confirm all the privileges of the city, and give still farther concessions, since he wished to own his restoration to the courage and devotion of the citizens only. The most powerful organization in the country was thus secured, while at the same time he gained the willing concurrence of Manchester, Northumberland, Annesley, Prynne, and many other leading Presbyterians. As Presbyterians they regarded Hyde as their salvation, since he was the only man that hath and will keep out popery. And as men of substance they saw in him one who understood the law and would preserve property. Hope in the possible virtues of Charles had also much to do with the Presbyterian favour, and his friends were not left without ample assurance of these virtues. He hates not the vicious, but abominates their vices. He hates not the drunkard, but his drunkenness. He is the perfect pattern of piety, but more of patience, a perfect enemy to all debauchedness. So wrote the author of 3 Royal Cedars, and the need which was felt to keep up the farce is shown in the grumble of one impatient royalist: "We are all commanded to be plaguey godly." On January 1st, 1660, Monk crossed the Tweed, and, unopposed by Lambert, whose forces melted away as he marched, entered London on February 3rd. What would he do? "Once more," said Hyde, "we can but wait God Almighty's time." The various episodes of that interval of hope and anxiety do not need repetition, and we may pass to the middle of March, when the controversy begins now to be rather upon what terms than whether the king shall be restored. The Presbyterian nobles demanded the Isle of Wight conditions, which would have established a dominant aristocracy rather than a monarchy. The city demanded the immediate recall of the king with an amnesty, satisfaction to the army, and settlement of religion by a council of divines. And underlying all politics, careless of terms or no terms, was the longing of men, and still more of women, for peace, for social peace. "I pray God," wrote Penelope Denton to Sir Ralph Verney on March 8th, "send me my life to see peace in our days, and that friends may live to rejoice each other." On April 15th, when the Exchange was crowded, there came a fellow with a ladder upon his shoulders and a pot of paint in his hand, and set the ladder in the place where the last king's statue had stood, and then went up and wiped out that inscription, "Exit Tyrannus," and as soon as he had done it, threw up his cap and cried, "God bless King Charles II," in which the whole exchange joined with the greatest shout you can imagine, and immediately caused a huge bonfire to be made, which the neighbours of Cornhill and Cheapside imitated with 3 or 4 more, and so that action passed. This melodramatic prophecy was followed hard by its fulfilment. Monk had at last made up his mind. He put nothing on paper, but Bernard Grenville committed the conditions to memory and carried them to the king. They were less onerous than those of the Presbyterians of the city, but they especially urged the departure of Charles from Flanders into Dutch territory, that all fear of Spanish interference might be avoided. At the same time, a paper of advice reached Charles from Lenthal the Speaker. He must be wary of the army and of the Presbyterians. He must yield to nothing prejudicial to his rights, must temporize regarding the power of the sword, tolerate Catholics and all other religious parties, keep his friends from boasting, bind himself to nothing lest he be a mere doge of Venice. Morley, afterwards Bishop of Winchester, had been employed to hoodwink the Presbyterians. The most unreserved testimonials to Charles's orthodoxy had been secured from the Protestant congregations in Holland, France, and elsewhere on the Continent, while James Sharp, who came from the moderate Scotch Presbyterians, clearly saw his account in assuring himself that presbytery would be safe. But probably the most convincing evidence was afforded by the deputation of London ministers headed by Mr. Case. The story is indeed derived from a source so scurrilous that, were it not entirely consistent with Charles's humour, we should hesitate to accept it. Mr. Case, coming where the king lay, was carried up into the chamber next or very near the king's closet, but told withal that the king was busy at his devotions, and that till he had done they must be contented to stay. Being thus left alone, and hearing a sound of groaning piety, such was the curiosity of Mr. Case that he would needs go and lay his ear to the closet door. But heavens! How was the good old man ravished to hear the pious ejaculations that fell from the king's lips. Lord, since thou art pleased to restore me to the throne of my ancestors, grant me a heart constant in the exercise and protection of thy true Protestant religion. Never may I seek the oppression of those who out of tenderness of their consciences are not free to conform to outward and indifferent ceremonies. With a great deal more of the same cant. All this in face of the reports which were spread by the king's enemies of his devotion to prelacy and even to Catholicism was, it was felt, but a pardonable ruse de guerre. Another subject had now to be evaded as well as might be. The longing impatience to know whether his Majesty will condemn or save his blessed father's murderers. I answer all parties that his grandfather never questioned the executioners of his mother. But descending to particulars, some members of the rump were content their fellows should be hanged, they reciprocally of the same mind. To every attempt to bind Charles to definite engagements came Hyde's steady and invariable reply. No man is so tender of the nation as the king is, and will do all he can to preserve it, except it be to offer violence to his conscience or honour, and they who believe he will buy his crown upon such conditions as would make him ashamed of wearing it will be deceived. Hyde's reward was now very near. On April 25th the Free Parliament met with a royalist majority. On May 1st letters were read from the king to both houses, to the army, the city, and Monk. They were dated from Breda, whither he had made a hurried flitting from Flanders, according to Monk's wish. Barely in time indeed, for the Spaniards would have kept him until they had extorted promises regarding Jamaica and Dunkirk. On May 9th Charles was proclaimed king, unfettered by any written condition. 3 weeks later he entered his kingdom without the help of a single foreign soldier, and except for the promise to Spain to endeavour to repeal the penal laws against the Catholics, without a pledge to a single foreign prince. Hyde's triumph was complete. None the less, both he and Charles knew that conditions did exist,
the failure to fulfil which would probably have relegated him once more to a wandering life among the courts of Europe. That this was so arose from the all-important fact that, speaking roughly, he was restored by those who had overthrown his father and who were responsible for his own exile. The fleet, the army, the fortresses were in Presbyterian hands. England had, it is true, shaken off at length the military despotism by which Cromwell had cut right athwart the most cherished traditions of English life. Like an unstrung bow, she had fallen back upon her old ways of life. She had restored her Parliament, and then Parliament and monarchy being co-ordinated in the English mind, she had restored her king. This government was as natural to them as their food or raiment, and naked Indians dressing themselves in French fashion were no more absurd than Englishmen without a Parliament and a king. But having thrown off first the despotism of Charles I, and then the despotism of military force, the country had no thought of bending to another. The new reign must take account of the feelings which had grown up during the overthrow and abeyance of monarchy. That Charles fully recognized the position was seen in his own words some months later to the House of Lords, when he spoke of those who brought or permitted us to come here. The people might, it was hoped, be deceived by the professions made, but made they must be. The Declaration of Breda, a monument to Hyde's legal subtlety and clear perception of the whole field of strategy, was admirably suited to the object in view. By the most careful expression of deference to the authority of the Parliament, he trusted to lull suspicion until the king should be steady enough upon the throne to use his constitutional power of dissolution at a favourable moment, when he would be able to secure a Parliament more to his wishes. The foremost question in men's minds was how far retaliation would be allowed free play. Had the Restoration been the work of a victorious royalist movement, the passions aroused would have been quenched, the accumulated injuries of years avenged in torrents of blood. But it was primarily the re-establishment of parliamentary government, and thus it was that the Declaration granted a general pardon to all who by any open act returned to loyalty and obedience within 40 days, excepting only such persons as shall hereafter be accepted by Parliament. It contained no demand even for vengeance upon the murderers of Charles I. A significant hint, however, was given in the letter to the Speaker which accompanied the Declaration. If there be a crying sin for which the nation may be involved in the infamy which attends it, we cannot doubt that you will be as solicitous to redeem and vindicate the nation from that guilt and infamy as we can be. The question of the Church was treated under the same conditions. The Presbyterians were looking forward with eager anxiety, the Anglican churchmen with exultant hope. To quiet the one, but in terms which might afterwards leave the field clear to the other, Charles proclaimed on his own account a complete liberty to tender consciences, declaring himself ready to consent to such an act of Parliament as upon mature deliberation shall be offered to us for the full granting that indulgence. The resettlement of the land was next dealt with. During the wars many estates had changed hands. The crowned lands and those of church dignitaries had been confiscated by the Commonwealth and sold. About them nothing was said in the Declaration. As to private estates, either granted away by the Commonwealth or sold by distressed royalists, the decision was left absolutely in the hands of Parliament. In another matter, the Declaration expressed how completely the Restoration was one of sufferance. It concluded with a promise to consent to any act of Parliament for the full satisfaction of all arrears due to the officers and soldiers of the army under the command of General Monk, and to receive them into the royal service upon as good pay and conditions as they now enjoy. The recognition of the absolute authority of Parliament in questions regarding the Church and the land, the complete waiving of a desire for personal vengeance, the satisfaction of Monk's army, these were the conditions under which Charles was allowed to return to England. At The Hague, whither he had gone on the invitation of the States, Charles tasted the first intoxicating delights of the astounding change which had in a moment translated him from the penniless vagrancy of a princely outcast to the glories of a throne. They came to him first in the altered attitude of the powers which had alternately fed or starved him, exalted or humiliated. Mazarin was foremost with his congratulations and the offer of either of his well-dowered nieces. But the position of Fontarabia was now reversed. Unstinted hospitality and a purse of £6,000 marked the change in the States, who, in fear of Cromwell, had dismissed him from their territory. Whoever is King of England, they said, were it the devil himself, we must be friends with him. Money flowed in from all sides. £50,000 came from the Parliament, with large presents for James and Gloucester, and Pepys describes the naïve delight with which, on May 16th, Charles called his sister Mary to come and gaze upon the money while it lay in the portmanteau. It was as if a starving tramp had picked up a half-crown. Foreign ambassadors, English royalists who had done much for him, and many who were hoping to reap from soil where they had not sown, those who had everything to hope, and those who had much to fear, parliamentary deputations, church divines, and Presbyterian ministers crowded the Hague. Schooled by Hyde, and aided by his own natural and acquired powers, the king performed his part with all due observance. From occasional outbreaks of his peculiar humour, however, he could not be stopped. When a body of persons who had done nothing but shout with the crowd claimed audience, he called for wine to be brought, drank their healths with all imaginable courtesy, and dismissed them with the remark that he was now even with them, having, as he thought, done as much for them as they had done for him. And in the midst of it all, he found time and heart to send a letter to dear, dear sister, the sweet young girl to whom he had given all the love of which he was capable. No absence, he said, nor any other cause could alter that love, and none who were with him could ever share it. He thanked her for the song she had sent him, though he did not know whether it was pretty, as Jonathan had not yet learned it, and commissioned her to choose the trimming and feathers for his summer clothes. On May 23rd, surrounded by his relatives, with every circumstance of florid pomp and with infinite shooting off of guns, Charles went on board the Naseby, rechristened after dinner by him with his own name. The mere fact of being afloat, as the anchor was weighed and with a fresh gale and most happy weather we set sail for England, was enough to exhilarate the lover of the sea, who had not been on salt water since he had landed at Fécamp, a worn, haggard, and hunted man 9 years before. All that evening he walked the deck incessantly, and told his eager listeners the story of the wonderful escape, and it was long after Pepys' usual bedtime before he released his audience. At daybreak on the next day but one, the Royal Charles was close inshore at Dover. Charles behaved like the philosopher he was. He knew he had a hard day before him. He sent for his brothers from their ships, and the three sat down to peas and pork and boiled beef, with the robust appetite which had shocked the Grand Mademoiselle when, years before, he had thrown himself upon the shoulder of mutton instead of trifling with the unsatisfying ortolan. It was not until past noon that, attended by his brothers and Montague, he rowed ashore in the ship's barge, while Pepys, with a dog which the king loved, was able to land at the same moment and see all that went on. He saw the greeting with Monk, which showed that the successful soldier of fortune had placed his sheathed sword in Charles's hand. He saw the mayor give up and receive back again the sign of his office, token that the civil power knew its lawful king. He saw the solemn presentation of a very rich Bible, which, with the ease born of his Scotch experiences, the king declared to be the thing he loved above all things in the world. And so into a stately coach there set for him, and so away through the town towards Canterbury. And for the present Pepys saw him no more. Through shouting multitudes, through divers gallant troops of horse, in which the meanest rider was some gentleman of note,
Through the foot regiments of Kentish men he passed over Barham Down to Canterbury. Slowly he rode along streets loud with music amid civic ceremonies and gifts to Lord Camden's house, and there he sat down and wrote to his child sister thus: "I was so tormented with business at the Hague that I could not write to you before my departure." He had forgotten the letter we have quoted. "But I left orders with my sister to send you a small present from me, which I hope you will soon receive. My head is so dreadfully stunned with the acclamations of the people and the vast amount of business, that I know not whether I am writing sense or nonsense. Therefore pardon me if I say no more than that I am entirely yours, for my dear sister." And the next day and the next, from Canterbury to Rochester, from Rochester to London, through garlanded streets, through the sombre regiments, through bands of proper maids, clad all alike in white garments with scarves about them, who strewed his path with flowers, past conduits running wine, amid all the civic glories of the ancient city, amid the blare of trumpets and the blaze of colour and the thundering of guns, the wanderer of a month back rode to Whitehall at 7 on the evening of the 29th, and received through the Houses of Parliament the allegiance of the kingdom, to which Hyde's prudence and Cromwell's major generals and the force of old associations had, after more than 14 years of exile, at length brought him. When Manchester, in the name of the peers of England, gave welcome to the desire of 3 kingdoms, the king excused himself for making an inadequate reply, so disordered by my journey and with the noise still sounding in my ears, but bade all be confident that next to the honour of God I shall study the welfare of my people, and shall not only be a true defender of the faith, but a just asserter of the laws and liberties of my subjects. England had become England again. A thing had happened never read of in history, that when monarchy was laid aside at the expense of so much blood, it should return again without the shedding of one drop. And Evelyn was but one of thousands who stood in the Strand and beheld it, and blessed God. It was the Lord's doing, for such a restoration was never mentioned in any history, ancient or modern, since the return of the Jews from Babylonish captivity. Another besides Charles entered upon a kingdom that night. There were those about him who studied his well-known tastes. After the receptions were over and the feasting done, the restored monarch, to whom the honour of God stood first, retired to rest, whether in the bedchamber at Whitehall or whether in the house of Samuel Morland across the water, in the exultant arms of Barbara Palmer. This abandoned woman came of good stock. She was the only child of William Villiers, 2nd Viscount Grandison, who gave his life for the Stuart cause. Her mother was daughter of Lord Baning. Barbara Villiers was one of those happily rare women for whom unchastity has invincible attractions. Before she was 16 years of age, she had given herself with zest and without the slightest reserve to Philip Stanhope, the 2nd Earl of Chesterfield, and apparently not to him alone. In April 1659 she married Roger Palmer, a student at the Temple, who carried messages from England to Charles in February 1660. A little later we shall find him accepting an empty title as the price of his wife's public dishonour. But poor creature as he was, and suspicious as are many of the circumstances, there is no evidence that he was in the first instance privy to his preferment. It is noticeable that Chesterfield, who was still Barbara's lover, came with the king and the royal Charles. It was probably through his good offices that she secured the dominion which she kept almost unimpaired for 10 years. The finest woman of her age, as she is described by one who did not love her, with the form and carriage of a goddess, an exquisite and petulant beauty which carried conquest in every mood, and the triumphant freshness of youth and of buoyant physical health. She established from that moment an unquestioned despotism over the debauchee of southern blood, for whom she was indeed a fitting mate, a despotism which suffered no weakening, as every day she increasingly betrayed a coarseness of tongue, a vulgarity of hate, an insatiable rapacity, and a promiscuity of vice,
which might have revolted the most fallen of her sex, a despotism which was certain to fail when the attractiveness of her person began to wane, but which failed only then. End of section 14. Section 15 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3, Charles and Clarendon, Part 1. Since the grandfather of Charles received the crown from Elizabeth, a change had come over the meaning of the word monarchy, which was amply illustrated by the declaration from Breda. The old phrases might be used in parliamentary addresses, the absence of all conditions imposed by the Houses might be dwelt upon by exulting royalists, but everyone knew that there were conditions, and that the phrases merely veiled a profoundly altered set of relations. Nominally, the prerogative remained what it was before 30 years of strife had taught their lessons, but none the less it was clear that prerogative and Parliament, executive and legislative, were terms which had received new interpretations in men's minds, and must now undergo in practical application a serious and frank revision, if the English monarchy, the English Parliament, and the English people were to live in harmony during the reign which opened in such a delirium of satisfaction. Even more pressing was the question, what was the new Church to be? How were the lessons of the last generation to be applied to her? There was no place in England for another Strafford. Was there a place for another Laud? Was the Church to return to her old powers, her old possessions? Was she to be the Erastian Church of Elizabeth, the Anglican Church of Charles I? Was Presbyterianism to be bowed to, or comprehended, or tolerated, or hounded out of her borders? What was to become of tender consciences, of independents, of Anabaptists, of the thousand sects which had sprung up? How were the promises made by Charles to the Catholics to be redeemed, when it was remembered that the mere report of his conversion had been enough to imperil his return? What, in fact, was to become of the first part of the great inheritance left by Cromwell, toleration? But it was not these comprehensive issues which for the moment pressed most heavily. The problems which called for solution without a day's unnecessary delay were those of life and property, and of freedom from the rule of the sword. That the regicides should suffer was understood by all. But how much farther was vengeance to be carried? It was not disputed that the Church and Crown lands which had been confiscated and sold by the Commonwealth should revert to the Church and Crown. But were men who had paid hard cash in fair bargain for the lands of necessitous royalists to be robbed because they had been on the wrong side? And lastly, what was to be done with the army? That army which had destroyed in turn the monarchy and the Parliament, and which even now might in a moment throw all into confusion. Neither monarchy nor Parliament could breathe freely until it was gone. And when it was gone, who would occupy the vacant field of force? Who was to enter into the second part of Cromwell's legacy, the power of the sword? Such were some of the questions which at this particular phase of the great controversy that had opened out when James I came to the throne, and in its essentials closed when James II left it, demanded skilful and in some cases immediate reply. And of what sort was the king upon whom that reply rested? The preceding pages will indeed have been written in vain if this is doubtful, for they are a record, however slight, of his life, and he was what his life had made him. Before he was 13 years old, he had learned that there was no divinity that hedged a king, and after 4 years of confusion and defeat, of the noise of the captains and the shouting, he had begun his long exile. Once, indeed, with a foreign army, he had again entered the land he hoped to rule, and had been chased out of it with a price upon his head. In France he had been taught the same lesson as in England, the lesson of war between king and subjects. During 9 years he had remained almost ignorant of the opinions of English people upon the matters that were of chief importance to them, and while thoroughly English in his physical vigour, his love of the sea and of all forms of active sport, he was politically a foreigner to his country. He knew more of France and Spain, of the Flemings and the Dutch, far more of Scotland than he did of England. No less was he the slave of circumstance in his personal habits. Separated from the father whose private life was beyond reproach, fretting under the control of a mother with whom there was no sympathy, he had learned under the tuition of Buckingham every evil lesson that most despicable man could teach. From the age of 16 he had given the rein to his animal passions. He was without love, save for his child sister, without friendships. Too healthy and too indolent to be ill-humoured, he concealed under the easy good temper which so fascinated little minds an inveterate selfishness and an oriental ingratitude. He had acquired patience, but it was that ignoble form of patience which consists in waiting for difficulties to conquer themselves. He had grown accustomed to beg with effrontery and to betray without shame. In France and in Flanders he had learned that religion was a matter of gorgeous ceremonies and easy morals. In Scotland he had learned that it was an austere and hateful tyranny. For the rest, he had a cool head, much astuteness, considerable insight into character, adaptability and imagination, a certain curious individuality of view and of action, and a sense of humour. It was not a king of this temper, a king who, though not wicked on the grand scale, had no worthier standard of right and wrong than his own way and his own ease, who could understand the proud boast of Elizabeth, words which after more than 3 centuries make every string of patriotism vibrate. Nothing, no worldly thing under the sun, is so dear to me as the love and goodwill of my subjects. His father's last utterance from the Isle of Wight, the abjuration of Newcastle, that he should strive to be a brave, just, and noble king, were to him decent but unpractical verbiage. He did not come to conduct a mighty people, nor did he mean to risk reviving that people's enmity to the point of danger. He had reached the haven of long-deferred hope. To maintain himself there, to go no more on his travels, he was prepared to palter with truth, and soon to lie downright, to make base subservience to opposition or unworthy inducement, to trick and to cajole. A hostage in France, a puppet in Scotland, a mendicant and a dupe in Flanders, he had conceived no ambition to lead, no will to oppose greatly, no grace to yield to a people's desires in any way as to command enduring respect. It was indeed fortunate that, being such as he was, Charles had Hyde with him. If the Restoration was a personal triumph for the Chancellor, no less its safe passage through its early difficulties was due more to him than to any other man or men. His industry, honesty, firmness, and knowledge of men and parties, and his familiarity with constitutional law, eminently fitted him to deal first with the pressing difficulties of the moment, and then with the restoration of the old parliamentary monarchy in conjunction with the Anglican Church under such modifications as the last 20 years had rendered necessary, to bring back the country to the broad lines of a constitution which he loved. The immediate objects before him were to limit the demand for vengeance, to uphold the sanctity of private contracts, to get rid of the menace of the army, already muttering discontent at having been jockeyed into the king's service, and to keep in play a House of Commons largely composed of Presbyterians until Presbyterianism could be safely attacked. The nature of his restoration had been pressed upon Charles before he reached Whitehall. Within 3 hours of his landing he was besieged almost beyond his good temper by the importunities of those who had suffered in the service of his father or himself. At Canterbury he realized that it was still Monk and not he who was master so long as the army existed, and that it was still the Presbyterians and not the old Royalists who held the Parliament, when the general presented him with a list of some 70 recommendations for the Privy Council, in which there were those of only 2 of his zealous adherents. Hyde, however, undertook explanations which resulted in an acceptable modification. For the astute soldier of fortune had no idea of risking the stake for which he had so skilfully played the game, and so with a dukedom, the garter, the command of all the forces, the mastership of the horse, a place in the bedchamber, and vast rewards in money and estates, Monk entered the council, bringing with him his friend Morris and the slippery humour of Ashley Cooper, but consenting to the omission of a large number of those whose names he had perforce officially suggested. Out of this Privy Council a small committee was formed, nominally for foreign affairs, in which was vested the whole executive power. Hyde, now Earl of Clarendon, Lord Chancellor; Ormond, Lord Stewart; Nicholas, Secretary; Southampton, Lord Treasurer. These projected into the reign of Charles II. the high-toned virtues of the old Cavalier stock, and represented legitimacy in its purest form, while Monk, Morris, who became the second Secretary, and Manchester, Lord Chamberlain, stood for the other elements of the compromise. For practical purposes the whole internal policy in England rested upon Clarendon. Middleton, the Scotch Cavalier in full possession of Clarendon's favour, was sent as High Commissioner to inaugurate the drunken administration in Scotland, while Robarts, a Presbyterian who had fought for the Parliament, was placed as Monk's deputy in the command of Ireland, until Ormond shortly afterwards reassumed the Lord Lieutenancy. One most interesting source of counsel must not be unnoticed. 22 years ago Charles had received from Newcastle the scheme for his education, which was freely quoted in its place. And now his old governor put into his hands another lengthy letter of advice as to how he should bear himself as king. It is Polonius advising Laertes. King James and King Charles, always about Michaelmas, went to Royston in stable time, both for hunting and hawking, both at the field and at the river. This would not only refresh your majesty with the sweet air and wholesome exercise, but unbend your more serious thoughts from the weight of business that you would have in London. This, sir, will maintain healthy and long life better than physic. But the king must think of other people besides himself. On his return to Whitehall he must prepare masques for Twelfth Tide, at which Italians make the scenes best. He should invite everyone by tickets from the Lord Chamberlain, and the Lord Chamberlain to be very careful that none else enter but those who are invited. The second time the play is given, the Inns of Court alone should be asked. The third time, the Lord Mayor, sheriffs, aldermen, with the principal merchants, and no others. A handsome banquet every time, and your majesty to drink their welcome, which would infinitely please them. At other times he must give balls and invite the young ladies, give them a banquet, and drink their welcome with thanks. Charles is to ride his horses of Mainage twice a week, which will encourage noblemen to do the like, to wait of you, and to make matches with your noblemen, so many a side to run at the ring for a supper or a play or some little jewel, besides this to be in the tilt-yard publicly. Upon coronation day there should be tilting and other horse feats, to make your lords good horsemen and to keep good horses. Your majesty's father of blessed memory was the best man-at-arms, I vow to God, that I ever saw, both for grace and sureness. If objection is raised on the score of expense, copper lace is very cheap, and will make as good a show for one day as the best. All Queen Elizabeth's day she had it, and King James. For gaming, certain times your majesty will set down, as also for tennis and pell-mell. Golf and other recreations will do for winter. At Lent the king is to go to Newmarket, the sweetest place in the world and the best air. No place like it for hunting, hawking, and coursing and horse races.
He is to invite the northern lords and gentry that hath the best horses and hounds, and to hold hound races with coloured ribbons. Newmarket, it is added parenthetically, with delicious if unconscious humour, is especially suitable because while there the university will entertain you and send most excellent preachers every Sunday. At Easter he must be careful to send venisons to the lords and powerful men, or better to the ladies, for as Sir E. Cook said, the night crow is powerful, and the grey mare is the better horse. Whatever else he attends to, the king should amuse the people, panem et circenses. Newcastle then passes to the less important phases of kingship. He trusts that his pupil will govern by love, but love mingled with fear. He must remember, as in former days, that the great study and learning for kings is not to read books, but men. He advises no change in Scotland. The Scots will soon petition for a change themselves. On Irish matters Newcastle is a little vague, but would have Charles bear in mind Chichester's words to James I, "They are a very scurvy people, your Majesty, and have been as scurvily used." He should keep clear of Rome, for though they say the Pope is chosen by the Holy Ghost, if it were so, I dare say the French king or the King of Spain would offer him a bribe on either side. As regards foreign politics, Newcastle's advice is very clean-cut. I should humbly advise your Majesty to have a war with one of those great kings, and I think it would be best to begin with France. When that is over, have one with Spain, and by sea too. The French will give you money for this. At home, Charles should bear in mind that London is the great Leviathan, that England has a head too big for its body. Master that, and you master the whole kingdom. Disarm it totally, and arm yourself, but hide your forces, for the people loves not the cudgel. As to the Church, Newcastle expresses the old Tudor view. Remember, you are both king and pope. The universities need purging and contain too many scholars, but that which hath done most hurt is the abundance of grammar schools and inns of court. Newcastle urges that the grammar schools should be cut down to 1/2, since, it might be a school board election in the 20th century, they only teach boys to become clerks instead of farm labourers and mechanics. Charles is to give titles of honour to hinder Parliament from attacking his ministers, to entrust the government to none but well-trained statesmen, to keep a bounteous table, say £80,000 a year. Finally, and most impressively, your royal father always wanted money. Put money in your purse and keep it, and avoid parliaments. When you are rich and call a parliament, your Majesty is then master of the fields. We have often wondered whether the royal Laertes ever read the words of Polonius. It is certain that in almost every detail Charles acted very closely in accordance with them. One marked exception there was. He tried, indeed, very hard to put money in his purse, but Newcastle had forgotten one adjunct of royalty as Charles understood it. He had forgotten the expenses of a harem. End of section 15. Section 16 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3. Charles and Clarendon, Part 2. In one part at least of the partial fulfilment of the Declaration of Breda, Charles took an important and creditable share. There was great danger, growing greater as the days passed, that in spite of the composite character of the House of Commons, the spirit of retaliation might even there secure a bloody satisfaction. But a far more savage temper reigned in the Lords. The bills sent up from the Commons in consequence of an urgent message from the King accepted only 8 of the King's judges for life and estate, and some 20 more for pains and penalties not extending to life. The Lords resolved that all who had signed the warrant should die, then all who were concerned in the murder. Again Charles intervened. he insisted upon drawing a broad line between the regicides and all others. But for his promise, he told the lords plainly, neither he nor they would have been there. His own honour and the public security alike demanded an indemnity for all except those immediately guilty of the crying sin. In the conferences between the Houses, the Lords actually demanded the death of 4 members of Cromwell's High Court of Justice, in revenge for the death of 4 of their own number condemned by that court, the victims to be chosen by the relatives of the slain men. They even proposed to bring to the scaffold all who had sat upon any court of justice by which royalists had been tried. But Charles and Clarendon supported the Commons' resistance with their whole influence, hoping that their lordships would not have the sacrifice of the king's blood to be mingled with any other blood. And so, at the price of some 20 lives, the universal fear was removed. It should not be forgotten that it was principally owing to Charles and Clarendon that after a civil war which had its roots in the deepest feelings which can stir men's minds, after a despotism which had been established in blood and held in its place, amid the ruins of the constitution, by the sword and only by the sword, the restoration of the old order was accomplished with slaughter which, when compared with the wrongs which seemed to call for vengeance, was well nigh insignificant. And when a few months later a new House met, the composition of which showed that a parliamentary movement had become a royalist revel, and that there was a serious prospect of some tampering with the primary condition of the Restoration settlement, Charles's earliest message was a distinct refusal to pass any bill whatsoever until this act was placed beyond dispute. It was not only in his public utterances that the king showed his distaste for severity. One day in July 1661, when he was in council, a question arose as to whether another batch of prisoners should be brought to trial. On a scrap of paper which he passed to Clarendon, Charles wrote, "I must confess that I am weary of hanging. Except on new offences, let it sleep. You know that I cannot pardon them." The prisoners little guessed that to these careless words they owed their lives, as little as Vane knew 2 years later, that in spite of the king's promise, he stood upon the scaffold because with equal flippancy Charles had written to Clarendon that it would be well to put him away if it can be honestly done. Nevertheless, there was hanging and quartering enough to satisfy the man in the street. On October 13th, 1660, Pepys, who had seen Charles I killed, had a great treat. He saw the first blood shed in revenge. "I went out to Charing Cross to see Major General Harrison hanged, drawn, and quartered, which was done there, he looking as cheerful as any man could in that condition. He was presently cut down, and his head and heart shown to the people, at which there was great shouts of joy." Evelyn, a few days later, was unfortunate enough to miss the actual doing to death of 4 others in the presence of Charles. He had to content himself with meeting their quarters, mangled and cut and reeking, as they were brought from the gallows in baskets on the hurdle. And when we remember that the only exclamation which this sight drew from one so gentle, so refined, was, "Oh, the miraculous providence of God!" it is not easy to overestimate the value of the firmness with which Charles and Clarendon stood in the path of those who sought for blood. It was only when the religious question was seriously taken up that the difference between the views of Charles and those of his old adviser began to make itself felt. Clarendon held that the restoration of monarchy meant the restoration of the Church for which the monarchy had fallen. He detested the Presbyterians now, as he had always detested them, with a whole heart, and he was resolved that they should lie under the heel of the victorious Church. But Charles had a very different object. He could not be expected, since he was a boy when he left England, to realize at first the strength of Anglican feeling. He too hated Presbyterianism, with the hatred born of his Scotch experiences. At any rate, it was not the religion for a gentleman. But on the other hand, he wanted in all earnest to redeem his pledges to the Catholics, who had been among his father's most faithful adherents, had helped him to escape after Worcester, had found him funds during his exile, and had been, more than others, the mark for fine, imprisonment, and confiscation. "Rebel for rebel," he scribbled to Clarendon, "I had rather trust a Papist rebel than a Presbyterian." If Clarendon and the bishops were to have their way, and the Church were to be restored to her full supremacy, all hope of toleration would be gone. For the moment, the most obvious plan was the emasculation of the Church by forcing upon her a compromise with Presbyterianism. That Clarendon never meant this to take place if he could prevent it, we do not for a moment believe. How far Charles himself was sincere it would be hard to say, but in the present state of the House of Commons all pointed to the feasibility of the plan. Charles took his part in what turned out to be an elaborate farce by making 10 of the leading Presbyterian ministers royal chaplains. He even attended their sermons. He was then desired by the Commons to select a number of divines of both persuasions to debate the conditions of compromise. To this meeting on October 23rd, he submitted the draft of a declaration which he wished to issue. Repudiating the many oaths he had taken in Scotland to the Covenants on the ground of constraint, and declaring his preference for the Anglican Church as the best fence God hath yet raised against popery in the world, he nevertheless upheld the claims of the Presbyterians to favourable treatment. The declaration went on to create an episcopal system so modified as, with the promise of a revision of the Prayer Book, to secure an acceptance by many of the leading Presbyterians, one of whom accepted a bishopric on the faith of it. So far all had gone smoothly, and then suddenly, before he had been 6 months on the throne, came the cleavage on one side of which stood Charles alone, on the other the two great religious parties which possessed political power. A petition having been read from the Independents and Anabaptists, praying for freedom of religious worship, Charles thought his opportunity was come. He proposed toleration for all, so long as the public peace were not disturbed, a toleration even greater than Cromwell would have allowed, whose inheritance he was claiming. A cold silence fell upon the conference, broken at length not by the Episcopalians but by Baxter. Without reserve he said that there could be toleration neither for those as denied the Trinity nor for Papists. Not a voice was heard in support of the king's view, and the declaration was published without this clause. The king was thanked for it by Parliament, and a bill was brought in by Sir Matthew Hale to turn it into law. But now Clarendon took part in the drama. He had no intention of balking the Church of her rights, of seeing even a partial triumph of Presbyterianism. He had been busy in securing a majority against any compromise. The declaration had done its work in gaining time, and Hales's bill was rejected by 183 to 157. Parliament was at once dissolved. Even before the new House met, the mask had been thrown off by the issue of an order to the justices to see that the full liturgy of the Church was restored. In April 1661 another conference was held in the Savoy Palace, which failed because Clarendon and the Episcopalian members, at any rate, intended it to fail. The field was again free for the full play of the vengeful passions of the Church, and Charles, at the very threshold, had received his first lesson on the limits of his power. The extent of the reaction which followed the Restoration was disclosed when the new Parliament met in May of 1661. In a House of more than 500 members, scarcely 1 in 10 was of the old majority. It was a Parliament full of lewd young men, chosen by a furious people in spite to the Puritans, whose severity had distasted them. They were of loyal families, but young men for the most part, which being told the king, he replied that was no great fault, for he could keep them till they got beards. The great majority were prepared to go any lengths in favour of the Church. The sacrament was imposed upon all members according to the prescribed liturgy. The bishops were restored to their seats in the Lords, in spite of Charles's personal opposition. The Corporation Act, demanding an oath which Presbyterians would not take as a condition of membership of a municipal body, swept away at a blow their whole political influence in the corporations where they were the strongest, and thus destroyed Presbyterianism in the state. The Act of Uniformity destroyed it in the Church. No one might hold a living unless he had before St. Bartholomew's Day, August 24th, 1662, publicly read the service from the new prayer book, which had been revised by convocation in the sense most objectionable to the Presbyterians, and had declared his unfeigned assent and consent to everything therein. Finally, all incumbents, holders of university offices, schoolmasters, and private tutors were to take the oath of the Corporation Act, renounce the covenant, and promise to conform to the liturgy and endeavour no change or alteration of government either in church or state. The Presbyterians for the most part refused the terms of uniformity. On Sunday, August 17th, farewell sermons were preached to crowded and sympathetic congregations, and 2,000 clergymen retired into voluntary poverty and professional exile. Henceforward, Presbyterianism was the mode of thought not of a large part of the English Church, but of a dissenting sect. The Church of England had taken the shape which it holds to this day. The king was soon to learn how completely he was within the grasp of the Church. He had already become conscious of very galling constraint. The resolve of the Commons to bring in the Uniformity Bill had been the firmer because it was known that he was opposed to stringency. In the midst of the Royalist riot they had been careful to give him such a revenue only as should keep him poor, because, in Marvell's gravely ironical words, "'tis good to leave something to give hereafter," and his financial difficulties gave them the complete control of the situation. They used their power to wring from him a personal declaration of allegiance to the Church. On March 1st, 1662, he complained to the House of the unworthy suspicions against him, declared that he was zealous for the Church and in love with the Book of Common Prayer, and expressed his desire for the Act of Uniformity. He was supplied with money and was then called upon to fulfil his part of the bargain. But the Act having been passed and Parliament prorogued, Charles began his running fight for the prerogative by announcing his intention of suspending execution. And when Clarendon opposed so unconstitutional an assumption of power, he induced him to give way on the grounds that his honour was pledged to this cause. At the back of Clarendon, however, stood the bishops, and their resistance, led by Sheldon, a mighty stout man, a man of a brave high spirit, who represented with great ability the irreconcilable section of the Church, speedily convinced Charles of the imprudence of the step. Foiled in this first attempt to snatch the suspensory power, he was now to have still more emphatic evidence of the limits to his independent action. The Commons had separated in May 1662, gratified by their triumph over the Presbyterians in the Corporation and Uniformity Acts. They met again in February 1663 to find themselves confronted by an enemy whom they feared and detested with a still keener hate and terror. The dominant factor in the feverish politics of this reign is to be found in the feeling of the ordinary English mind regarding popery. Churchmen might despise and persecute the Presbyterians. The Presbyterians, as in Scotland, might regard the independent sects as the advocates of the devil, but in all of them hatred of popery was the master impulse. Fox's Book of Martyrs was favourite reading, and the fires of Smithfield were in the English imagination ready to burst into flame. Another Armada seemed to hang like a dark cloud upon our shores, and a fresh gunpowder plot might at any moment come to light. There was no atrocity which was not held to be natural to the Papists. The very debauchery of the court was laid to their charge, and the cry which greeted the early Christians in Rome, Christianos ad leones, never rang more pitilessly than the execrations which, when the panic rose to its height, were hurled at the bloody Papists. To the Englishman, then, it was the first duty of the king to hate and combat this last and insolentest attempt on the credulity of mankind. But first, to his astonishment, and then to his indignant fury, he found, or thought he found, that Charles was of altogether another mind. For during the recess the king had again deliberately challenged this ingrained feeling of the nation. On December 26th, 1662, he had issued a declaration expressing his intention of doing his best to induce Parliament to mitigate the rigour of the Act of Uniformity, and to concur with him in making some act for that purpose as may enable him to exercise, with a more universal satisfaction, that power of dispensing which he conceived to be inherent in him. The very claim which, under the pressure of the bishops, he had for the moment relinquished. This declaration drew from Sheldon a letter in which the iniquity of the proposal, as tending to set up that most damnable and heretical doctrine of the Church of Rome, whore of Babylon, was set before him in the plainest language. Undeterred by this fulmination, the king met Parliament on February 18th with a speech in which he declared himself, in nature, an enemy to all severity for religion and conscience, and while disclaiming any intention of favouring the Papists, and desiring that laws might be made to hinder the spread of their doctrines, he asked for such a power of indulgence, to use upon occasions, as might not needlessly force the dissenters out of the kingdom, or give them cause to conspire against its peace. End of section 16. Section 17 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3. Charles and Clarendon. Part 3. So astute was the evasion that no one could have guessed that Charles was at this very time in secret communication with the Pope Alexander VII for a reconstitution of the English Church, whereby, while retaining her national and independent character, she should nominally acknowledge the Holy See as her head. Nevertheless, before the words were well out of the king's mouth, all men saw before them in tangible shape the enemy they dreaded most. They had kept out the fox, said William Coventry. Were they now to let the wolf into the fold? They did not know whether Charles was himself a Catholic, but there was much going on to cause suspicion, and in every place where he wrote dissent, the English mind read Pope of Rome. He did not remain long in ignorance of the feelings he had aroused. Within a week the Commons answered his appeal by a remonstrance of the boldest character, wherein they put before him clearly the conditions on which he might expect to enjoy his throne. At all hazards, popery was to be kept out of the kingdom by the maintenance of a state church. Charles was given to understand that supply would depend upon the immediate issue of a proclamation banishing all Catholic priests, and he yielded at once. But he was anxious to keep the future treatment of the whole question as far as possible in his own hands, and he evaded farther pressure by a prorogation. By the time the Houses reassembled, Protestant rather than Catholic dissent again claimed their attention.
The Act of Uniformity had led to unauthorized religious meetings or conventicles, against which the Anglican clergy and the Commons inveighed as hotbeds of schism and sedition. Charles had already learned to abandon resistance where attack was persistent, and he was anxious for a farther supply. He therefore gave his assent to the first Conventicle Act. This iniquitous measure absolutely forbade, under crushing penalties, all meetings of more than 4 persons besides the household for religious services other than those allowed by the Church. Upon the Quakers the blow fell with special weight, for the novelty of their doctrines caused them to be more suspected than any others. Pepys relates how he saw several being dragged through the streets, and his only comment is, "They go like lambs without any resistance. I would to God they would conform, or be more wise, and not be catched." The appetite for persecution grew, and before long an act still more cruel and drastic was carried in the Commons without a division. During the desolation of the plague, many of the clergy had fled from London. The deposed Presbyterian ministers stepped into their pulpits without authorization, and once more gathered eager congregations. But the vigilance of the Anglican Church was not relaxed. The old cry was raised of schism and rebellion. At the October session at Oxford in 1665, it was determined to prepare a shibboleth, a test to distinguish among those who will be peaceable and give hopes of future conformity, and who of malice and evil disposition remain obdurate. And once more the pressing need of supplies compelled Charles to give way. The 5 Mile Act laid down that no nonconformist minister was henceforth to teach in schools or to come within 5 miles of any city, corporate town, or parliamentary borough, unless he had previously subscribed an oath denying the lawfulness of taking arms under any circumstances against the king or those commissioned by him, and, as in the Act of Uniformity, had declared that he would not at any time endeavour any alteration of government in church or state. The machinery of persecution was now complete. The Corporation and Uniformity Acts had eliminated Presbyterianism from state and church. By the Conventicle and 5 Mile Acts, Parliament answered the claim of dissent to tolerable existence. These concessions to the blind rancour of Anglicanism, which put Charles's hope of favouring Catholics every day farther out of sight, formed then the price which he paid for parliamentary grants. He would fain have carried out Newcastle's advice to put money in his purse, but the revenue settled upon him by Parliament was quite inadequate to the various calls of government, the payment of debts incurred abroad, the satisfaction of royalist demands, and the expenses of his more disreputable pleasures. Still less was it sufficient to enable him to gratify the desire, fitfully entertained for many years, of ruling as Louis XIV ruled, of establishing an intelligent despotism, founded upon armed force and the sympathy of dissent, and independent of Parliament. He resolved, therefore, to secure his freedom from control by other means, and this resolve is the explanation of his foreign policy throughout the reign. His first application had been to the Dutch, and from them, as the price of an alliance, he had demanded 2 millions. The renewal, however, of the Navigation Act of 1651, by which their carrying trade had in a great measure been destroyed, formed an insuperable obstacle to union. Charles had plenty of alternatives, for Spain, France, and Portugal were approaching him with rival offers. In September 1660, he let the Spaniards understand that his active friendship was merely a question of price. They offered him whatever money he might want, but they coupled with this offer the inadmissible demand that Jamaica and Dunkirk should be restored to them. France stepped into the vacant place.
A close understanding between the two crowns was a natural one from the dynastic and personal points of view. For Charles was more than half French by blood, and had received much kindness from his cousin. French statecraft pointed the way. Louis and Mazarin had indeed ample reasons for desiring not merely to form an immediate compact, but to secure a permanent influence at Charles's court. They hoped to do this by finding him a rich, beautiful, and clever wife. They had her, they thought, to their hand. Hortense Mancini, then in the full pride of her rich southern beauty, was still unmarried, and she was now offered to Charles with a dowry of 4,000,000 francs. But Charles had not yet forgotten the refusal at Fontarabia, and he curtly remarked that when he married it would be to please himself. His choice, however, was limited. The available Protestant princesses were Germans, and they were all foggy. And so it came to pass that, after all, he married not to please himself, but to please Louis XIV. At the Peace of the Pyrenees, Louis had bound himself to give no aid to Portugal, then engaged in her war of independence with Spain, and he now saw the means of evading this engagement. The marriage of Charles with the Infanta Catherine was a signal victory for French influence. Portugal gave a magnificent dowry, Tangier and Bombay, freedom of commerce in Brazil and the East Indies, religious liberty for English subjects in all Portuguese territories, and 500,000 sterling. Charles in return bound himself, while avoiding any declaration of war upon Spain, to assist Portugal with a force of 3,000 men and 1,000 horses, and to put 8 frigates at her disposal. To enable him to carry out these terms, Louis made him a present of 80,000 pounds. A little later, against the earnest opposition of Clarendon, Dunkirk was sold to the French for 200,000 pounds. The marriage was entirely consonant with the Cromwellian policy of making us, in Dryden's magnificent phrase, freemen of the continent. For it secured vast commercial advantages and implied an active interest in continental politics. The sale of Dunkirk, on the other hand, however advisable as an economic measure, was as absolute a negation of that policy, and spread dismay among the Protestant powers. For this Charles cared little. He looked to the money to provide himself with the army, which should some day make him independent of Parliament. In one respect, Louis had missed his aim. It soon became evident that he could not obtain, through the Queen, that personal control which he had hoped to secure over Charles. Not even the cleverest of women could have guided the descendant of Henry IV, if she were not possessed of physical charm. Catherine was neither well-favoured nor clever. Even the portraits of the court painters can go no farther than to bear out Pepys's indulgent verdict: "Nothing charming, yet she hath a good, modest, innocent look." Probably not even Henry VIII, when he first saw Anne of Cleves, was more chagrined than Charles when he met his wife. The ungraceful dress and the grotesquely unbecoming method of wearing the hair which prevailed in Portugal added to her unattractiveness. He thought they had brought him a bat instead of a woman, but it was too late to find fault, and he must make the best he could of a bad matter. Writing privately to Clarendon of his first interview, the letter is a trifle too frank for complete insertion, he declared generously that there was nothing in her face that can in the least shame one. Brought up in a monastery, says Reresby, her education was so different from his that she had nothing visible about her capable to make the king forget his inclination to the Countess of Castlemaine. Here was the rub. On the one side, the wife, ignorant and bigoted as only women of her country and training could be, awkward in manner, unversed in female arts or graces, of short, broad figure, her teeth wronging her mouth by sticking a little too far out, with nauseous distempers, and at the best with nothing absolutely displeasing in her face, On the other side, the mistress, the finest woman of her age, radiant in health and beauty, with everything in face and form, in self-abandonment and effrontery, that could make her attractive to such as Charles, the lust of the eye incarnate. 2 other marriages had already taken place in the king's family. In 1655, at Aix-la-Chapelle, Clarendon's daughter, Anne Hyde, had been placed in the service of Mary of Orange as maid of honour, and had remained with her to the Restoration. James fell in love with her when on a visit to his sister, promised her marriage, and seduced her. At the Restoration she returned to her father, and finding herself with child, appealed to James, who married her at Clarendon's residence on September 3, 1660, in time to legitimate the boy who was born in October. Hitherto the story is sufficiently commonplace, but then James appears to have behaved like a cur. Clarendon's statement that he denied the marriage, in spite of the injured woman's asseverations in her pangs, is indeed incredible, for there were witnesses to the ceremony, and one of them was Ossory, Ormond's gallant son, who was no more likely to give his name to a lie than was his father. But that James listened to the groundless assertion of his blackguard friend Charles Berkeley, that his wife had had criminal relations with other men, with Berkeley himself indeed, is certain, and it is equally certain that he sought on the strength of this to have the marriage declared invalid. Charles, to his credit, refused to countenance the fraud, and was justified when Berkeley confessed his own infamy. In spite of the passionate opposition of the Queen Mother, who came over with her daughters to stop the union of her son with one of such modest birth, the marriage, which gave 2 queens to England, was publicly owned before the end of the year. Another alliance for which the Queen Mother came to ask, not Charles's refusal, but his sanction as head of his family, was that of his sister Henrietta with Philip of Orleans, brother of Louis XIV. Born amid the din and the turmoil of a beleaguered city, carried as a peasant's infant through hostile armies by her intrepid governess, Lady Dalkeith, a sweet and courteous child, Reresby gives us a delightful picture of her, beautiful among the fairest of the French court, and clever as she was beautiful, admired by poets, dramatists, soldiers, and divines, by her cousin Louis most of all, deeply wronged by a worthless husband, sometimes indiscreet, yet always pure. It is not all this which gives to Henrietta a special interest, nor is it that she became the political confidant of Louis and Charles, nor is it the pitiful tragedy of her death. It is, as has been said before, that she was the only woman whom Charles ever loved. A single relic of her visit remains upon one of the hasty notes which passed across the council table. "I would willingly," writes Charles, "make a visit to my sister at Tunbridge. When can I best spare the time?" "I suppose," rejoins Clarendon, "you will go with a light train?" "I intend to take nothing but my night bag." "You will not go without 40 or 50 horse." "I count that part of my night bag." We must now deal somewhat more closely with Charles himself and the court for which he was responsible, and indeed it was a sorry sight, although its colour and glitter of movement have attracted and will for ever attract the indulgent interest of those who do not know or do not care to realise the truth. The keynote of the king's way of looking at life and kingship was struck on the day after his entry into London. To the great edification of the righteous, of Pepys and the Fleet especially, he issued a proclamation against swearing and drinking. 4 days later he was himself drinking to excess in the Mulberry Gardens till 2 a.m, and on June 28th the Earl of Sandwich could not get to bed before 5, as he had been supping with the king. Charles understood the art of devolution. There is ample testimony that he was an excellent, if somewhat unconventional, committee man. But on the whole, business was left to the Earl of Clarendon, and the king, as he was of an age and vigour for it,
followed his pleasures, and if amongst those love prevailed with him more than others, he was thus far excusable, besides that his complexion led him to it. The women seemed to be the aggressors, and I have since heard the king say did sometimes offer themselves to his embraces. The two dukes, his brothers, were no less lovers of the sex than himself. In other words, Charles gave the signal for idleness and debauchery, and by the middle of 1661 the lewdness and beggary of the court, the drinking, swearing, and loose amours were too notorious for silence. To much of Newcastle's advice Charles gave sedulous attention. "For gaming, certain times your majesty will set down." The 12th night gaming tables were in full swing in 1662. Evelyn tells us that according to custom his majesty, who does not appear to have gambled farther than in this formal way, opened the revels of that night by throwing the dice himself in the privy chamber, where was a table set on purpose, and lost his £100. The ladies also played very deep. I came away when the Duke of Ormond had won about £1,000. At other tables, both there and at the Groom Porter's, observing the wicked folly and monstrous excess of passion amongst some losers, sorry I am that such a wretched custom as play to that excess should be countenanced in a court which ought to be an example of virtue to the rest of the kingdom. On the last day of the year Whitehall was crammed with fine ladies, the prettiest at the court, who were well able to appreciate the delicate humour of the king when he called for the first country dance, which was, says he, "cuckolds all awry," the old dance of England. Dancing with fiddlers all night almost at Lady Castlemaine's, and suppers, such as those reported to us by de Comminges, with the most illustrious libertines of the kingdom, at which took place scenes of licence which would lose by transcription. Such occupations would stand for a good many dates in the royal diary. End of section 17. Section 18 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3. Charles and Clarendon, Part 4. These were the more innocent relaxations of the court. To try to describe the darker side, to throw open fully the doors of that temple of unabashed wickedness, where Lady Castlemaine sat enthroned, triumphant goddess of lust, is forbidden by the reticence of modern life. The passage of sorrowful eloquence in which Clarendon describes the moral and social disintegration, the destruction of all family ties, the loss of individual honour in men and women alike, which had resulted from the political upheaval of the past 30 years, is well known. In such loose soil every base character grew unchecked to rankness. The Berkeleys and the Bennets, the Buckinghams and the Sedleys, the Chiffinches and the Babmays among men, the Castlemaines and their like among women, while austere men like Clarendon, and high-souled men like Ormond, and cultured men like Evelyn, and, bitterest condemnation and shame of all, prurient bourgeois like Pepys, looked on at the burning lusts, the profane and abominable lives with sorrow and contempt. And there are a few pure women also, who gaze shuddering or hide their faces in very shame. The committee to get Mrs. Stuart for the king, Frances Stuart, with whom he was besotted, but who managed after all to rise so far above her sisters as to leave her virtue an open question, and to become, as Duchess of Richmond, an honest woman. Charles, when she escaped him, furious as a satyr who has missed his clutch at a wood nymph, his sottish slavery a jest to every boy in the street. Factions high between him and James, and all the bestial court in an uproar with their loose amours. Sedley and Buckhurst running naked through the streets, beaten by the watch, and locked up all night, the king taking their parts. Charles too drunk to give audience to Arlington on his way to Newmarket,
and making the fiddlers at Thetford sing all the obscene songs they could think of, Lady Castlemaine declaring that her little daughter will be the first maid in the court that will be married, flaunting 40,000 pounds of jewels upon her dress, and receiving the bold petition of the poor whores of London, swearing that the king should own her child, and that she would have it christened in the chapel at Whitehall to proclaim his assent, or she would bring it to the gallery and dash the brains of it out before his face. The maids of honour at the royal chapel breaking out in unrestrained mirth when the chaplain discoursed on marriage and continence. The king's friends whipped up from the taverns and brothels of Westminster to vote against some obnoxious measure. Charles robbed and kidnapped in a disreputable house at Newmarket, and obliged to disclose his identity before he was set free, or at supper at the rooms of his bastard son's young wife with his usual associates, all mad in hunting a poor moth, while the Dutch guns could be heard roaring in the Thames, and London lay in ruins. All this and 1,000 times more would be needed before we could duly gauge the riot of recklessness and sin in which the court was steeped. With one anecdote we will close the record of shame, and we choose it because a historical writer of repute, who has given special attention to this time, has gravely stated that Charles was free of the vice of drinking. The king and his brother, with a chosen band, were out hunting when they came to Sir George Carteret's house at Cranbourne, and there they were entertained and all made drunk, and being drunk, Armourer did come to the king and swore to him, "By God, sir," says he, "you are not so kind to the Duke of York as late you used to be." "Not I," says the king. "Why so?" "Why," says he, "if you are, let us drink his health." "Why, let us," says the king. Then he fell on his knees and drank it, and having done, the king began to drink it. "Nay, sir," says Armourer, "by God, you must do it on your knees." So he did, and all the company, and having done it, all fell a crying for joy, being all maudlin and kissing one another, the king and the Duke of York, and the Duke of York and the king, and in such a maudlin pickle as never people were, and so passed the day. So that men were constrained to say, "Of all places, if there be hell, it is here. No faith, no truth, no love, nor any agreement between man and wife or friends." Make what excuses we may, and they reside only in the earlier pages of this book, of all this the memory of Charles must rightly bear the shame. "Blush, O heavens," so speaks an anonymous writer, "and be astonished, O earth. A people loved of God, and so often saved by his wonderful providence, are become the Tyre and Sidon, the Sodom and Gomorrah of the world. Let us repent in dust and ashes. Let us turn to God from the bottom of our hearts, with fervent love and good works of our martyred ancestors, or their life and death will rise up in judgment against us, and God will yet suffer their and our enemies to swallow us up quick." We must, however, guard against the impression that the vice of Whitehall was reflected in the homes of the country gentlemen, the Verneys, the Ishams, the Norths, the Harleys, and their like, or that it passed without protest from them. The private family correspondence of the time abounds with expressions of dismay at the state of London, that wicked town, and with hopes that the younger members who have to go there will remain pure in the general profanity of London. "Sin," writes Sir E. Harley, "every day grows high and impudent. The Lord, I trust, will graciously provide a hiding place for his poor children." "My children," said Lady Fitzjames, "are in no heart to marry, and I believe if they do not marry till they can have religious men, they never will. I think they will not be in the worst condition if they never do, unless men were better than as the world goes now." To leave Charles with no farther comment, no saving clause, would however be false to fact. His character was curiously multiple. There never lived a king who more openly, though in his own peculiar fashion, declared his admiration for honesty, purity, and loftiness of mind, and while he led the devil's dance of drunkenness and prostitution, he never concealed his contempt for his followers. Sedley was good enough to drink with, and Buckingham made a rare fool. We know them all very well, these shameless men and women, and we are apt to think that none other were in the court. It is but right to lay emphasis upon the Ormonds and the Ansleys, the Evelyns, the Murdays and the Marvells. Charles' intellectual tastes, moreover, were keen, like his insight into character and his business aptitude, until all fell together into the dreary decadence which attends upon unbridled self-indulgence. He could talk, and talk admirably, upon naval architecture with Pepys and Petty and Evelyn, and the new yacht built for him in 1663 was fitted with navigating contrivances of his own. He spent many long days in his laboratory with Robert Murday, who had been President of the Royal Society, and was certainly the ablest Scotchman of his day. He could discuss theology with an austere divine or a pretty Quakeress, politics with his sister, music and painting with all comers. And at any rate, and here we think may be found one key to his popularity then as now, there was no pretence in him. Clarendon knew him well when, as we saw at an earlier page, he advised Dr. Creighton to suppress his dedication, and we have already quoted his exclamation upon seeing his portrait, "Odds fish, I'm an ugly fellow." He was genially ready to accept the official censure of those whose claims to give it he admitted. "I am going to hear little Ken tell me of my faults," he would say with gay resignation. Occasionally there was a gentle deprecation of what appeared to him hypercriticism, and he was no doubt sincere in believing that God would not damn a man for a little irregular pleasure. When compelled to listen to remonstrance, he made two provisos. It should be presented to him in good taste, and he must not be expected to alter his ways. "Tell Dr. Frampton," he said to a gentleman of his bedchamber when that divine had preached before him upon the sin of adultery, "that I am not angry to be told of my faults, but I would have it done in a gentlemanlike manner." And he read Burnet's letter of remonstrance twice before he threw it into the fire. His patience under the preachers to whom he was bound to listen was exemplary, whether it were a young man playing the fool upon the doctrine of purgatory, or a royal chaplain who preached an unnecessary sermon upon original sin. One source of his strength has lately been given to the world. "We have," he says, in a delightful letter to his sister at Paris, "the same disease of sermons that you complain of there, but I hope you have the same convenience that the rest of the family has, of sleeping out most of the time, which is a great ease to those who are bound to hear them." The urbane nonchalance of Charles was but seldom ruffled, and the storm was soon over. About matters of state he was never more than annoyed. It was only when some offence of a specially personal nature was committed that he lost his natural mildness and command over his anger, which never transported him beyond an innocent puff and spitting. We have already quoted the letter to De Cardenas before the Restoration. An attempt to thwart his favour for a disreputable companion, or a blunder of his attendant in shutting the door of his room against someone whose admission he had sanctioned, would throw him into a tempest of anger for the moment, and at the close of his life Monmouth was the cause of the most vehement fit of wrath that Bruce had ever witnessed. But the most detailed and striking instance of a loss of self-control was when Henry Savile, one of his gentlemen, voted for the address against Lauderdale in the House of Commons in 1678. The king was mightily displeased against him, and to so high a degree, that when he was late that night going to bed, and Savile coming in after his ordinary way, the king, upon the first sight of him, fell into such a passion that his face and lips became as pale almost as death. His cheeks and arms trembled, and then he said to Savile, "You villain, how dare you have the impudence to come into my presence when you are guilty of such baseness as you have shown this day? I do now and from henceforth discharge you from my service, commanding you never to come any more into my presence, nor to any place where I shall happen to be." It surprised no one to hear that Savile was in attendance again in a few days. His magnificent constitution and his active habits enabled Charles to defy the effects of unrestrained debauchery for more than 30 years. Here again he reminds us of his ancestor Henry IV. It was seldom that he passed a day without visiting the tennis court as early as there was light enough to see clearly. In summer he was there at 5 in the morning. On October 5th, 1660, at 8, he told Clarendon at council, "I am now going to take my usual physic at tennis." It was in the tennis court that grave interviews were granted. When the lords of the Hamilton party came in 1678 to press their cause against Lauderdale, they kissed hands in the lobby of the court, and it was in 1679 that he had his first serious illness from the chill which he caught after a hard game by sauntering along the waterside in St. James's Park. He was devoted to every form of open-air sport, especially hunting, and a chief attraction of England to him was that there was no country where a man could be abroad so many months in the year or so many hours in the day. When not hunting, he generally walked 3 or 4 hours a day, which he did commonly so fast that as it was really an exercise to himself, so it was a trouble to all about him to hold up with him. He would ride 14 miles to dine with one of his court, or to Banstead Down or Epsom to see a foot race, returning the same evening, and we hear how the king tired all their horses, and comes home with not above 2 or 3 able to keep pace with him. On another day he covered 60 miles, rising at dawn on a summer day, and reaching home to consult with Murray at midnight. His early habits were a sore trial to those who had business with him. "This morning I went to wait upon the king, but he was gone by 5 o'clock to Hampton Court." Entries like this are frequent. And when the baffled visitor returned in the evening for the promised interview, Charles had been hunting all the day and was very sleepy, and so appointed the bishop to attend tomorrow morning. Long after 11 o'clock at night on March 7th, 1669, he sat writing to his sister, "So sleepy as I hope you will pardon the shortness of it," and at 3 in the morning was on his horse for Audley End, where he used to stay for the races until fitting lodgings were arranged for him at Newmarket. Excelling in every form of physical exercise, Charles was especially noted for his horsemanship in the widest sense of the word. This was the gift of Newcastle, himself a noted horseman and breeder of horses, who relates with pride how he had the honour to be the first to sate him on horseback and did instruct him in the art of horsemanship. While quite a boy, Charles acquired an intimate knowledge of horses and the power to make the most of them. Newcastle notes how he saw that His Majesty made my horse go better than any Italian or French riders who had often rid them would do, and to hear him say that there are very few who know horses, which was knowingly said and wisely judged of His Majesty, it being very certain that all men undertake to ride them, but few know them or can tell what they are good for. It is not to be wondered at that horse breeding and racing should, as Newcastle had advised, be sedulously patronized, and that even though Britain's fell, Newmarket's glories should rise. There is not, we imagine, a noted racehorse of the present day which does not trace its pedigree to the Eastern blood imported into England by Charles. Racing in a formal sense, with its spring and autumn meetings, began with the institution of the 12-stone plate in 1665, though the king's first personal visit was not until March 1666. From that time he rarely missed a meeting, sometimes indeed being at Newmarket thrice in the year, and since the whole court usually accompanied him, the little town became accustomed to the gay wickedness of Whitehall, which was made even gayer and more wicked by the absence of the usual formalities and ceremonial. Business was seldom allowed to intrude upon these holidays, and ministers and ambassadors attended him in vain. There was nothing but hunting and horse racing to be spoken of. Most excellent preachers indeed, as Newcastle had promised, came for Sundays from Cambridge, and in 1673 Charles administered a severe rebuke to them for wearing their hair in wigs unbecomingly long, and bade them, possibly in the hope of effecting a curtailment there also, to deliver their sermons for the future by memory. A letter from Sir Nicholas Armourer, who had put 2 guineas on Lord Thomond's thumps for the great race in 1668 on behalf of the owner, gives a glimpse of Newmarket existence. Thy armourer brings for you and himself 2 guineas, which was improved on Thump's victory. One but a yard, and so straight the entire 6 miles. The king is highly pleased with all his Newmarket recreations. By candlelight yesterday morning, and this morning hunting the hare. This afternoon he hawks and courses with greyhounds. To Norwich to-morrow, on Monday here again. The cup rid for here next week before the Queen. As thou prizes earthly paradise, bring a maid of honour behind thee next week. All kinds of sporting feats, professional and amateur, were arranged for Charles's pleasure, and we need not fear the charge of degeneracy in these days when we read how on October 10th, 1670, Lord Digby, who was then quite young, bet £50 that he could walk 5 miles within the hour on Newmarket Heath, and lost the match by half a minute, although the king and all his nobles attended to see him do it, stark naked and barefoot. One chronicler does indeed add a loincloth. It was at these times that Charles was best able to carry out Newcastle's admonition to put off king. On Tuesday the king and the jockeys met at supper at Ned Griffin's, when there were made 6 horse matches for £500 a match, to be run at Newmarket next meeting. Charles himself does not appear to have betted, except a guinea or 2 upon a cockfight, nor, for all records to the contrary, did he run horses of his own until the autumn meeting of 1671. But he then put his horsemanship to practical use by becoming a gentleman rider. On October 12th there was a match between his horse Woodcock and Tom Elliott's Flatfoot, in which Woodcock was beaten. According to the old Newmarket calendar, this race was run with owners up, though Evelyn, who was there, does not say so when he mentions it. But it is certain that 2 days later Charles rode the winner, not named, for the plate against Monmouth Elliot and Thomas Thynne, and in October 1672 he rode 2 heats, being, we presume, beaten in the second, since he was not named in the course or deciding heat, when the Duke of Albemarle's horse fell and broke his neck. It was in the spring of 1675 that, after riding several races, he won his last and greatest success on the turf. Yesterday, we read in a private letter of March 21st, His Majesty rode 3 heats and a course on his topping horse Blue Cap, and won the plate. All 4 were hard and near ridden, and I do assure you the king won by good horsemanship. Blue Cap, Tanket, Dragon, a famous animal which he bought from Mr. May after seeing him run on March 17th, 1680, with Cork, Roan, Mouse, and Postboy, were the most noted of Charles's stud. End of section 18. Section 19 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3. Charles and Clarendon, Part 5. In the midst of the wild rout of the court, there remained one infinitely pathetic figure, such as we have seen her, possessing no quality of mind or person which could attract him. Charles's wife was for a short time free from absolute insult. It amused him to teach her to say a few words like a parrot. "You lie," was her first English to him, when with delicate raillery he had laughed at her for thinking herself with child. It was not long, however, before he began the breaking in process, by forcing upon her the insolent presence of the reigning prostitute as lady of her bedchamber. That Clarendon should have yielded at length to Charles's passionate insistence, and consented to take his part in this brutality, comes upon us as a shock at the end of his honourable career. Insignificant and helpless as Catherine was, she had the feelings of an honest woman, and the scene which took place, a scene to which Balzac alone could have done justice, was perhaps the most disgraceful of Charles's private life. But after that, though she has spirit enough, yet seeing that she did no good by taking notice of it, she forbears it in policy. And then the real pathos of the situation is felt. The Queen begins to be brisk and play like other ladies, and is quite another woman. It may make the King like her better and forsake his other mistresses. She rapidly adapted herself to the situation, cutting her dress immodestly low and indulging in unseemly frolics in the streets. She even aspired to lead fashion by wearing the skirts short to show the feet and ankles, and the other day Charles wrote to his sister, "My wife made my Lord Aubigny and 2 others of her chaplains dance country dances in her bedchamber." Her excessive bigotry gave him an opportunity for a piece of careless indulgence. "Pray send me," it is as if he were speaking of a child whose whims should be consulted or disregarded as best suits the convenience of the elders, "some images to put in prayer books. They are for my wife, who can get none here. I assure you it will be a great present to her, and she will look upon them often, for she is not only content to say the great office in the breviary every day, but likewise that of Our Lady too, and this is beside going to chapel, where she makes use of none of these." He even seems to have acquired some tolerant affection for her, for when she was seriously ill he wept by her bedside, a strange but not unfrequent instance of his southern descent. But he supped none the less with Madame de Castlemaine, and had his usual talk with Mademoiselle Stuart. On May 19th, 1664, and farther than this we do not remember that he permitted his usual habits to be disarranged, Charles wrote, "I have been all this afternoon playing the good husband, having been abroad with my wife, and 'tis now past 12 o'clock, and I am very sleepy." While the Anglican Church was exacting the vengeance she deemed her right for the injuries of 20 years, the country was reeling under the stress of a great naval war. England and the Dutch Republic were engaged in the second part of that tremendous contest for the commercial supremacy of the world, of which the first had been fought out between Tromp and Blake. Long before any declaration of war was issued, and while all the forms of amity were preserved between the governments, the nations themselves had been actually in fierce and incessant strife in every quarter of the globe, in the East and West Indies, in America, in the Mediterranean, and all along the African shore. Naval engagements on a large scale had taken place, fleets of merchantmen had been captured on both sides, and ships of each nation which were lying in the ports of the other had been seized as prizes. The countries necessarily drifted into formal war. The declaration of war on March 17th, 1665, was a notable event in the reign, for it marked the only occasion upon which Charles was in complete harmony with his people. The landed gentry and the merchants were alike eager for the struggle, while the Parliament men would pawn their estates — it came to their shirts later — to maintain a war, and supported their words with the unheard-of grant of £2,500,000. When Charles wrote that he found himself the only man in his kingdom who did not desire war, his words were intended for Louis XIV, and need not be taken seriously. Everything, indeed, led him to favour war. His private and family feelings were enlisted against the Dutch. He bore them deep and lasting resentment for their treatment both of himself and of his sister Mary during his exile, while a constant flow of lampoons and caricatures in Holland since his restoration, and especially one in which he was represented between 2 women with his pockets turned inside out, added keenness to his longing for retaliation. He was anxious to restore the young Prince of Orange, his nephew, to the Stadtholderate. His honour, he thought, demanded that he should be hostile where Cromwell had been in alliance, and he hoped that a war would unite parties at home, and that he would be able to fill his purse with the liberal supplies given by Parliament. Nor was he likely to be deterred by the remonstrances of the Dutch ambassador, who, with a plentiful lack of humour, represented that the prayers put up for him in Holland would have to cease. He replied that he was not much interested in the prayers of a country which permitted the publication of lampoons. There is no doubt that the attraction which everything connected with salt water possessed for Charles had much to do with his pleasure at the prospect of watching a naval war. On November 5th he took de Comminges, the French ambassador, with him to Sheerness to see the launch of a man of war of 1,200 tons burden, and he then carried out a joke of the kind in which his soul most delighted. An excellent lunch was served on the royal yacht. Charles drank the health of Louis, and de Comminges that of Charles. Both were honoured with so many guns and so much noise that the weather changed. While we were thus carousing, the sea became rough and completed what the wine had begun. The Queen, who was on the river with the ladies, escaped the sickness. All the rest were less lucky, as was only too apparent. The Queen went home with the coaches prepared for the King, but he, who was greatly amused at seeing the others discomposed, did not care to allow us to do the same. Not content with this, he made the miserable de Comminges get up at 5 a.m. to go with him to Chatham, to see 6 vessels, or rather 6 war machines, the finest and largest to be seen at sea. Charles had but one anxiety. He knew that by a treaty of 1662 Louis was engaged to help the Dutch if hostilities broke out, and if they were the attacked party, and he was anxious to avoid this complication. Louis was equally desirous to avoid being compelled to waste the strength which he was storing up for his intended attack upon the Spanish Low Countries, upon a war for which he had no heart. For the success of that attack he knew he must neutralize the certain opposition of the English nation, and to that end he must secure the friendship and the personal co-operation of the English king. Already before December 1664 Charles had offered to refrain from all hindrance to his design if he would throw over his treaty and refuse to help the Dutch, on the ground that they, and not England, were the aggressors. In reading the letters which passed at this time between Charles and his sister Henrietta, who was the confidential secretary of both monarchs, it is not easy to settle whether questions of imperial policy such as these, or the new fashion of waistcoats lately introduced into France, occupied the chief place in Charles's mind. Louis did his utmost first to induce Charles to stop short of hostilities, and then to avoid his treaty obligations. When he failed in both efforts, he declared war against England in January 1666. But the conduct of the French showed how little their sympathies lay with their nominal allies. The troops which Louis sent to help the Dutch against Charles's strange and picturesque ally, Bernard van Galen, Bishop of Münster, a prelate in his naturals rather made for the sword than the cross, behaved as if they were in a hostile country. They pillaged the people and insulted their religion. They openly cursed the Dutch cause, and they drank publicly in the market-place of Maestricht to the healths of the King of England and the Bishop of Münster. At sea the squadrons of Louis were carefully kept back from assisting the Dutch fleets, and it was evident that at the first opportunity the two crowns would come to a perfect understanding. This opportunity, we must here anticipate for a moment, came at the beginning of 1667, when England, torn, bleeding, and utterly weary of the war, prayed Charles, in the Speaker's address on January 18th, to make peace. In February he secretly sent Lord St. Albans, the German of former years, to conclude an engagement on the basis that England should form no connection with the House of Austria during that year,
while Louis was to support all Charles's designs in or out of the kingdom. The final form which the agreement took was a mutual pledge not to enter into any alliance contrary to the other's interests for a year, an engagement by Louis to keep his fleets in harbour, and the promise of Charles to allow him a free hand in the Spanish Low Countries. This was the first of those private arrangements with France which represent Charles's personal share in foreign policy to the end of his reign. It was kept from the knowledge of his ministers, and was contained only in autograph letters from both monarchs to Henrietta Maria. England had entered upon the great contest with a light heart and full assurance of success. Even Admiral Lawson asserted that, according to an eye of reason, and if God says amen to it, the Dutch are not able to deal with our master the King of England. In the beginning of May 1665, in spite of chaos in the Admiralty, a fleet such as had never before been gathered together, 109 large vessels with 30 of smaller size, manned by 21,000 men, armed with 4,200 guns, and largely commanded by old Commonwealth captains who had learned the art of sea warfare with Blake, sailed under the command of James. Rupert was to have led them, but he was accounted an unlucky man. On June 3rd took place the first battle off Lowestoft, resulting in a victory for England which might well have seemed crushing. But an unexpected ally appeared to sustain the Dutch. 4 days later came the hottest day in London that Pepys had ever known, and the Red Cross was on the doors. That week there died 112 of the plague, the next 700. By September 20th, the official weekly mortality showed more than tenfold that number. There was no heart for farther effort, and the Dutch again asserted their supremacy. A fresh fleet sailed from Holland in the midst of the stormy season to challenge their foes wherever they might be found. The challenge was not taken up. London was panic-stricken by her affliction, and 60 ships lay inside the Thames in sullen inactivity. The Dutch returned to their own shores without firing a gun. By May 1666 the country had rallied sufficiently to send out another fleet. This time Monk and Rupert confronted De Ruyter and Tromp, and a terrific battle which lasted for 4 days began on June 14th off the Dunes. The blockhead Albemarle, who hath strange luck to be loved, though he be the heaviest man in the world, but stout and honest to his country, was a picturesque figure as he walked his quarter-deck in the hottest of the fight, phlegmatically chewing tobacco. Rupert continued to earn his epithet. The victory of the Dutch was signalized by the slaughter of 5,000 English. 8 ships of the line were sunk, and 9 more, with 3,000 prisoners taken. But on August 4th, another long day of carnage off the Norfolk coast gave Monk his revenge, and a few days later the daring act of a single English frigate and 5 fireships destroyed in one fell conflagration 160 merchantmen which were riding at anchor in apparent safety at Flea in the entrance to the Zuyder Zee. A month later happened the second great national disaster to England, and London fuit. Once more De Witt sent out a fleet to seek Rupert at the mouth of the Thames, and once more he found no foe. For this Charles was directly responsible. 2 more grants had been voted by Parliament of sums unheard of before the Restoration, and yet the treasury was empty. On the whole, Charles had had considerably more than £5 million for the war. He now retrenched expenses in his own way. His women never wanted money. At one gift, Lady Castlemaine had £30,000. But he starved the navy to such an extent that England was obliged to act strictly on the defensive, the sole office of her warships being to creep along the coast convoying colliers from Newcastle to London. The country was indeed, as soon appeared, defenceless. "The enemy can come and cut our throats when he likes," wrote one well-informed country gentleman to another. Peace was clearly a necessity.
We must have a peace, for we cannot have a fleet." "If the war continue," declared Sir Roger Burgoyne, "which God forbid, I am sad to think what will become of us next year. May it prove happy to all, and let not a 66 come these 100 years again." But 67 saw greater national humiliation yet. In May a conference opened at Breda. For a long time it was found impossible to come to terms, for neither nation had so exhausted the other as to gain the commercial advantages upon which each was bent, and Charles had gone into the conference strong in his secret treaty with Louis. In the end De Witt resolved upon a stroke which should extort peace. On June 7th the sound of guns in the Thames was suddenly heard in London. 61 Dutch men of war under De Ruyter and Cornelius De Witt were avenging the insult at Fleet. Driving the English vessels before them, they took Sheerness and ascended the river to Gravesend, sailed up the Medway to Rochester, burned 3 English men of war, and captured the Royal Charles, the noble vessel which de Comminges had seen launched. On July 31st the Treaty of Breda was signed. Its terms were the terms of a drawn battle. The great struggle for the command of the sea and the commerce of the world was over for the time, only because the combatants, exhausted and bleeding, needed repose. It had decided nothing, and left behind it hatred and mistrust. "Though this may end in peace," wrote the sagacious Temple, "yet I doubt it will be with so much unkindness between the nations that it will be wisdom on both sides to think of another." And meanwhile the king's government, as he understood it best, had to be carried on. The king is always with Mrs. Stuart, and sees Lady Castlemaine only once a week. Monmouth is spending his time most viciously and idly. Mrs. Stuart has her locks done up in puffs. The king is mad with Mrs. Stuart, who has married the Duke of Richmond and sent him back his presents. Lady Castlemaine has consequently resumed her sway. The king, who minds nothing but his lust, hath taken 10 times more care and pains in making friends between my Lady Castlemaine and Mrs. Stuart, when they have fallen out, than ever he did to save his kingdom. And to sum up the whole matter, there is a lazy prince, no counsel, no money, no reputation at home or abroad, so that it is strange how everybody do now reflect upon Oliver, and commend him what brave things he did, and made all the neighbour princes fear him, while here a prince, come in with all the love and prayers and good liking of his people, hath lost all so soon, that it is a miracle what way a man could devise to lose so much in so little time. But there was a compensation for Charles and for all the town. The new waistcoats had arrived from Paris, and little Nelly at the King's Playhouse, pretty witty Nell, had been discovered, and was bewitching all beholders with the piquancy of her acting. Charles had been every day realizing how narrow were the limits of his freedom except in the domain of pleasure. His Parliament had been showing itself imbued with precisely the same views as the Long Parliament of his father, except that whereas that had been Puritan, this was Anglican. Its enemies were the same: popery, military force, and an uncontrolled use of the purse by the crown. And upon all 3 points the action of Charles had excited keen suspicion and discontent. It was largely through that suspicion and discontent, aided by the base desertion of the king, a desertion less notorious than his father's desertion of Strafford, only because the circumstances were less tragic and the personages less grandiose, that Clarendon was now struck down. During the years of exile, Clarendon had maintained his place practically unchallenged, because he was indispensable. He was equally indispensable and equally unchallenged during the Restoration settlement. All business, as we have seen, was left by Charles to him, or, as he himself modestly says, to their natural course of God's providence. For the present, though many do endeavour to undermine him, the king, though he loves him not in the way of a companion, as he does these young gallants that can amuse him in his pleasures, yet cannot be without him for his policy and service. But Clarendon himself had no illusions. He knew that in time he would have to yield to the lewd instruments who had only a scurrilous kind of wit to procure laughter, and whose skill in mimicry was the best faculty in wit many of them had. He had enemies at court, said Evelyn bitterly, especially the buffoons and ladies of pleasure. It was not indeed until 1666 that he began to find himself in direct antagonism with the Commons. He then incurred their displeasure by opposing, as an improper limitation upon the prerogative of the Crown, the proviso that the supply of £1,250,000 should be strictly applied to the war. He incurred it even more when, upon offering another still larger grant, they demanded a public inspection of accounts. His view of the Constitution in this respect was precisely what it had been when he served Charles I, despite the lessons of the last 20 years. He declared that this was an encroachment, as had no bottom, and that the scars were yet too fresh and green of those wounds which had been inflicted upon the kingdom with such usurpations. His counsel to dissolve Parliament and thus put an end to the antagonism was a farther grievance, but it was the knowledge that he was responsible, not only for raising troops, but for exacting money from the counties for paying them without parliamentary sanction, which created so strong a feeling that it was certain that when Parliament met in the autumn of 1667 he would be impeached. It was not the first time that he had excited jealousy on this score. After Venner's plot, it was supposed that he was making that event an excuse for raising an army. But the House did, in very open terms, say they were grown too wise to be fooled again into another army, and said they had found how that man that hath the command of an army is not beholden to anybody to make him king. Throughout these years Clarendon was surrounded by enemies. Lady Castlemaine hated him with the hatred of disappointed vanity and avarice. Not only had he steadfastly declined to court her favour, he would not even permit his wife to visit her, but he had frequently refused to pass grants for her from the king. It was at her house that those nightly meetings were held, at which a knot of young political adventurers, to whose rise the all-absorbing power of the Chancellor was an obstacle, met to plan his overthrow. Ashley, Lauderdale, William Coventry, and Henry Bennet, better known as the Earl of Arlington, who was now Secretary of State in the place of Nicholas, Berkeley, who helped Bennet to provide for the more intimate pleasures of the king, and Buckingham, for whom Clarendon had never concealed his contempt. Each had good reasons for wishing his fall. With these were many like Clifford and Osborne, not yet famous, who followed the fortunes of one or other of them. The disappointed Cavaliers owed him a deep grudge for the Indemnity Bill and the Bill of Sales, which had balked them of their revenge. The Catholics hated him as the representative of that Anglican triumph which was the chief obstacle of their recognition. The Presbyterians and other dissenting sects laid their persecution at his door. He was disliked by the courtiers for the decency of his private life and for the integrity of his public conduct. His daughter's marriage with the presumptive heir to the throne awoke the jealousy of the nobility, while the report was industriously spread that he had knowingly chosen for the king a wife whom he knew to be incapable of bearing children. The citizens of London were alienated by his haughty reserve. He was envied for his wealth. He was denounced as the author of the surrender of Dunkirk, and as the man who had secured most benefit from its sale, and all the failures of the war, the subject on which he had practically no influence with Charles, were laid to his account. End of section 19. Section 20 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3, Charles and Clarendon, Part 6. The peculiarity of Clarendon's personal relations to the king must not be forgotten. Charles had grown up under his governance. He had been tutored by him in England 20 years before, lectured and controlled by him in exile, and Clarendon could not throw off the dominie merely because his pupil was king. Charles himself declared that his Lord Chancellor would barely let him speak in council now any more than when he was a boy at Bristol, and he was certainly kept to his work with scant ceremony. One of the notes which passed between the two at council runs thus: "I doubt you do not think enough of the business of Scotland." Another, when Charles wants his dinner: "This debate is worth 3 dinners. I beseech you be not weary of it, but attend it with all patience. Will your Majesty never put an end to this business? The business will not do itself," and so forth. Clarendon remonstrated boldly with Charles on the licence of his life, and took whatever line he thought right, without much reference to his wishes. Instead of waiting upon the king, he made the king trot every day to him, although he was well enough to visit his cousin. For a long time Charles took it all good-humouredly enough. When he was told by Lord Gerard that Clarendon had said openly that he was a lazy person and not fit to govern, he laughingly replied that that was no news, for he hath told me so 20 times, and but the other day he told me so. But at length he grew annoyed at hearing on every side that so long as his minister was in power, he was but half a king. The situation and Clarendon grew tiresome, and to be tiresome could have but one ending with Charles. "The truth is," he wrote to Ormond, who on hearing of the king's intention to dismiss his old comrade despatched from Ireland a very beautiful letter of remonstrance, "his behaviour and humour were grown so insupportable to myself and all the world else, that I could no longer endure it, and it was impossible for me to live with it." When to all this it is added that Clarendon opposed him directly in many matters upon which his mind was bent, and that in especial the king believed him to have been the author of the marriage of Francis Stuart, which robbed him of a much desired accession to his establishment, there were reasons enough and to spare for a Stuart and a Bourbon to show a want of generous feeling, which was a flower that did never grow naturally in the heart of either of the families. Finally, and this was with Charles throughout life the most potent argument, it was easier, in the presence of popular clamour, to abandon than to support him. On August 30th, 1667, orders were sent to him, ill as he then was and mourning the death of his wife, to deliver up the Great Seal. 3 days before this, when he had had his last interview with the king, Lady Castlemaine had sprung from her bed and run out in her smock into her aviary looking over Whitehall Gardens, where she stood blessing herself at the old man's going away. As soon as Secretary Morris brought the Great Seal from my Lord Chancellor, Bab May fell upon his knees and catched the king about the legs and joyed him, and said that this was the first time that ever he could call him King of England. So it was that, strong in the gratified hate of a harlot and unshamed by the congratulations of a pimp, Charles abandoned the wise old man to whom he owed his throne. Did he remember his father's last injunction, never to give way to the punishment of any for their faithful service to the crown, upon whatsoever pretence or for whatsoever cause? Whether it were so or not, he seems to have heartily enjoyed Jacob Hall's robe dancing on that day, unconscious that he was watching a rival in the affections of the mistress en titre. It may well be doubted whether, had neither Parliament attacked nor Charles betrayed him, Clarendon could have long maintained his position. He did not instinctively feel, and therefore could not guide as Pym had guided, and Shaftesbury was to some extent to guide, the desires of his generation. His essentially negative views had not stood in the way, had rather been advantageous at the Restoration itself. But when his task of restoring the parliamentary monarchy in strict alliance with the old Anglican Church had been completed, the weakness of a position based upon negations showed itself. He had neither the keenness to discern a coming change, nor the elasticity of mind to adapt himself to it when it came. Had it been otherwise, he might have died Prime Minister, for no one contested his usefulness. But then he would not have written the great epic of the rebellion. The Treaty of Breda, we have said, had left behind it hatred and mistrust. But hatred and mistrust yield to a common danger. Even before peace was made, Louis XIV had begun his war of aggression upon the Spanish Low Countries, which he claimed in right of his wife. Giving out that he was going to travel in her inheritance, he suddenly crossed the frontier, and in less than 2 months was master of all the southern towns. To both English and Dutch the prospect was full of alarm, and it was this alarm and all the accretions of distrust which Charles's conduct allowed to gather round it, which formed the key to the events of the next 10 years. Flanders had for centuries been connected by the closest commercial bonds with England, and it was indeed regarded as a kind of continental annex, while the Dutch dreaded to see themselves become a maritime province of France, even as faint-hearted Englishmen a century ago dreaded to see England. It happened that at this moment the English resident in Brussels was Sir William Temple, the most cultured of our public servants, whose dispatches and memoirs can still be read with the fullest pleasure for their vivacity and literary grace. A keen opponent of French aggression, he had anticipated the action of Louis, and had already sketched the plan of a close alliance between England and the Republic, which should compel that monarch to hold his hand. John de Witt, acting in accord with Temple, now approached Charles with such an agreement in view, while Louis strained every nerve to secure the king's neutrality or active help. Rouvigny, a personal friend of Clarendon, was sent hastily to England, with ample funds to enforce his arguments, and with instructions to offer to Charles himself the promise of French help against his own subjects. Before he reached London, Clarendon had fallen, and he had to deal with Buckingham and Arlington, who were attempting to fill the vacant place. It is interesting to watch Charles in his first serious essay in foreign politics. He received Rouvigny with perfect frankness, and expressed the warmest personal regard for Louis, but declared that Parliament would never assent to an alliance with France under such circumstances. Nevertheless, he made it clear that this did not close matters on his own part. Concealing the active negotiations which were at the moment going on with De Witt, he hinted that a large supply of ready money, a part of the French conquests in the Low Countries, and important commercial concessions might move him in the required direction. Louis at once instructed Rouvigny to promise the money, increased facilities for trade with France and the Low Countries, and assistance in ships and supplies wherewith to conquer the Spanish possessions in the West Indies. The contest between France and the Republic for Charles's alliance was accentuated by the personal rivalry of Buckingham and Arlington. Buckingham was on the whole the most worthless of all the men who claim attention in this reign. His person was extremely graceful. Reresby held him to be the finest gentleman in the land, and he was naturally quick of understanding. He was for a time probably the richest subject of the king. He had a sort of insolent ease of speech, was regarded by his dependents as a wit, and had attained considerable power of mimicry, the lowest form of intellectual exercise, and there panegyric must cease. He was essentially a trifler, heeding nothing but the fancy of the moment, and so inordinately vain and selfish that he was at once the easiest and the most satisfactory of dupes. His profligacy was such as to give him an evil preeminence even in the court of Charles. His outrages upon religion were of vulgar indecency, while to men of honour and steadfastness he was the object of alternate contempt and distrust, which he repaid as best he could by insolent ridicule or dishonourable intrigue. He could not even claim that which in popular esteem will always cover a multitude of vices, a reputation for personal courage. The story of his life does not record a single honourable action, and Charles rated him at his real worth. He drank with him and drabbed with him, but he never gave him office or command of any moment, and he duped him relentlessly when he essayed to be a politician. At the present moment Buckingham was wholly in the French interest, for his whim at the time was the command of an English contingent in the service of Louis. In this he was steadily opposed by Arlington, who, unscrupulous as he was, a fourbe in politics, had acquired the principal direction of foreign affairs by his evident capacity for business and coolness of judgment, and by the fact that he alone among Charles's ministers was able to converse easily with the foreign ambassadors in their own tongues. Arlington perfectly understood the temper of the English people, did not play entirely for his own hand, and having married a lady from Holland, was inclined to the Dutch rather than the French connection. The opportunity which was now offered of thwarting Buckingham drew him in the same direction. While therefore engaged in apparent concert with his foolish rival, in preliminaries with Ruvigny, he busied himself with Charles's sanction, but without Buckingham's knowledge, in direct negotiations with De Witt. At the same time, a lively illustration of diplomatic honour, Charles was offering to Spain also his active alliance. His terms were, as always, ready money and commercial privileges. The poverty and the pride of Spain forbade their acceptance. The choice, therefore, lay between France and the Republic, and in the face of the rising clamour of Parliament, the policy of the line of least resistance claimed its votary. Early in January 1668, Temple was sent in haste to The Hague. Charles threw himself into the matter with zeal, even to the correcting of the wording of Temple's dispatches. For the undecency of the word force, I would willingly have left it out, he writes in the margin of one, and by January 13th, Temple had finished a brilliant piece of diplomatic work by the Triple Alliance, so called from the later accession of Sweden. England and the Republic bound themselves to assist each other, if attacked in Europe with specified forces, to restore peace between France and Spain upon clearly expressed conditions, and finally to compel both parties, if necessary, to make peace. This last provision was kept secret. If France were recalcitrant, the war upon her should not cease until she had been reduced to the limits imposed by the Peace of the Pyrenees. The Triple Alliance was the first formal expression of European resistance to the aggressions of Louis. But on the part of Charles himself, it was a piece of gross political knavery, surpassed only by what shortly followed. His hopes were in reality fixed upon France. On the very day upon which the treaties were signed, he wrote both to his sister and to Louis himself, pointing out that the effect of it is to bring Spain to consent to the peace, so as I have done nothing to prejudice France in this agreement, emphasizing his desire to execute it with every possible regard to your satisfaction, and explaining his action as forced upon him by his subjects. The secret article, of course, he carefully concealed for the time. But by this secret article, whenever he thought fit to disclose it, he knew that he had fatally compromised the Dutch before Louis, and had thus secured their isolation when he should himself desire to attack them again. That this was no distant prospect is seen from the exclamations of the fiery Clifford, who was in his confidence. On the very day when London was blazing with bonfires for the conclusion of the Peace of Breda, Clifford was heard to declare that for all the rejoicing there must soon be another war. Louis bowed before the Triple Alliance, and the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle was concluded at the end of May 1668. Temple had no hope in the permanence of a peace which both France and Spain come to so unwillingly, and which both England and Holland promote upon conditions which both dislike. Even before it was ratified, the disintegrating forces were at work. It was not likely that Louis would contentedly accept his rebuff at the hands of the Dutch. As republicans, as traitors, and as Protestants, they were the objects of his haughty contempt. The arrogance of speech in which they were unwisely indulging, their fanfaronnade de pêcheurs, the mettle in which France was represented as the sun stayed in his course by the Republic, these and other grievances so rankled in his mind that he never, he says, entered his council without thinking how he might make them pay dearly for the great role they had assumed. But before attacking, he set himself to remove from them all possible sources of support, to destroy the coalition limb by limb, and he began with England. Since Stinking Dutchman was the best appellation that Charles could find for his friends, success did not seem improbable. The ties which bound him to France, his French blood, his love for his sister, his admiration for Louis XIV and the system of personal rule which he had inaugurated, no less than his desire to be revenged for the Chatham disaster and the caricatures, all tended in the same direction. He had already betrayed his nominal allies to Louis by informing him of the secret article. Charles had shown that he intended, in pale imitation of Louis, to be his own foreign minister. He now made this clearer. Buckingham might be allowed to play at statesmanship and to believe himself the confidant of Charles, Louis, and Henrietta of Orleans. Arlington needed humouring, for he had openly expressed the opinion that Louis's wings must be clipped. He was a useful secretary and could be trusted to conduct formal negotiations with ability. But neither of them had any real influence of a direct kind. "One thing," wrote Charles to his sister, "I desire you to take as much as you can out of the King of France's head, that my ministers are anything but what I will have them." And a little later, "Whatsoever opinion my ministers had been of, I would and do always follow my own judgment, and if they take any other measures than that, they will see themselves mistaken in the end." They were used, tricked, allowed to trick one another, and repudiated, as was most convenient, and Charles enjoyed no part of the business more. It would be a grave mistake to regard the king in what followed as making a surrender of himself to Louis. He was for the time master of his own game, and he exacted his own terms. But the game was not an easy one to play. He was to break off an alliance upon which his people were earnestly bent. He was to enter into fellowship with the representative of European aggression and Catholic despotism, and these were what his people most dreaded. Scarcely a week had passed after the signature of the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle before Charles signified his wish for a strict union with France and asked to be met halfway. The guarded reply of Louis called forth his private assurance through Ruvigny that he would willingly make treaty with you as between gentleman and gentleman, and that he preferred your word to all the parchment in the world. But Charles made two conditions, one of his own, that he should be assisted, since his people thought differently from himself, the other suggested by Arlington, that Louis must speak first, because if he made proposals and they were not accepted, but became known to the Hollanders, he would suffer. Louis accepted the situation without demur, and replaced the Protestant Ruvigny by the more wily Colbert de Croissy, a Catholic, without, however, letting the new ambassador know the length and breadth of his designs. At Colbert's first audience, Charles told him plainly that he himself was the only man in his dominions who wanted the French alliance, and that there were two difficulties in the way. France had been developing her trade and increasing her navy. This must stop. Trade was the idol of England, and sea power her only effective claim to consideration. These interests, at any rate the second, must be secured if dealings were to proceed. More than once he held the same language. The only thing which can give any impediment is the matter of the sea, which is so essential a point to us here, as an union upon any other security can never be lasting, nor can I be answerable to my kingdoms if I should enter into an alliance wherein their present and future security were not fully provided for. The second obstacle he mentioned with his tongue in his cheek. The other difficulty is the treaties I am entered into of late, which I am sure the king my brother would not have me violate upon any terms, since he has given me the good example of being a martyr to his words. End of section 20. Section 21 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3. Charles and Clarendon, Part 7. Louis at once instructed Colbert to set on foot a commercial treaty which would give no ground for suspicion, prolonging the negotiations while the preliminaries of a more practical alliance were carried on. Charles entered willingly into this scheme, and amused himself in duping both Buckingham and Colbert, by setting them with every circumstance of mystery to work upon it as if it were the only matter in hand. But he again expressed his extreme jealousy of the growth of the French navy. At the same time he thanked his sister for the gloves, which are as good as is possible to smell, and for the petticoat, which is the finest I ever saw. He needed, however, assistance of a more solid kind than gloves and petticoats. Economies had been made in his expenses, chiefly by diminishing pensions, but economy was an exotic at court, and he was very soon sorely put to it for money. Secrecy was essential if the intrigue was to proceed without hindrance, and we have an interesting example of the manner in which this secrecy was maintained. "I had written thus far," he wrote to his sister Henrietta, "when I received yours by the Italian whose name and capacity you do not know, and he delivered your letter to me in a passage where it was so dark as I do not know his face again if I see him, so as the man is likely to succeed when his recommendation and reception are so suitable to one another." In prolonged negotiations, however, it was impossible to maintain such secrecy for any length of time, and Arlington and Colbert were successively admitted to just so much confidence as was necessary to keep them at work. Arlington, who shrewdly suspected what was going on, soon gave evidence of his readiness to help to the farthest extent. His change of front was probably due not only to his warm attachment to Catholic views, but especially to the fact that James had already declared his conversion, and with all a convert's ardour had been urging his brother to the same course. It was not, however, until May 1669 that Charles reported Arlington as entirely mine. It was 6 months later before Colbert was entrusted with the whole secret. Buckingham, as a Protestant and a babbler, never knew it at all. On January 25th, 1669, Charles announced to James, Clifford, Arlington, and Arundel in the strictest confidence his desire to be a Catholic. The political aspect of Catholicism was as convincing as the religious. Only under a Catholic constitution, he said, might a king of England hope to become absolute. In the previous August, if the documents in the archives of the Jesuits can be regarded as genuine, he had sent to the General of the Order a request that the son of his Jersey boyhood might be sent to him in order that he might practice with him in secret the mysteries of the Catholic religion, without giving a shade of suspicion that we are Catholic. But the hope that he might be received into the Catholic Church while he outwardly appeared a Protestant was destroyed by the uncompromising statement of the Pope in the case of James, who had made the same request, that even the head of the Church himself had no power to grant such a dispensation. The formal conversion was therefore left until his alliance with Louis should make him strong enough to brave the country, and there it remained until the imminence of death set him free. Out of the pourparlers with Louis, two main ideas now definitely shaped themselves. in return for large subsidies and a share in the spoils, Charles was to join in the invasion of Holland, and he was to make a public confession of Catholicism, receiving for this also a generous supply from Louis, with additional help in men and money in case of trouble with his own subjects. It would be tedious to enter into the labyrinth of negotiations that now went on, Charles, Louis, and Henrietta alone seeing the whole matter clearly, the agents working in such dim light as was vouchsafed them. The episode of the Abbé Prignani is, however, too characteristic of the time and of all concerned to be omitted. The frequent journeys of messengers between England and France, and the conferences between Charles and Colbert, were arousing public suspicion. It was openly declared in the streets that a compact was already concluded, and the price was named for which English honour had been bought and sold. To avoid this public attention, the Abbé Prignani, an Italian monk who had acquired a reputation among the ladies of Paris for his pretensions to astrology, the fashionable nonsense of the day, was sent over by Louis under pretence of helping Charles in his favourite chemical experiments, but really in order that, favoured by the privacy of the laboratory, he might act as a go-between for Charles and Colbert without any initiative of his own. The arrangement for a time worked well. Incidentally, we learn to what extent Charles believed in astrology. "You may be sure," he said to Henrietta, "that I will keep the secret of your prophet. I give little credit to such kind of cattle, and the less you do it, the better. For if they could tell anything, it is inconvenient to know one's fortune beforehand, whether good or bad. And so, my dearest sister, good night." This letter was written very late in the night of March 7th, 1669. At 3 next morning Charles had dragged Prignani out of bed to ride with him to Audley End, and on the 12th he wrote in malicious delight how he had made him trot hard from Audley End to Newmarket to see a foot race, and had completely tired him out. On his return to London he related with infinite satisfaction how the foolish Abbé, not content with the safe telling of remote fortunes, had lost his money upon confidence that the stars could tell which horse would win, for he had the ill luck to foretell 3 times wrong together, and James, Monmouth, believed him so much as he lost his money upon the same score. There was clearly nothing to be done in a sporting country through an agent who proved himself an unreliable tipster, and Louis at once recalled him. Charles had a softer heart. "I find the poor Abbé Prignani very much troubled, for fear that the railleries about foretelling the horse matches may have done him some prejudice with you, which I hope it has not done, for he was only trying new tricks, which he had read of in books, and gave them as little credit as we did. The man has wit enough, and is as much your servant as is possible, which makes me love him." On June 6th a very important letter reached Henrietta, in which Charles detailed the preparations which he was making to meet the dangers that he foresaw. "I am securing all the principal ports of this country, not only by fortifying them, but likewise the keeping them in such hands as I am sure will be faithful to me on all occasions, and this will secure the fleet, because the chief places where the ships lie are Chatham and Portsmouth. There is all the reason in the world to join profit with honour, when it may be done honestly, and the king will find me as forward to do Holland a good turn as he can desire. And I am sure we shall never be satisfied till we have had our revenge, and I am willing to enter into an agreement upon that matter whensoever the king pleases. Arlington," he added, "will be as forward in the matter as I am, and farther assurance you cannot expect from an honest man in his post, nor ought you to trust him if he should make any other professions than to be for what his master is for." Elsewhere he told how he was cautiously increasing the number of his troops, which was done by adding insensibly more men to a troop or company, and then more troops or companies to a regiment. Until in 1673 there were 18,000 men encamped at Blackheath, while Lauderdale, his vizier in Scotland, had formed an army of 22,000 men, bound by Act of Parliament to march where and whither he pleased in his dominions. Ireland was in good hands under Berkeley, and he had every confidence that Ormond would support him. He would proclaim his conversion as soon as he felt perfectly secure, and he had no doubt that he should easily be able to satisfy the holders of the lands which in pre-Reformation days had belonged to the Church, which would, of course, if Catholicism were established, revert to her. Finally, we are told by James, the rigorous Church of England men were let loose and encouraged underhand to prosecute according to the law the nonconformists, to the end that these might be more sensible of the ease they should have when the Catholics prevailed. It is easy to rate Charles's words about his preparations too highly. That floating ideas of force passed before him is more than probable. But a fixed resolve was foreign to his nature, and day by day, as his character deteriorated under continual debauchery, he grew less capable of sustained effort. Often we see him forming great designs and proceeding with them just so long as they do not meet with formidable resistance. Careless as he always appeared of public opinion, he never deceived himself for long as to the facts of his position. He did not forget his father's fate, nor had he any intention of again going on his travels. As to the church lands, no one knew better than Charles that to move Olympus would be an easier task than to oust their possessors, while the idea that Ormond would be a party to the subjection of the country to military force, or to a betrayal of English Protestantism, sounds no less absurd to all who remember who and what Ormond was. An amusing game of fence now took place upon the question whether the English declaration of war against the Republic should precede or follow the announcement of Charles's conversion. The object of Louis was to attack at the earliest moment, and he cared very little about the king's religion. Charles, on the other hand, was in no haste to bind himself to the cost and risk of a great war a moment sooner than necessary. Upon the religious question, he said, repeating the theory expressed by James, he could reckon upon the neutrality, if not the active support of the dissenters, for they hated the Church more than they hated Catholicism. With his troops and fortresses he should be strong enough to carry the matter through, and he could then begin the war. Colbert, in reply, laid stress upon the fact that the Dutch would in this case stand before Europe as the champions of Protestantism, while the difficulties which would arise at home would impair the king's strength for the joint enterprise. But if, sustained by the commercial jealousy of his own people, he declared war first, he would have a ground for demanding large supplies from Parliament, and with the troops and ships thus provided, he would find it easy at the close of a successful conflict to secure a quiet acquiescence to his conversion. To Charles's next suggestion, that Louis should first begin hostilities, and that he himself should then carry out both parts of his scheme simultaneously, Louis replied with an absolute refusal to enter upon the war without the explicit concurrence of England. The French monarch had been well served by the English Parliament in the session which began on October 19, 1669. In asking for a generous supply, Charles had prided himself upon being the happy instrument which had secured the Triple Alliance and the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. He had used language which, though not verbally mendacious, was intended to lead to the belief that the Triple Alliance stood firm. Temple had been sent as ambassador to The Hague, and had more than once been allowed, all unconscious of the deceit, to pledge his master's honour to the Dutch. It is indeed possible that Charles might even yet have kept faith if Parliament had given money with a free hand. But the Commons had voted him a sum quite inadequate even to strengthen his hands in the negotiations. He was thus compelled to meet Louis halfway. but it was not until January 1670 that he proposed terms which showed that he was in earnest. It was characteristic of him that, while acceding to the main position of the French monarch, precedence for the war, he insisted upon one provision which showed how well he knew the temper of his people. He told Louis bluntly that no English captain would take orders from a French admiral. If, therefore, the fleets were united, they must sail under English command. Once more his reconciliation with Parliament in the session of February 10th, 1670, with its practical result of a large supply, enabled Charles to call the game. He began to hang back and to raise his terms, and on every point — commercial advantages, the command and number of the fleets, the payment of subsidies in hard cash and not in letters of exchange, even his demand that in the powers given to the commissioners he should be styled King of France — Louis found himself compelled to yield. The few remaining difficulties were left to be overcome by Charles's sister, dear, dear sister, through whose hands all the confidential letters had passed, and who now paid a long-promised visit. With a suite of 257 persons, among whom was a young girl named Louise de Keroualle, she reached Dover on May 5th, and Charles, with his old boyish eagerness, rowed far out to sea to meet the squadron. On June 1st, 1670, Colbert for France and Arlington, Clifford, Arundel, and Bellings for England signed the Treaty of Dover, the Traité de Madame. On the 12th, Henrietta returned to France, leaving behind her an impression of beauty, goodness, and charm, which is reflected in the correspondence of far-away country homes. On the 29th, she was dead. By the famous compact, Louis secured his immediate object, but Charles was, except for honour, no loser, nor, he might claim, was England. He was indeed bound to declare his conversion, but the date was left absolutely to himself, while he was at once to receive £150,000 to aid him in any difficulties which might arise upon that score. For the war he was to have £225,000 a year, and the command of the coasts of Zeeland was to be his share of the spoil. One of the conditions acknowledged the supremacy of England at sea. The French fleet, of 30 vessels only, was to be regarded as auxiliary, and the whole was to be under the command of an English admiral. And now followed one of the most curious pieces of by-play in history, one exactly in consonance with Charles's genius. It was impossible to show the treaty as it stood to the king's Protestant servants, to Buckingham, Lauderdale, Ashley, Ormond, or Rupert. It was equally impossible to keep from them for any length of time the fact that a treaty had been made. With Buckingham's frothy egotism to play upon, the matter was, however, very simple. He was allowed to negotiate, believing the suggestion to be his own, a fresh treaty, the Traité Simulé. Stimulated by the flattery of Louis, and still more by the feigned hesitation of Arlington and Colbert, while Charles looked on with infinite amusement, he laboured zealously in preparing a draft differing from the original one in only 2 important respects. All mention of the conversion was omitted, the subsidy offered for that purpose being now added to that to be given for the war, and the commander of the English land contingent was to take precedence of all the lieutenant generals of France. This latter condition was inserted in order still farther to quicken Buckingham's zeal, since he hoped to have the post. It led a little later to a scene described by Colbert in a letter to Louis on November 9th, 1671, which aptly illustrates Charles's tone with his servants and his regard for Buckingham in particular. The king had by that time induced Louis to waive the demand for the troops, and Buckingham complained in sulky petulance to his master of what he regarded as a personal grievance. Charles replied that it was folly to imagine he could put in competition the interest the Duke had in commanding a body of troops with that of the public, and added angrily that on such occasions he considered him no more than his dog. The traité simulé was duly signed by Buckingham, Lauderdale, and Ashley in the beginning of 1671. Among all the immediate servants of the crown there was thus scarcely one whose hand was not given to this shameless betrayal of an alliance which England had herself sought. The treaty being made, Charles had good reasons for desiring an early war. He must engage the country beyond recall before Parliament should meet again, and his abandonment of toleration and his duplicity had placed him for the moment in possession of ample funds. On October 24th, 1670, he had opened Parliament with a speech in which he had carried deception regarding foreign affairs to the farthest point short of absolute falsehood. The necessity of raising the navy to a strength which might challenge both France and the Dutch was dwelt upon. Not a hint was dropped that the Triple Alliance was in danger. The first of Temple's treaties, indeed, which bound England and the Republic to mutual defence in case of attack, was specially mentioned. Completely deceived, the Commons answered the demand for a supply by a vote of £800,000. To avoid being afterwards confronted with the proof of his falseness, Charles took the unusual step of forbidding the Lord Keeper's speech to be printed. It was not until long afterwards that Andrew Marvell, when writing his great pamphlet upon the growth of popery and arbitrary government, was able with much labour to recover a written copy, and it is to his diligence alone that we owe our knowledge of the trickery. The importance of the Treaty of Dover can scarcely be overrated. Charles had entered upon a course of subservience to France, or rather of parallelism with Louis, which placed it henceforth in the power of the French king to neutralize the opinion of free and Protestant England, and even to enlist her material support in the interests of despotism and Catholicism. This political profligacy, this dissociation of the king from his people, was responsible for the miseries to which Europe was subjected for more than a generation. Without the support of Charles, Louis would not have dared to attack the Dutch, for their fleets would have swept his commerce from the seas, while the union of the two great naval powers would have stood like a wall against all schemes of aggression. Had England at this moment possessed a king of lofty temper, proud to lead or apt to control the current of national feeling, the chapter of bloodshed and desolation which began at Dover and ended at Utrecht would probably never have been written. End of section 21. Section 22 of Charles II by Osmund Airy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4. Charles, Louis, and Parliament, Part 1. Had Charles been asked to justify the deception which he had practised upon his people, he would probably have answered that foreign alliances and questions of peace and war were prerogatives of the crown and no concern of theirs. That he was, as he had said, the only man in his dominions who was in the interest of France was a matter of regret, but could not be supposed in any way to affect his decision. If, therefore, he had reason to believe that his people would forsake their proper province and oppose his designs, should they become aware of them, secrecy and deception were, he would hold, at once legitimate and necessary. But in domestic affairs such deception had been impossible, and to illustrate this we must now briefly retrace our steps. The dismissal of Clarendon had removed an obstacle to the fulfilment of the king's purpose of resting his power upon the goodwill and gratitude of dissent. Buckingham and Arlington, the successors to Clarendon's place, though not to his authority, hating one another mortally, still pecking one at the other, were for a time united by their common antagonism to the fallen Chancellor and their common fear that he might return. Their private inclinations, moreover, led them toward toleration. Buckingham posed as the patron of Protestant dissent. Arlington sympathized with the Catholics. So long as the recess lasted, they had their way. The penal statutes were ignored. The prisons were opened. The meeting-houses were again thronged. The Presbyterians received ostentatious favour, and many old Commonwealth men, like Wildman, showed themselves again in public. A bill for comprehension was drafted, to which it was confidently hoped that Parliament, rendered tractable by the Triple Alliance and by its success over Clarendon, would give its consent. And the speech from the throne, February 10th, contained a request that the Commons would seriously think of some course to beget a better union and composure in the minds of my Protestant subjects in matters of religion. All mention of Catholics was carefully avoided. But Charles was at once undeceived. His intentions had leaked out before the Houses met, and the country gentlemen, already angry at the mismanagement of the last war, were in a state of excessive irritation. The king was straightway petitioned to proclaim the suppression of all unlawful assemblies, whether Papist or Protestant. He knew that any hesitation would mean a refusal of supplies, and the short-lived hopes of the dissenters came to an end. The Commons then threw aside the proposal that Charles should be asked to hold a conference of divines, and in May 1668 passed a bill for continuing the conventicle acts. There was clearly nothing to be done with the House in its present humour, and Charles wanted freedom for his negotiations with Louis. Taking advantage of a deadlock which had arisen between Lords and Commons, he postponed any further meeting of Parliament for nearly 18 months, until October 19th, 1669, when money was again absolutely necessary. Had he been careful to maintain at least a moderate execution of former acts, it is possible that the Commons might have accepted some indulgence for Protestant dissent. As it was, they came together possessed more than ever with the doctrine that an overwhelming and exclusive Anglican ascendancy was the only weapon with which to fight their arch-enemy, Catholicism. Sheldon had collected ex parte information as to the character of the conventicles, and even before the meeting of Parliament had carried it to Charles and compelled him to issue a fresh proclamation to enforce the law. The Commons at once made it clear that they would support the primate, and on December 11th, 1669, Charles again closed the session. When Parliament reassembled on February 14th, 1670, an unusual scene was witnessed. For the first time in English history, the sovereign was attended to the House of Lords with military pomp. It can hardly be doubted that the design was to accustom the people to the idea of a standing army. Charles met the Houses with confidence begotten by the dealings with Louis which have been described, and addressed them stilo Menexi et imperatorio. He had another reason for this attitude. In the interval between the sessions he had taken the lessons of the past to heart. For once his speech did not contain a word about toleration. He had cynically determined to offer to Parliament the one condition necessary to secure an unstinted supply, a supply which he intended to use for the objects most distasteful to the members. The Commons understood that they might have their swing of persecution, and they showed their instant recognition of the fact by voting a supply of £300,000 a year for 8 years. "We are all venal cowards except some few," was the bitter comment of an honest man. Charles then left them without demur to settle down to their favourite work. On April 11th, 1670, he gave his assent to the second and more pitiless Conventicle Act. Sheldon hounded on the bishops, and so severely was the act executed that a trustworthy witness declared soon afterwards that there was scarcely a conventicle to be heard of throughout England. We are told of violent arrests in churches, even during sermon time, nay, of one taken out betwixt the bread and the cup in receiving the sacrament. So successful was this policy that, in Marvell's words, the king was never since his coming in, nay, all things considered, no king since the conquest, so absolutely powerful at home. Protestant dissent being now out of the way, the Commons attacked the other wing of the forces hostile to Anglican supremacy. On March 10th, 1671, they made a series of demands which implied a denial of the right of Catholics even to dwell in peace. To the cry for the banishment of priests and Jesuits and for the enforcement of the penal laws, Charles yielded at once with but slight reservations. For this second surrender he received a farther supply, and then, taking advantage of a fresh conflict between the houses, he again used the weapon of prorogation. Parliament did not meet again for business until February 4th, 1672. Before we deal with that session, certain domestic matters claim attention which were of more absorbing interest in Charles's eyes, and one of which at any rate was of real political importance as well. Hitherto, Lady Castlemaine's sway had been undisputed. The ladies who were introduced to Charles's casual notice by Babmay, Chiffinch, Arlington, and his other purveyors were but creatures of a day. Suddenly, however, she awoke to the fact that poor Olinda was growing old, and that she had two rivals whose appointment seemed likely to be permanent. Nelly Gwyn, then just 19 years old, was sent for by the king in the winter of 1669, and remained his playmate to his death. She had already been mistress successively to Charles Hart, her fellow actor, and to Charles, Lord Buckhurst, with whom she kept merry house at Epsom. But while Lady Castlemaine, under the king's very eyes, ranged from peer to rope dancer in the bestowal of her favours, Nelly Gwyn, having reached the height of ambition, was, for all evidence to the contrary, faithful to her Charles III, as she dubbed him, for more than 15 years. Captivating in looks she must have been to attract the king, although her portraits show none of that regular beauty which in Lady Castlemaine and Frances Stuart defies criticism. But it was clearly the frank recklessness of the Latin Quarter, the fearlessness of her banter, her irrepressible gaiety, the spontaneousness of her practical jokes, her camaraderie and unfailing goodness of temper, which made her hold on him secure. She was a true child of the London streets, apt of wit and shrewd of tongue, and her very honesty of vice, her want of reticence, her buoyant indiscretion, her refusal to take herself seriously or to regard herself as anything but what she was, have strangely enough secured for her a sort of positive affection in the respectable England of to-day, as they did during her joyous, irresponsible life. Nobody ever thought of kissing Nelly's hand as they kissed the hand of the mistress en titre. Her regular wages were comparatively insignificant, a bare £4,000 a year, while the Duchess of Portsmouth was receiving many times that amount. For politics she cared nothing. Politicians might indeed meet and intrigue at her lodgings, but Nelly and her merry gang were not politicians, and she neither made ministers nor appointed to bishoprics. She was, as we have said, Charles's playmate, and his dying words, "Don't let poor Nelly starve," aptly express the relations between them. Very different were the birth, character, ambitions, and functions of Louise Renée de Kerouaille de Penoncoë, the daughter of two noble Breton houses, who, when just 20 years of age, came in the train of Henrietta of Orleans to Dover. On the eve of his sister's departure, when presenting her with some choice jewels, Charles prayed her to leave one of her own with him. She bade Louise fetch the casket, and told her brother to make his choice. Charles thereupon asked with a smile that her maid of honour might remain in England, for that was the only jewel which he coveted. There is no reason to suppose that Henrietta had brought the girl over for the purpose. Indeed, she utterly refused Charles's request. But after her death, Louis, who was constantly informed of all details of this nature in Charles's court, saw the opportunity thus afforded for supplying the place which had been left in his affections, and for thereby securing that influence over him in French interests which the Queen from ignorance and Lady Castlemaine from vulgarity were unable to exercise. Louise was instructed to accept the King's urgent invitation to return to England as maid of honour to the Queen, and was doubtless well aware of what that meant. It will be seen how far she succeeded in the political role assigned to her. But from the very first she began, with the sweet languor of her girlish face and the refined charm of manner which was a new experience for Charles, to weave around him the meshes of the net, and to introduce into the anarchy of the harem something at least of female reticence and grace. Alone among Charles's mistresses, she had a conception of la haute politique. She alone in that ignoble court could command the respect and co-operation of statesmen and ambassadors. She met the vulgar furies of Lady Castlemaine and the banter of Nelly with quiet disdain. She held her own with a certain dignity against the anger of the Commons, the hatred of the people, the attacks of politicians, and the waywardness of Charles, and for many years she was virtual Queen of England. A curious scene followed her arrival. Furious with jealousy, Lady Castlemaine prepared for war. Nelly was boisterous in her defiance, and the other ladies were proportionately aggressive. Louise adopted a behaviour of piquant reserve. Month after month she strengthened her hold upon Charles by a gentle but effectual resistance to his importunities. Her progress was eagerly watched from France. The ministers of Louis began to fear that she was overacting her part, and she received hints to that effect. Still she held out. At length Lady Arlington was deputed by Colbert to put the case plainly to the girl. She must lay aside her scruples without delay, or retire to a French convent. At a dinner given by Colbert to Charles, it was arranged that she should accompany Lady Arlington to Euston, where the king could join them from Newmarket, and that there the last resistance should be overcome. The revels of that night, the mock marriage, and the rest are told by Evelyn. On October 9th, 1671, she became Charles's acknowledged mistress. Of all the strange scenes in this abandoned reign, perhaps the strangest to modern eyes is the audience which she gave on November 2nd to Colbert, who came to tender her the formal congratulations of Louis XIV. Her advancement was rapid. Countess, baroness, duchess in quick succession, it is said that she even aspired to share Charles's throne should the expected death of the Queen take place. Barbara Palmer, Nelly Gwynn, and Louise de Querouaille typify, as they contended, the three sides of Charles's nature. The first had held him by the purely animal passions, the lustfulness of his southern blood. Nelly was a bohemian like himself, and would have been as good a comrade had they both been strolling actors. But when he wanted refinement, charm of conversation, and delicacy, and it is a mistake to forget this side of his nature, he retired to the apartments of Louise de Querouaille. End of section 22.